Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The Elder's request. Then I'll be direct. Don't blame me for speaking plainly. The Elder paused, eyes narrowing as he studied Zeno. I know the Zoldyck family's reputation. You take assassination contract from outsiders. But the Zoldyck family is not only skilled at killing. You are also unmatched in cultivating talent. He leaned forward. Your family's stewards are renowned across the world, which is why, Lord Zeno, I want to entrust my subordinates to be trained by the Zoldicks. Name your price. I have the utmost sincerity. The Elder's tone carried a burning determination. Meteor Street had suffered catastrophic losses. The incident with the Kudo bandit group had cost them dearly. Entire factions of the 12 Elders had been decimated. Even the few remaining wild beasts of Meteor Street had withdrawn in disillusionment, disappearing without a word. Now weakened, Meteor Street stood exposed to the world. The global underworld had always coveted Meteor Street's resources and autonomy. The only thing that kept them at bay was the street's sheer might. But now, with its power gutted, would the wolves finally pounce? It wasn't just gangs. Many other forces had begun circling. The Elders had little choice but to consolidate. Elder cities would merge, pooling what remained of their authority. At the same time, they planned to conscript across the entire Meteor Street, scouring for new talents to replenish their strength before the outside world struck. Ordinary fighters could be trained, but when it came to none, Meteor Street was critically short. Hence the Elder's plea, Zeno's refusal. This commission is outside the scope of Zoldyck business, Zeno said flatly. He didn't even need to think about it. Training Meteor Street's forces brought the Zoldicks no benefit. No matter how much money was offered, it wouldn't result in more assassination jobs for the family. Worse, it would forge ties they didn't want, leaving behind bonds of obligation. For the Zoldicks, that was unacceptable. The Elder lowered his eyes. I see. Forgive my presumption. There was disappointment in his face, but no anger. Meteor Street's current condition gave him no leverage to force a Zoldyck's hand. Still, the Elder said at last, we plan to hold a large-scale conscription soon. I invite you to attend, Lord Zeno. You may find it interesting. Meteor Street still hides many talented individuals, including non-users not yet tied to any Elder city. Perhaps you'll even find a suitable steward among them. Zeno considered briefly, then gave a single nod. Very well. After dinner. Later, after sharing a quiet meal, Zeno and the Elder walked to the guest rooms. Each had a room on the second floor, side by side. Ron, listening, felt a flicker of anticipation at the mention of the conscription. In another world, One Piece, the Navy's world conscription, had yielded not only soldiers but even new admirals. Could Meteor Street's version produce similar surprises? More importantly, Ron knew that watching such large-scale events sharpened his observational skills. It might even accelerate the birth of his third Nen Beast. Ron's preparation. Back in his room, Ron entered cautiously. Gyo. He scanned the space with sharpened aura. No abnormalities. Only then did he relax. Killer Queen. The ability manifested. From its internal space, Ron withdrew the giant cockroach bone. Channeling aura, he washed it over the bone again and again. Slowly, the texture changed, smoother, denser. The egg-like clusters embedded in it fused deeper, sealed by a faint glaze that shimmered with pale fluorescence. Ron's eyes narrowed. It's evolving. He couldn't predict how long until this thought tool was complete. In the original Hunter world, little was said of such artifacts. Many powerful Nun users didn't rely on them at all. Hisoka, Silva, Zeno, even legends like Netero and Jing. Their strength came from ability alone. Others used mere objects, Gon's fishing rod, Killua's yo-yos, Morel's pipe. Not true Nin tools. And yet, Zeno had stressed their importance. The Kudo bandits had fought desperately for one. Even Zeno himself placed weight on it. Ron studied the bone. Its aura pulsed with a refined, potent presence. If completed, this will be like gaining a second ability from nothing, he thought. An extra edge in battle. In none, there were two cornerstones, foundation and ability. The first was built through talent and hard work. The second could sometimes be twisted, hacked, or stolen. Nen tools represented one such trick, a shortcut to new power. The gaze. Suddenly, Ron froze. He felt it a gaze. At first startled, confused, then shifting into raw, bitter hatred. Ron turned sharply. In the shadowed corner of the manor stood a small figure. When Ron's eyes met his, the boy flinched and ducked away, but not fast enough. Ron had already seen him. A child's face. Peter. Ron's eyes narrowed. That resentment was unmistakable. Because of Parker, he thought grimly. He believed Zeno and I abandoned him, that we failed to protect Parker's life. And now, he directs his hatred at me. Ron's brow furrowed. The faint glow of the bone in his hands seemed darker under the weight of that gaze. When Ron and Zeno had acted back then, they had already considered Parker and Peter. They created an opening, just enough for them to escape. In truth, Ron and Zeno had treated Parker as well as circumstances allowed. Parker had served as their guide, and Zeno had even gone so far as to pay Meteor Street's elder, too. Whatever dealings Parker later had with Meteor Street's elders, Ron neither knew nor had the ability to interfere. When Old O pursued them, Zeno and Ron joined forces to strike back. But then Old K's reinforcements arrived. Zeno had no certainty of defeating both at once. So he made the decision, withdraw and take Ron with him. It was the only choice. If Zeno faltered, Ron could easily have been killed by the two veteran bandits. That was something Zeno would never allow. From that perspective, even if Ron and Zeno had done nothing for Parker and Peter, it would have been justified. The Kudo thieves had never been drawn by the Zoldyck's actions. They had targeted Meteor Street. Parker worked for Meteor Street's elders, not for Ron. Their relationship had never gone beyond temporary necessity. And Peter? He had no connection at all, just a boy from the old garbage district. When Parker asked to take him, Ron had allowed it. Without Ron and Zeno's approval, Parker would never have been able to take him along. Perhaps Parker might have survived if events had played out differently. But in the end, Ron had no obligations toward either of them. Even so, Ron could understand Peter's dislike. He had no complaints about that. What unsettled him was the venom in Peter's eyes, the deep resentment and murderous intent that child had directed at him. From Ron's perspective, Peter didn't even have the qualifications to hate him. What should I do? The first thought that flashed through Ron's mind was simple, and the problem now. Kill Peter, and the threat vanishes. But he hesitated. He remembered that Zeno and Silva often chose differently, like when Silva accepted the commission to kill the Phantom Troops No. 8. Kralo's vow of vengeance had followed, but after Silva returned home, the Zoldyck family did nothing further. They ignored it, even knowing an enemy lingered. Ron frowned. Was it really wise to let a potential enemy grow? He couldn't quite understand. Seeking guidance. Bang, bang, bang. Ron knocked on next door. After a pause, it opened. Grandpa Zeno, may I ask you something? Zeno stepped inside, sitting calmly on the sofa. Ron took the seat across from him. Just now, Ron began, I felt a malicious gaze on me. It was the boy, Peter, the one Parker took from the old garbage district. Zeno nodded. I remember him. What troubles you? My first thought was to kill him. But then I wondered, would you have chosen differently? If it were you, Grandpa, what would you do? Zeno was silent for a moment, then said, You're thinking about the trial gate, aren't you? You saw how many tried to force their way into our manor, and yet we Zoldicks did not kill them all. Yes. Ron nodded. Understand this, Ron, Zeno said evenly. I've repeated our family's rules to you so many times because they matter. Breaking them can endanger us all. We didn't kill those who tried to trespass because there was no need. They were weak. No threat to us. Whether they lived or died made no difference. But there are exceptions. Do you remember what Silva and I did after killing old O during the battle with the Kudo bandits? You stopped, Ron replied. Correct. Our commission was to eliminate a member of the bandits. That goal was achieved. Yes, Old K now hates us, but we did not move against him because he still has value. Ron's eyes sharpened, maximizing benefits. Zeno's lips curved slightly. Exactly. Killing is business. And in business, the goal is profit, maximizing gains while ensuring safety. The lesson. Now back to Peter. Zeno leaned back. In his state, he poses no threat to us. He has no value, no profit. So, whether you kill him or let him live is entirely your choice. Do whatever makes your own heart clear. A non-user whose mind is clouded will make mistakes. If killing him brings clarity, kill him. If sparing him does, then spare him. What matters is that your thoughts are sharp, not muddled. Ron bowed his head. I understand, Grandpa. I know what to do. He hesitated, then asked, one more thing. Do you think the remaining Kudo bandits might one day escape the Hunter Association's prison to take revenge on us? There's always that possibility, Zeno replied, expression unchanged. That is why every Zoldyck hides his information and movements. Exposure is death. Our first encounter with the bandits was an accident. On a mission, such accidents must be avoided. In my entire career, I've only had a few situations like that. If anyone truly chooses to target us, Zeno's eyes grew sharp. Then the entire Zoldyck family moves. Even your great-grandfather would act. There are very few who would dare. Those who do are either ignorant or too bold for their own good. The former lack strength. The latter rarely live long. Ron sat in silence, letting the weight of those words settle in his chest. Once a decision has been made, Ron's approach is much simpler. Directly found the elders. The elder didn't pay much attention to Peter. A butler assigned to Ron. Grown-ups. Ron looked at the butler in front of him and said his arrangement. After a while, the butler nodded. Understood, my lord. I will do as you say. A normal room, on the edge of the Elder Manor. Lord Parker. Peter's fist clenched tightly. I will avenge you. I will try to become stronger. I want to kill everyone who is still alive in the Kudo bandit group. I put Zoldyck's men to die for you. My life was given by you. I'm willing to do anything for you. Those people are too much. The Kudo thieves had nothing to do with Zoldyck's people, so they vented their anger on us and hunted us down, but it wasn't us who provoked them. These people are simply beasts. And those two from Zoldyck, even more so. It's obviously the Kudo bandit group, 303, they provoked. Obviously, they have benefited, but they left directly by themselves, abandoning us there, and let us bear the wrath of the Kudo bandit group. Use our sacrifice to fulfill their escape. What does this take us for? Master Parker, are you right? These people are damned. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Peter quickly became alert. The youth steward appeared at Peter's door. Peter, are you there? Peter opened the door and forced a smile. Master Butler, can I come in and sit down? Of course can. Peter stepped aside. The young butler walked in. I heard what you said just now, but don't be nervous. I didn't mean to target you. Parker and I are very good friends. Parker's death, I'm also very sad. If you want to avenge Parker, you can count me in. Peter's eyes lit up. Really, after all, Peter is still just a child, and he's just walked out of the old garbage area. So in terms of mind, he is not much stronger. After hearing the young housekeeper's remarks, a sense of intimacy immediately came up. Real, the young butler continued. Actually, the elders are also very dissatisfied with Zoldyck. In the matter of the Kudo thieves group, Zoldyck took too much from the elders. Besides, Zoldyck doesn't give the elder any face. It made the elder very angry. However, Zoldyck's strength is too strong, and Meteor Street has just experienced a huge loss. It is very difficult to deal with Zoldyck, and it is impossible in a short time. There was a look of determination on Peter's face. My lord, justice must prevail. A brute like Zoldyck must be punished by the heavens. The current strength is not as good as Zoldyck, but it will definitely change in the future. In the future, I will definitely kill them, and avenge Lord Parker. The moment Peter's voice fell, Ron pushed the door open and walked in. The young butler stood up. Grown-ups. Peter's pupils shrank sharply. Why are you here? Afterwards, he turned to the young butler and glared at the young butler bitterly. You lied to me? Ron lifted his finger. A cloud of air condensed at Ron's fingertips. Mind bomb. The next moment, this thought went straight towards Peter. Boom! Accurate hit. Peter's whole head exploded. The figure stepped back a few steps and fell to the ground. Ron looked over at Peter's body. After confirming that Peter was completely dead and had no thoughts of death, he turned around and left. The youth steward began to clean up Peter's body. As for why Peter had such an idea, Ron didn't care. People are not the same. Different people have different ideas. This cannot be forced. Ron's current thinking is very simple. That is, Peter has a killing intent on himself, and he has the ability to easily kill Peter. So why keep him? A gust of wind blew away some bloody smell. The young butler looked at Peter's body and shook his head. Take yourself too seriously. Back in the room, it was already dark. Ron locked the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and lay on the bed, looking at the white ceiling. After that, he looked at the crystal ball in front of him again. The progress has reached 80%, and it is not far from 100%. I hope that after watching the big event on Meteor Street, I can improve to 100% progress. The next day, the conscription plan in Meteor Street that the Elder had mentioned officially started. The location was set outside the Elder City, in the chaotic area, and the rules are very simple. It was so simple that it was a bit beyond Ron's expectations. It was still early, and a group of people came to the wall of the Elder City. The Elders, Zeno, Ron, and many of Changtu's subordinates, standing high above the city wall looking down. Outside, many figures appeared. The conscription plan has spread out on Meteor Street before, but anyone with ideas can come here. Whether it is a new garbage area or a chaotic area, all are extremely interested in this. The only exception is the garbage old area. The people in the old garbage district have become as cold as machines. For the people in the garbage new district, this is an opportunity to change their lives against the sky. As long as you stand out from the crowd in this conscription, you can join the Elder City and become a member of the Elder City. Status, resources greatly improved. It can be said that as long as you are selected, it is equivalent to changing your fate against the sky. Even for people in chaotic areas, it is extremely attractive. Outside the Elder City, many nun who have already mastered Nen are very excited about it. The whole scene looks spectacular. Shindu's countless fiery eyes looked towards this side. Ron looked around. Good. Ron was delighted. Of course not from Meteor Street. It's because after so many people gathered, Ron saw that the crystal ball absorbed the properties much faster. This surprised Ron. From this point of view, after the conscription of Meteor Street is completed, the characteristics of Meteor Street and the crystal ball are fully absorbed, so there shouldn't be any problems. A microphone appeared in the Elder's hand. There is a huge speaker not far away. Everyone, no matter what your previous identities were, it doesn't matter if you have made any mistakes before. Today's opportunities are all treated equally. I have hidden tens of thousands of tokens in the Meteor Street area. As long as you get the token, you can join the Elder City and become a member of the Elder City. Go find it. Go and fight. I declare that the conscription on Meteor Street has officially begun. The people below. Before that, everyone thought that the assessment was near the Elder City. That's why they came here. When some people heard the news, they rushed out without even eating. Some people regarded their friends as competitors and prescribed medicine directly, delaying the opponent's time. Some people are gearing up and are ready to compete in the ring. However, everyone did not expect that the way the elders recruited troops turned out to be like this. Tens of thousands of tokens were dispersed in advance. Let the people find it. The token is not near Elder City at all. Everyone couldn't help but feel a trace of resentment. However, everyone dared not really blame the elders. After accepting this news, immediately began to act. Rush. No matter how fast everyone came to the vicinity of the Elder City, they retreated even faster now. Ron looked at the picture in front of him and suddenly remembered seeing. That is, in the world of One Piece. One Piece Roger raised his head and looked at the crowd, just before he was about to be executed. "Want my treasure? Go find it. If you want, I can give you everything." I put everything there. With his own strength, he directly opened the era of great navigation. Countless pirates have fallen into the carnival. At this moment, everyone in Meteor Street was also in a carnival. It's really a bit bloody. I don't need it, though. I have stood taller than all of them. A figure came in front of Ron. "Master Ron." The young steward presented a cube. "This is given to you by the elder." Ron took a look. "What is this?" "One of the mother bodies of tokens." The youth steward said, "These tokens are all products of none. One matrix corresponds to 100 tokens. My lord, the main purpose of your coming to Meteor Street this time is to find a candidate for the housekeeper." "Master Elder means, Mr. Ron, you can choose from the owners of token children corresponding to this mother body. Those who can stand out from his conscription will definitely not be too bad." Ron nodded. "It is good." Immediately, the cube that was determined to have no problem was picked up. The young butler continued. "The person who gets the child body of the token can come to the vicinity of the mother body through the guidance of the token." Ron glanced at where Gino was. Master Jinua's elders also sent one over there. For everyone on Meteor Street, for everyone chasing tokens, this is an opportunity to change their destiny. But for the current Ron, Gino, and the elders, it is no different from a game. High above, overlooking everything. Watching those people fight, snatch, and fight for tokens. Conscription in this way will cause many more casualties than the way in the arena. But the advantage lies in the high efficiency. It doesn't need to take a long time. Enough people can be recruited as soon as possible so that these people can join the Elder City, become a force against external forces. With the situation of Meteor Street, it is actually understandable for the Elder to make such a choice. The Kudo Thieves group caused many casualties, and the elders of Meteor Street were so angry because they regarded those people and their lives as their own private wealth. The point of anger is that private wealth was robbed by the Kudo bandit group. Not in life. The elders of Meteor Street don't care much about the dead. Ron channeled chi into the cube in his hand. After that, the picture after picture was fed back. Ron closed his eyes. 100 tokens correspond to 100 pictures, scattered in various places. At this time, no token has been found yet. But the location where the token is placed is not actually hidden. Some hang from branches by the road. Some are placed on high rocks. Some drifted away with the river. Some landed on the roof of a cabin somewhere. Sudden, a hand landed on a token. This is a teenager. The first time he got the token, he was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't understand what it was. When he held it in his hand, the token had a message, and the boy's eyes lit up. A touch of surprise emerged. The opportunity to join the Elder City is great. The teenager cheered. This is the new garbage area. A bad, but slightly better place than the junky old area. The garbage mountain here will be slightly newer. Every now and then new garbage is brought in. 0, seeking flowers. But for the huge population of Garbage New District, it is still far from enough. Therefore, to survive here, you will face huge competition. And here is the biggest difference from the old garbage area. That is, the people in the old garbage area are equivalent to machines. People here are people. The machine has no greed and will stop when it is full. But the people here are greedy, and when they have obtained enough resources, they will not stop, but will continue and even accumulate resources. This leads to a problem. Strong people have more and more resources in their hands. Weak people, life is extremely difficult. There will be a word here, the gap between rich and poor. In the garbage old area, there is no such thing. Boys are not strong, they are weak. Survival is tough. 0. So after getting the token, it's no surprise. That was an opportunity to join the Elder City. In the eyes of everyone on Meteor Street, the Elder City is like a paradise. Nobody wants to join. However, the teenager made a huge mistake. That is, he got the token because he was lucky, but he didn't hide the token well, but let others see it. An adult looked at the boy. Boom! Without even asking a few words, he directly punched the boy to the ground. But even so, the boy still held the token tightly in his hand. The other party came to the boy's side, forcibly opened the boy's hand, and saw the token. The moment he held the token, his eyes lit up. Then he slapped the boy again. "Little guy, thank you for the good luck you gave me." A smear of blood spilled from the corner of the boy's mouth, and he stared at him fiercely. "You still dare to stare at me?" The other party noticed the boy's eyes and wanted to beat him again. However, more people looked to this side. Notice the token in the man's hand. More than a dozen people rushed to this side, and a scramble started. One after another figure fell down. The owner of the token is constantly changing. More and more people died. The air was filled with the smell of blood. And this is just an insignificant corner of the big conscription on Meteor Street. There are far more tragic scenes than this. Ron looked over to the elder. The elders, as well as the elders' stewards and subordinates, all showed expressions of enjoyment. It's like watching a show beat. Ron closed his eyes again. The scene where the first token was located became extremely chaotic. Not long after, the second token was also found. This time it is the old garbage area. Those cold robot classes just ignore the token. For them, only food and pups of the same kind can attract their attention. Anything other than that, they don't pay attention. Even death. The token lay on the cold ground, surrounded by rotting, fetid garbage. Finally, one hand picked it up. This is a child. How old is it? People in the old garbage area will instinctively raise the cubs of the same kind, and when they're a few years old, they will expel them and let them go to the more promising place in the new garbage area. Now, this child is at this age. I have already been driven away by 1-0, but the child chose to come back by himself. The moment he picked up the token, the child's eyes showed a little confusion, but soon he looked in the direction of the elder's city, to be precise, the direction of the token matrix in Ron's hand. The child stuffed the token into his clothes and walked towards the direction of the elder city. Most of the tokens are in the confusion zone. A small part is in the garbage new area. There are very few, which appear in the old garbage area. Ron understood the elder's arrangement. In the old garbage area, most of the people can hardly even be called people. In the garbage new district, anyone with stronger strength and higher potential will go to the chaotic area. Water flows to lower place. Man goes to higher position. Meteor Street is like a pyramid. The elder city is at the top. The messy area is just below the top. The new garbage area is on the mountainside. The garbage old area is at the bottom of the mountain. More tokens were found, and a battle started because of the tokens. Compared with the garbage new area, the battle in the chaotic area is more severe, because there are more powerful people here. Some even form groups to scramble for tokens. These temporary formations are okay. Each has its own ideas, not so united, and could give other people some opportunities. But those who have gathered together before are much more united. Even if the strength of other people is stronger than them personally, they cannot compete with them. At this moment, a figure caught Ron's attention. A youth, wearing white, similar to bunt-type clothes. Short blonde hair. The face is fierce. He also wears a necklace around his neck. The whole person gives people a strong atmosphere. Reaching out his hand, he took down the token on the wooden roof. Ron narrowed his eyes slightly. This man, Ron looked familiar. Finks, member of Phantom Troupe, member number 5. Enhancer. The main ability is to return to heaven. There are two kinds of Huition in Ron's memory. One is Naruto World, Hinata's Holy Fist move once. Centering on itself, it rotates at high speed. A chakra sphere of moderate size was formed. But it's not a sphere, it's just Hyuga Ninja's hands. Just like the ball with the naked eye. This is known as the absolute defense of the Hyuga clan. It can be used whether facing the enemy's taijutsu, ninjutsu, or ninjutsu. The second answer is Fink's moves. Before attacking, turn the arm. The more circles you turn your arms, the more chi and power you condense on your fists. But at the same time, it will also cause a greater burden on the arm. Ron remembered that in the original plot, a soldier captain among the chimeric ants was killed by Fink's trick. One punch smashed the opponent into pieces. It is precisely because of this battle that Fink's strength appears to be much stronger. In comparison, Shizuku and the captain fought a little hard and suffered a lot. Kaluto fared even less well. As for the peeling lev, it was only after he activated his ultimate move that he killed the opposing soldier captain. Xiaoji had to use an ability that he really didn't want to use, with huge side effects. In that battle, the strengths of several people were clearly divided. Among these people, Phaeton, Finks, Shelf Lev, Xiaoji, Shizuku, Kaluto. Obviously, Phaeton's strength is the strongest, followed by Finks. And then there's Peeling Lev. Shizuku, Xiaoji, almost the same. Kaluto might be a little weaker. As a member of the Zoldyck family, Kaluto's talent is not low, but after all, he is too young. Kaluto's age, even younger than Killua. Therefore, in the original plot, in the Chimeric Ant chapter, Kaluto is only in his early 10 years old. When Kaluto reaches Shizuku, Xiaoji and Xiaoji will inevitably be stronger than them. Even better than Finks, Phaeton is not out of the question. Current Finks, have you joined Phantom Troupe? Finks frowned slightly after getting the token. Immediately afterwards, the dumb horn showed a touch of disdain. Then throw the token far away. 33. Looking at it this way, there's a high probability that Finks has already joined Phantom Troupe, and that's why he disdains the invitation from the Elder City. Otherwise, everyone in Meteor Street should yearn for the Elder City. Not far away, a young man picked up the token and showed a surprised expression. Hastily looked around. When he was sure that no one noticed him, he breathed a sigh of relief and hid the token, then head towards the direction of the old city. Unknowingly, Ron noticed that less than half of his 100 tokens already had people. But that's just the beginning. The snatch at the beginning was only part of it. More importantly, it is on the way to the old city. Meteor Street is too big. Too few tokens, too fragmented. Therefore, many people thought of a way, that is to ambush and rob on the road. Ron did not continue 2.3 to focus on tokens. Regarding the ridiculous butler selection, Ron doesn't want to join the season. After all, Ron is not a ridiculous elder. In terms of age, he is a little younger than Mi-Ji, and he is Mi-Ji's cousin. If Mi-Ji knew that his exclusive butler was selected by Ron, maybe Mi-Ji would feel a little uncomfortable. Even if it was just a possibility, Ron didn't want to participate. In contrast, Ron is more interested in Phantom Troupe. Based on the timeline, Phantom Troupe has been established for 6 years. The time when Phantom Troupe was formed, a year before Killua and Gon were born. In the beginning, there were only Krallo, Yuvijin, Nobunaga, Maggie, Phaeton, Franklin, and Paknoten. After that, it was increased to 13 people. There was also a change of members in the middle. The next day, someone brought a token to the vicinity of the old city. Register them. The elder waved his hand. Being able to come to the vicinity of the elder city so quickly was more due to luck than strength. However, there is a certain amount of strength. There is only one kind of token scattered in the elder city. But in fact, there are 2 kinds of talents that the elder city needs. One is an ordinary soldier. Use guns to fight. The other is non-people, or people who have good potential to become excellent in people. For Meteor Street, both types of people are needed. At the Council of Elders, a very clear request was made on this point. Now our number 1 opponent is the world gangster headed by Old Man Wong. We need ordinary soldiers to stand up to their gangsters. At the same time, we need powerful Nun to fight against their Nen Beasts. The wild beasts on Meteor Street before were stronger than the dark beasts of the world gangsters. But now, only 2 of the wild beasts are left alive, and they don't know where they went. In this situation, the Nun on Meteor Street urgently need fresh blood. Asterisk used the method of fighting in the arena to select those who are suitable to be cultivated into Nun. 08. After registering, a young man holding a token entered the Elder City under the guidance of the guards. His eyes are full of excitement and anticipation for the future life. But after entering the Elder City, the first thing that comes into view is not the flowers of the Elder City, but a huge open space on which there are many arenas. In the ring battle, if you defend the ring for 10 consecutive rounds, you can be listed as an elite and enjoy elite treatment. One battle after another came one after another. Just at this time, Meteor Street, chaotic area. Among the ruins, several figures are sitting in different positions. In the center, A young man is dragging a book in his hand, staring at the contents of the book intently. A figure walked in from the outside. The youth closed the book. "Finks, you are finally here," Nobunaga complained. "For those of us, you're the only one who stays on Meteor Street. The distance is the closest, but you are the latest to come." Finks looked at Carile in the center with a smile on his lips. "Commander, long time no see." The next moment, it disappeared naturally. Boom! Finks' eyes collided with Nobunaga's. Arms to arms, the two were struggling. Both are none of enhancer, but in different directions. In terms of wrist strength, Finks is obviously stronger than Nobunaga. "Calm down. The leader has something to say." Franklin came between the two and pulled them apart. Everyone's eyes were on depravity. Nobunaga snorted coldly and returned to Xiaoji. Next to Maggie sat on the stone, turning her fingers gently. Franklin returned to where he was sitting before, and his whole body relaxed. As a member of Phantom Troupe, Franklin showed his temperament, but he didn't look like a villain. I'm more like a nice guy. In fact, in Phantom Troupe, Franklin is indeed playing the role of a good old man. Paknoten stands next to Carile. Xiaoji is playing with his phone. The shadow looked at the crowd expressionlessly. Phaeton whispered something in his mouth, like cursing. "Xiaoji, tell me." "Yes, Captain." Xiaoji stood up. "Everyone should already know the reason why we gathered. The actions of the Kudo thief group against Meteor Street have dealt a huge blow to Meteor Street. 1 inch. We don't care about those elders. Few of us like those old guys. However, targeting Meteor Street means targeting us. The wild beasts belonging to the elders were almost completely wiped out under the attack of the Kudo bandit group. Only 2 members survived, and these 2 members are now missing. Meteor Street killed millions. The purpose of the Kudo thieves group is to create disasters and obtain materials for reading materials. Afterwards, the elders entrusted the Hunter Association and Zoldyck to solve the KUT thieves group. Carile interrupts Xiaoji. "The elders' entrustment came after I gave the assembly order. Originally, my idea was to deal with the Kudo bandits. But now the Kudo thieves group no longer exists. However, since we have come back, we can't do nothing." Hearing this sentence, the people below became excited, especially Finks and Xiaoji. And Phaeton, the dialect swearing got louder. Xiaoji said aloud, "Captain, what are we going to do? Let's have a big fight." "For whom?" Carile reached out and pressed down. "There are 3 things. The first piece, the materials for the reading tool produced by the Kudo thieves group, 2 fell into the hands of the Zoldyck family, and 1 fell into the hands of the Hunter Association. But there's another one, lost in Meteor Street. I want to find this thing." "The second one." Carile was silent for a moment. "Things on Meteor Street have gotten worse over the years. It's going a different direction than what we expected, especially those elders. What they were doing secretly before, they're now doing it openly. The existence of these elders is not a good thing for Meteor Street." 220. Maggie frowned. "Captain, do you mean that we will kill the elders and after that, we, Phantom Troupe, will take over Meteor Street?" "It's not." Carile shook his head. "The purpose of Phantom Troupe is not this. My mind has never changed. Extreme evil is the only means by which we can achieve our ends. We cannot participate in the management of Meteor Street. Otherwise, our goal will not be achieved. That would actually be our weakness. Elder, what we have to do now is to restrict." After a pause, Carile continued. "The third thing, now we have 2 vacancies in Phantom Troupe. I hope to find the remaining 2 members of Wild Beast and invite them to join." Phaeton asked suddenly, "Then what about the 2 living members of the Kudo bandit? Are we doing nothing?" Xiaoji said, "Those 2 members were imprisoned in the death row of the Hunter Society, and we sneaked in. It was not an easy task. It required good planning. Leave them alone. When they're on death row, it's like they're dead," Carile said. "But if they come out, we'll kill them. Those who attack Meteor Street are unforgivable." "Correct." Finks said, "Do you know that the elders are recruiting troops now? A large number of tokens have been distributed in various places on Meteor Street. Now the people of Meteor Street are fighting for these tokens." Carile nodded. "I know, let them go first." Soon, at Xiaoji's suggestion, the members of Phantom Troupe split into 3 parts to perform 3 different tasks. The leader's expression just now. Does he think of Sarah again? Maggie walked out of the ruins and looked back. Nobunaga noticed Maggie's gaze and couldn't help asking, Margie, what's the matter? I think of someone. Boo, Sarasa. Maggie paused and said, it would be great if Sarasa was still around. Hearing the name, both Long and Yuvijin fell into a heavy silence. Many years ago, there was no Phantom Troupe, just a bunch of kids playing together. I like drama, I like acting, I like dubbing. In fact, it is no different from the children outside. Meteor Street at that time was quite different from the current Meteor Street. Owning a village, a small town, owning a church, besides surviving, there is life. It is precisely because they have the same hobbies that they come together. A brigade formed together. But the original intention of setting up the brigade was not to fight or to commit crimes. It's performance, it's travel. For the first few members of the brigade, Carile may be the most recognized, but it is the youngest Sarasa who sticks everyone together, and everyone likes them the most. However, not long after everyone decided to set up a brigade, Sarasa Hospital died. When it was found, Sarasa had already become a corpse, was hung on a tree, comes in a bag, most likely tortured before death. The murderer left Salash's body and put a note on Salash's face. After that, the members of the brigade changed. Find a murderer for Sarasa. Avenge Sarasa. B. Support the actions of the brigade members. The brigade group that everyone imagined before has no more content. Instead, a few years later, Phantom Troupe was formed, with Carile as the leader, not just for Salasha, but also for Meteor Street. It is worth mentioning that at the time, Carile wanted Yuvijin to be the leader. But everyone, including Yuvijin, chose Carile. At that time, it was great. If only the cleaning squad really existed. Nobunaga looked up to the sky. The cleaning team is a work that Phantom Troupe likes to dub very much, and it has also been welcomed by many children on Meteor Street. Unfortunately, until now, the murderer who killed Sarasha has not been found yet. Nobunaga's eye sockets became moist. Slap! Tears fell to her chest and wet her clothes. Nobunaga covered his face with one hand. A fierce breath emanated from Nobunaga's body. Yuvijin clenched his fist, punched, and smashed hard on the nearby stone. Boom! In an instant, the entire stone exploded, turned into countless powders. That be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. I will definitely find him and kill him. The other side, Finks and Feet in parallel. There was a moment of silence. If only we hadn't let Salasha leave alone. If only we went with her. Hearing Fink's words, Feeton also recalled the scene back then, and shook his head. It's useless. Even if we went with Sarasa at the time, the result would not change anything. It's just that the number of deaths would be one more. We were too weak at that time. That's why we want to be strong, isn't it? Xiaoji looked at Carile, then outside. After a while, he retracted his gaze and sat down not far from Carile. Here are the ruins. But once, it was the place where Xiaoji and others performed. The huge curtain hangs down, and the videotape is played, and many villagers are sitting on the seats below. As voice actors, they're looking at the audience below. All have fun. At that time, Meteor Street was far less chaotic than it is now. It can be seen as the fusion of the old garbage area and the new garbage area. Some people go to the garbage mountain to collect garbage. After the garbage is transported back, it is sorted, the food is food, and the materials are materials. It will be sent to the factory, and the people in the factory will process it and make finished products. The women in the village will take the initiative to take care of the children. However, it is different from the situation in the old garbage area now. Those women are not cold robots, but human beings. The incident with the Kudo thieves reminded Xiaoji of some of the past. At that time, Meteor Street was facing the disappearance and trafficking of many children. Everyone is at risk. When Sarasa disappeared, Xiaoji once wondered if Sarasa was also trafficked. However, the result was even worse than being trafficked. Being trafficked, at least he can still be alive. However, Sarasa died. Why do people like this always appear? What did Meteor Street do wrong? It was like this before, and it is still like this now. Will the leader's plan be successful? Xiaoji sighed. A figure appeared outside the Elder City, looking at Ron, to be more precise, at the token matrix in Ron's hand. Ron noticed the gaze and looked over. After that, he nodded to signal the other party to enter the Elder City first. The elders individually divided an area for Ron. Grandpa Jianua, comment screen. Gino nodded. Gino's efficiency is much faster than that of Meteor Street. You don't need to test it. You can judge it by just looking at it a few times. One by one, line up one after another. Most failed Gino's standards and were excluded. Such a person needs to go to the arena to compete with other people. Those selected by Gino are eligible to go to the Zoldyck Manor and compete for the status of trainee butler. But either way, it's not easy. Joining the Elder City is likely to face a battle soon. Coming to Zoldyck Manor, in training, there is also the possibility of death. At this moment, Ron sensed that a new piece of token was found. Ron sank his consciousness into the token matrix. A picture appeared in Ron's mind. In the picture, there are two figures. Phaeton? Finks. Ron frowned slightly. Is it Phaeton who picked up the token this time? However, Finks and Phaeton were not together just now. Has the Phantom Troupe assembled? Grandpa Gino is here. A single member of Phantom Troupe is nothing to be afraid of. However, if all the members of the regiment are assembled, it will be worth fearing. But after thinking about it, Ron felt relieved again. Because of this point in time, the Zoldicks and the Phantom Troupe have not clashed yet. Is this what the elders use to recruit soldiers? Phaeton held the token, felt the read on the token, and looked at Finks. Finks nodded. That's what I just told you. A shadow flickered in Phaeton's eyes. Now the elders have betrayed the population of Meteor Street, and it has become more open and above board. The world's gangsters, various kingdoms, and different forces all buy and sell the people in Meteor Street like livestock. Finks' face turned cold. However, they tend to show it. It's not just the elders. Those who were betrayed also want to leave Meteor Street. The resources here are indeed too scarce. The current Meteor Street is no longer the Meteor Street of the past. Tell me, why did Meteor Street become like this? Phaeton shook his head. Have no idea. By the way, Finks, do you still remember the scene when we met when we were young? Thinking back, Finks felt better and smiled. Of course I remember. At that time, Xiaoji and the three of them were the strongest, occupying a separate territory. Xiaoji and the team leader were together. The two went to pick up things at the site of the three Xiaojins in 207, and they were beaten. The leader at that time was really weak. No way. If you can't read, who can be the opponent of that big Xiaojin? It wasn't Franklin who made the move. I'm afraid neither the leader nor Xiaoji can escape. As a result, after they ran out, they met us. We've been lied to. Phaeton nodded. The group leader who was the weakest among us back then has now become the strongest existence among us. For Sarashah and for Meteor Street, the group leader has paid a lot and worked harder than all of us. I trust the leader. I believe in the thoughts of the captain. I believe in the philosophy of the leader. As long as we carry out the goal of extreme evil, Meteor Street will one day become what we want. The murderer who killed Salashah can also be found. Suddenly, Phaeton looked at the token in his hand and frowned. Crack! The token shattered in Phaeton's hands, and the picture in Ron's mind also disappeared. Phaeton, what's the matter? Our conversation just now may have been overheard. Phaeton looked at the token fragments on the ground. There is something wrong with this token. I was careless and fell into memory. Finks takes a look. Forget it. It doesn't matter if someone overhears you. The conversations we had just now were not important. Go to the task first. Phaeton nodded. Ron gave a slightly odd expression. According to Phaeton's performance, he should not know the effect of the token at the beginning. And even if you know, you won't know that the mother body of the token is talking about me behind your back. Between Phantom Troupe and Zoldyck, there is no conflict. Therefore, there should be no problem with the conversation between Phaeton and Finks. However, this begs the question. Ron's eyes flickered. The plot I knew before was that the original members of Phantom Troupe were 7, and Phaeton and Finks were not among them. But now it seems that both Phaeton and Finks are initial members. Wait, It seems that it was not confirmed that the initial members of Phantom Troupe were 7, but it was just speculation. In terms of numbers, it is indeed abnormal that there are only 7 initial members. The number 11, but if there are not so many initial members, there will be no such number. Also, from what Phaeton said, the reason and purpose of Phantom Troupe's establishment is not just to commit crimes, but for Meteor Street. Who is that Sarasa? Ron slowly digested the information in his mind. There are a lot of differences from the information about Phantom Troupe in the original plot that Ron had obtained before. I don't know the real situation, what it is like. Ron shook his head. 10 days later, the conscription on Meteor Street is almost over, and most of the tokens have already been found. Only a handful are still out there, or not to be found, or still being contested. Zeno will select from nearly 200 people and will select 10 trainee butler candidates to bring back to the Zoldyck Manor. Upon returning to the Zoldyck estate, training and screening will take place. There will be one person who will stand out from the crowd and become G's exclusive butler. But Ron doesn't pay attention to this. Ron cared. After many days of conscription on Meteor Street, Ron's observers absorbed the characteristics of Meteor Street with great intent and finally reached 100% progress at this moment. This means that Ron's third mind beast is about to appear. At the same time, the appearance of the beast will also give Ron a certain amount of feedback. Grandpa Zeno, I'll go back to my room. It is good. Ron returned to the room arranged by the elders. After that, by moves, 2 figures appeared. A streak of pink for the Killer Queen. A young man who cuts teeth for Fanma. 2 Nen Beasts. One stood behind the door. One stood behind the window. In this way, even if something unexpected happens, these 2 beasts can protect Ron's safety. Of course, this possibility is not great. This is the old city. In the Elders' city, the elders have the final say. And Zeno is still here. The elders must not dare to mess around. However, from what I just heard, Phaeton's remarks, the purpose of Phantom Troupe's return this time should not only come back to take a look, it may have a big impact on the situation on Meteor Street. I remember that in the original plot, in the Chimera chapter, the elders had a subtle attitude towards Phantom Troupe. Also, in the case of Ikexin, Meteor Street's support for Phantom Troupe is very strong. When the world's gangsters knew that Phantom Troupe was from Meteor Street, they gave up their revenge on Phantom Troupe. The status of these elders in Meteor Street may be about to undergo some changes. Ron came back to his senses and looked at the crystal ball in front of him. The progress has reached 100% of the crystal ball, exuding a faint brilliance. Start. The next moment, Ron felt the chi in his body rushing into the crystal ball at an extremely fast speed. It was exactly the same as the last scene. The color of the crystal ball begins to change. Boom! A voice exploded in Ron's mind. Immediately afterwards, Ron felt that his consciousness seemed to be trapped in another space, and phantoms entered Ron's sight. A young man in black has piercing eyes, a girl with long red hair and a cute expression, a man with a gloomy face and a mutilated body, a bald, unremarkable, a girl with long blonde hair. In the next moment, all these figures entered the crystal ball. Boom! A crack sounded. Ron felt his consciousness withdraw at an extremely fast speed. Not long. Ron opened his eyes. With a thought, a figure appeared in front of Ron. At the same time, a burst of information surged into Ron's mind. Computer girl Xiaoji. No, to be precise, Alton. Ron looked at the blonde girl in front of him. Like Killer Queen and Fanma Bladia, they all come from certain works in Ron's previous life memories. Alton corresponds to a world called Angel Heart, a computer girl. This is not a human being, but a computer. However, the compatibility is still much stronger than ordinary people, and it has the ability to float at low altitude. However, in this world, Alton's compatibility and skills are definitely not up to the mark. After all, this is a naughty world. Alton's main ability lies in the ability of computer network. Has a very strong firewall. In addition, it also has top intrusion capabilities. And Meteor Street, in some respects, also corresponds to the above. Absorb the characteristics of the Zoldyck Manor to create the Killer Queen. Absorbing the characteristics of the Sky Arena, the Fan Horseblade was created. Meteor Street is the dumping ground for this world. In the original plot of the Computer Girl Angel Heart, Alton was picked up as garbage. Good. Ron nodded. For a nemesis, his own strength is very important, but the ability to collect information and intelligence is also very important. In this regard, I am lacking. My idea before was to find such a person among the teams formed in the future, similar to Schaunert's position in Phantom Troupe. And now that I have Alton, I don't need it. Alton's cyber intelligence capabilities will be above everyone else. There is no firewall that Alton cannot break through. And with super searchability, any computer in this world will be much more deceiving. It can be said that as long as it has left traces on the internet of this world, Alton can find it. Ron calculated in his mind. Currently, let's take it all together. In terms of melee combat, there's Fan Marunya, who has obtained the extra nun Fan Marunya, and his strength is much higher than before. Not weak at all. Ambush, trap, sneak attack. The ability of the Killer Queen is extremely suitable for this aspect. In terms of network intelligence, Alton is top-notch. It can be said that now my Nen Beast, coupled with the ability of my body, is already relatively comprehensive. If you want to say that it is lacking at present, it is the ability to fight from a distance. It's just my thoughts, it's not enough. And the intelligence information acquisition ability of the real environment. Alton is just information acquisition in the network environment. Ron had a thought. Fan Ma Bladia, Alton, and Killer Queen all disappeared. But Ron didn't leave the room right away. Instead, he is seriously feeling the changes in his own body. The appearance of a new beast will bring certain feedback to Ron. Killer Queen is so. This is the case with Fan Ma's blade. So is Alton. Ron could clearly feel that his strength had once again increased a lot. This is much faster than Ron's own daily training. Before I said it, I could barely reach the level of a sea-level nun. So now, it has reached the level of sea-level nun steadily. Moreover, his aura far surpasses that of Tai Li Tu at the same level. I can let Fan Ma Binjia and Killer Queen be present at the same time instead of holding them back in terms of strength, equivalent to multiple C-grade nun. Plus my body, among the same level, there are few people who can be my opponent. Ron walked out of the room. At this time, Geno's screening was almost finished. 10 teenagers and girls stood in front of Geno. Grandpa Geno, are you all right? Okay. Geno nodded. It's almost the same here. Ron said, this big conscription has given me a lot of inspiration. If I continue to stay on Meteor Street, it will be of no use to me. Though, seeking flowers, then you and I go back to Zoldyck Manor? Ron shook his head. I'll go back to the Sky Race Arena first, and wait until the 1 year agreed with my great-grandfather arrives before returning to the manor. The two are ready to leave. At this moment, a girl rushed to this side, wearing black, shoulder-length short hair. Wearing black-rimmed glasses, the whole person looks dull. The upper body is a black long-sleeved sweater. The lower body is simple jeans. The age looks like 12 or 13 years old. A name came to Ron's mind. Shizuku, member of Phantom Troupe 8. Now, though, Shizuku is definitely not a member of Phantom Troupe. In the original plot, Shizuku joined after Silva killed the original 8th member of Phantom Troupe. 0. In this world, Silva has not yet killed the original 8th member of Phantom Troupe. Grandpa Geno, can I take this man away? Ron pointed to Shizuku. In terms of appearance, the girl in front of her was almost exactly the same as Shizuku from the original plot in Ron's memory. It's just a smaller version. As soon as the original plot appeared, Shizuku was already in his 20s. Now Ron is not entirely sure that the girl in front of him is Shizuku. However, there's no loss in taking the girl away. Geno glanced at Shizuku and nodded. 11 figures followed Geno and Ron. A bus appears. After Geno paid the purchase amount of these people to the elders, he has the right to take these people away. This bus was arranged by the elders on their own initiative. With a roar of the engine, the bus left Meteor Street. Ron was sitting in the car, thinking about the next Nian Zheng's question. My previous idea was to take the hunter exam and absorb the characteristics of the hunter exam. With my strength, I should have no problem passing the hunter exam. But now it seems that just taking the hunter test once may not be enough for the observers to absorb the characteristics of the hunter test to 100%. Whether it is to absorb the characteristics of the Sky Arena or the characteristics of Meteor Street, it is not easy. So, how about Greed Island 8? Came to a small town outside, and then drove to a nearby city. It wasn't until they boarded the airship that Ron and Zeno were separated. Zeno returned to Zoldyck Manor with several candidates for the apprentice butler. Ron went to the Sky Arena. On the airship, Shizuku sat next to Ron, curiously looking at the scenery outside the window. Now Ron has identified Shizuku. It is indeed the Phantom Troupe member in the original plot. The first is the extreme similarity in appearance. The second point is Shizuku's short-term amnesia. It is easy to forget the recent things. You need to use a notebook to write down the things you want to record. When you need it, take out your notebook and read it. My lord, what kind of place is the Sky Arena? Call me Captain, Ron said. The Sky Arena is a place where many 943 fighters gathered. You will know when you get there. By the way, we also have a companion in the Sky Arena. Same as you, a girl, younger than you. Meteor Street. Franklin looked at Pi Keynote and next to him. Not long after, Xiaoji caught up. A huge ruin came into the sight of the three of them. Not ruins of buildings, but it was flat land, which was beaten to this level abruptly by the fierce battle. Is this where they fought? Paknoten frowned. With such destructive power, their strength cannot be underestimated. Franklin nodded. After all, it is the existence that defeated all the wild beasts. Everyone doesn't know the strength of the Kudo bandit group, but everyone knows the strength of the wild beasts. To be honest, in terms of overall strength, the current Phantom Troupe is not as good as the wild beast. If facing the Kudo bandit group, there's a high probability of losing, unless it can be designed in advance. The strength of the members of the Kudo thieves group may have reached the level of the group leader. Among us, most of the members are actually lagging behind in combat. The group leader, Finks, Yuvijin, Phaeton, they can be at the forefront among the wild beasts. Especially the leader. If the leader is given a few more years, the leader of the wild beast should not be the leader's opponent. Xiaoji analyzed. In this case, Zoldyck, who can defeat the Kudo thieves group, and the hunter from the Hunter Association will only be much stronger. It's just that the head of the group is not their opponent. These people must be cautious when encountering them in the future. Paknoten's eyes flickered. Zoldyck? The world's #1 killer family. Xiaoji nodded. According to the information I got, there are quite a few housekeepers in the Zoldyck family who are from Meteor Street. Also, people from the Zoldyck family don't do anything other than their mission. So even if we encounter it, there is no need to worry. As long as their mission target is not us, they will not attack me unless we take the initiative to attack them. Franklin scanned the entire battlefield. What were the details of the battle like at that time? At the beginning, Geno Zoldyck and the old a member of the Kudo thieves group, encountered each other. Geno Zoldyck won the victory. Old broken arm, Geno Zoldyck left. Franklin was puzzled. Why did the old break his arm and left Geno Zoldyck? Because other members of a Kudo thieves group are about to come to support them. Franklin was still puzzled. However, in the case of the old C who has already lost his arm, Geno Zoldyck can take advantage of the victory and pursue it, making the old C lose his fighting ability for a short time. One-on-one, since Geno Zoldyck can defeat old O. According to what you said before, the strength of the members of the Kudo thieves group is almost the same. For another member of the Kudo thieves group, Geno Zoldyck should have an advantage. Xiaoji nodded. Indeed, but that's a decision those of us, the Zoldicks, don't act the way we do. Xiaoji continued. After Geno Zoldyck retreated, the elders soon learned of what the Kudo bandits were doing, so they ordered an attack on the Kudo bandits. A large number of people went and brought a large number of guns, artillery, and a lot of blood. 7-inch. But there's a big disparity in strength between the two sides, soon to be wiped out by Kudo thieves. Then the elders sent out the wild beasts. The overall strength of the wild beasts is still not as good as that of the Kudo Thieves group, but they persisted for a long time and spread the news of a loss. The elders are the ones who entrusted Zoldyck, and Hunter of the Hunter Association. The details after that, I have just talked about it, and you all know it. Franklin was silent for a moment. I think the direction set by the group leader is correct. Only the truly evil can prevent Meteor Street from being bullied by outsiders. However, strength is more important than extreme. Even the Kudo Thieves group will be easily defeated. What strength do you think we need to achieve to accomplish our goal? Xiaoji shook his head. Have no idea. But no matter what, try to become stronger. If every member of our Phantom Troupe can reach the level of Zeno Zoldyck and Silva Zoldyck, maybe we won't be far from this goal. The location of the Zoldyck estate is fully publicized, and there are countless intruders and challengers yearly against Zoldyck, but none of them succeed. Meteor Street is bigger, but our Phantom Troupe will be stronger in the future. In the beginning, Carile only brought up the evil point, but after so many years, everyone in Phantom Troupe has realized that strength is more important than extreme evil. When there is enough strength, no matter it is good or evil, it is enough to protect Meteor Street. But when the strength is not enough, extremely evil can help a little from the side. The airship landed. Ron returns to Sky Arena with Shizuku. Go directly to the 200th floor. A figure walked out from the opposite side, and when it saw Ron, it raised its chin, not paying attention. This man Ron knew. It was the young man who had fought Ron on the 199th floor before. The youth's master is one of the layer masters. Ron nodded too. After that, go back to the door of your luxury suite and knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The door opens. Nina and Ice Bear stood at the door. The moment she saw Ron, Nina had a look of surprise in her eyes. Little big brother. The white bear also approached Ron kindly, rubbing his head. It was a long time before Nina noticed Shizuku behind Ron. Little big brother, this is... Nina looked at Shizuku curiously. This is Shizuku. Ron introduced. This is also the future member of our team. Hello, Shizuka's sister. I'm Nina. Hello. Shizuku held out his hand, and Nina's hand was held. Then he took out a notebook from his pocket, wrote down Nina's name on it, and drew a pattern image. In addition, the white bear is also drawn on the side. Little big brother, this is... Ron pointed to his head and said, Shizuku has a problem here. There will be short-term memory loss. Things that happened in a short period of time are easy to forget. You need to remember. So that's how it is. Nina took Shizuka by the hand and brought Shizuku inside. Boom! After Ron walked in, he closed the door and closed it. Nina, tell me about the situation during this time. Yes, little big brother. Nina spoke quickly. Little big brother, I have already developed my ability. This is it. 0.8-inch. With that said, Nina began to show. Nina looked at Polar Bear. Wow. Ice Bear followed subconsciously. Wow. In a state of concentration, Ron saw that after the white bear's voice came out, there was a mass of thoughts belonging to Nina attached to the white bear. The next moment, this group of thoughts is to control the white bear. That's what I'm capable of. Nina said, when I activate the ability, I will say a sentence, depending on the length of the words I say, if the other party repeats the sentence I said within a limited time. Then the other party will be under my control. Ron frowned slightly. I have to say, this ability is very weird. Whether the effect is strong or not, let's not talk about it first. But this mode of action is difficult for ordinary people to guard against. According to the rules of constraints and oaths, the more difficult the constraints and oaths, the more bonuses to abilities. It's like Carile's thief's intent. The conditions of use are harsh. However, after completing these conditions, the ability of the opponent can be completely stolen. Not only do you own it, but you can also let the other party lose it. The rogue's intent and Ron's observer's intent are, in a way, similar. For none, the more abilities the better. However, a none person's energy and talent are limited. So even if he trains diligently, the ability he can master is extremely limited, and it is impossible to have too many. Unless it is someone like Netero who has lived for hundreds of years. But even Netero is not so good at all departments. And Netero is taking the route of Xingyuan Liu. This is different from ordinary none. Carile can collect abilities through the rogue's ultimate intent. These abilities do not need to be developed and practiced by themselves. They can be used directly. However, when using it, it is a little inconvenient. Ron can create different mind beasts through the extreme intention of the observer. Absorb the characteristics of different places, create different abilities of the beast, and combine the characters of the works in Ron's memory. When obtaining this mind beast, it will be more troublesome than Carile's ability to capture it. But when using it, Ron is more convenient than Carile. In addition, the ability of Gene Freaks is somewhat similar. After receiving the attack of the opponent's chi, he can immediately copy the opponent's ability. Ron, Carile, Kim Freaks all have many possibilities in terms of ability. This is a great advantage for none. Among the current three, Gene Freaks is undoubtedly the best. Ron is currently the weakest, but there is a possibility of surpassing Gene Freaks. And Carile, if you want to surpass Gold Freaks, it is very difficult, very difficult. Ron understands this world. More or less, he still has blood. The blood of Freaks and the blood of Zoldyck are very good. And Carile, it seems that there is no special blood. In addition to being a member of Zoldyck, Ron also has the identity of a time traveler. This ability is not bad, Ron said, but it's best not to use it frequently, but to use it at critical moments. Once people know the intelligence and use this ability, the probability of success will be much smaller. So, I suggest that you can develop another ability. Usually use the second ability when it's not important. Wait until you have to, and then use the first calendar. Nina nodded. Yeah, okay, little big brother, I see. Ron added, when you haven't developed the second ability, you can use Ice Bear's cooperation with you to disguise it as your ability to confuse others. It is good. After the experience of Synthetic Beast, Ice Bear also opened the aura nodes and became a nun. Because of being with Nina for a long time, Nina is the little master of Polar Bear. There is a tacit understanding between one person and one dog. The combination of the two, in the eyes of uninformed outsiders, has a high probability, and they will mistakenly think that Nina's ability is to control the white bear. By the way, little big brother, there is something I want to tell you. What's the matter? Carile seems to be back. Carile. Ron froze for a moment before he realized it. Carile. Of course Ron remembered. Nina's father. The culprit who turned Nina and Ice Bear into synthetic beasts. 993. Someone Ron absolutely loathes. Because Carile is Nina's father, Nina didn't call Carile her father, but called him by his first name. This slowed Ron's reaction a beat. However, it is normal for Nina to call her by her first name. Nina had made it clear before that Lena was dead. Lena is Carile's daughter, not Nina. I remember, hasn't he already lost his qualification to stay in the Sky Arena? Yes, Nina said. He didn't come as a player, but as a spectator. He appeared in front of me after I stepped off the ring during the competition. He wanted me to go with him, but I didn't want to. Ron narrowed his eyes slightly. Is he still there? Should still be in this city. I saw him yesterday. I wanted to take me away. If I didn't achieve this goal, he wouldn't be reconciled. Moreover, I can feel that he has bad intentions. Nina was really disappointed in Carile this time. No matter what happened before, Nina still didn't hate Carile, but just severed the relationship between the two. Become strangers. But now, Carile came to him again, which made Nina feel disgusted with Carile. I'll watch him secretly first. Regarding Carile's coming to the door, there are nothing more than two possibilities. One is that they feel remorse, feel guilty, and want to make up for Nina. The other is to continue to want to use Nina. But if it was the former, there was no need for Carile to let Nina leave with Carile. To make up for it, just pay directly. If the first possibility is ruled out, it can only be the second possibility. Carile wants to continue using Nina. In this case, how should we deal with Carile? Drive him away? Or kill him directly? But what is Carile going to do with Nina? Ron was a little curious about this. At the same time, several guesses emerged in my mind. One is to use family affection to kidnap Nina and make Nina work for Carile. If you can work, what you want is money. Carile wanted to become the layer master, but also for money. If asked for money, at least try to ask. But Carile didn't ask at all. Then it proves that it is not for money. Is it ability? Carlisle's nun is very perverted. It is a kind of nun that fuses humans and beasts to create a synthetic beast that is half human and half beast. The strength of this synthetic beast is not bad. Compared with Ron, it is naturally not as good. However, compared to those newcomer killers in the Sky Arena, they're much stronger. Carlisle's synthetic beast before used his wife as the material. The second synthetic beast is made of his own daughter. However, the nun on the second synthetic beast has been removed by Ron. Nina and Ice Bear have separated. However, Carlisle's abilities were not abolished. Normally, if Carlisle needs to restore his strength and ability, he can find another person, a beast, and synthesize them. Could it be that Carlisle's ability has any special constraints and limitations? For example, the human material must be an extremely close person. Ron pondered for a moment. This is a possibility. Into the night. Everyone rests. There are 2 rooms in Ron's luxury suite. Ron 1. Shizuku and Nina 1. The white bear sleeps in a corner. Nina bought a kennel for Ice Bear, which is very spacious and comfortable to sleep in. Ice Bear is very satisfied with this kennel. Ron had a thought. Alton. The next moment, Alton's figure appeared. Go and look up all the information about Carlisle. Alton came to the network cable. There is no need for a computer. Alton itself is a computer. It can be used when the network cable is connected, even if it is in arrears. There is no program and software problem that Alton cannot break through, unless it is blocked by hardware. Alton stretched out one of his fingers and inserted it into the port of the network cable. The next moment, Ron felt that Alton entered the search mode. Just like multiple CPUs of a computer are running at high speed, the memory is also high. Not long after, Alton stopped. A message was fed back into Ron's mind. As a humanoid computer, Alton has no such ability. But as Ron's mind beast, it can be done. To be precise, it was Ron himself who did it. All the information about Carlisle has been sorted out, but everything that is available on the internet has been collected by Alton, and the timeline has also been sorted out. In this document, Ron can clearly see the life on Carlisle's network. I was a dentist when I was young. The wife is beautiful. Happy family. Afterwards, the clinic was smashed, and the family left the place under the violent attack of competitors. Carlisle is extremely unwilling about this. In addition, judging from what Carlisle posted on the internet at this time, this incident has inspired the violent genes in Carlisle's heart. After that, the Carlisle family came to the Sky Arena. Carlisle became a fighter. Using the doctor's understanding of the human body and diligent training, Carlisle's strength has improved rapidly. A few years later, I was promoted to the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Here, Carlisle suffers a freshman initiation. This newcomer initiation has hit Carlisle hard. Carlisle has been missing for half a year. But Carlisle's wife is not missing. There are traces on the internet, and showing concern for Carlisle. It is certain that Carlisle was not with Carlisle's wife at the time. After half a year, Carlisle will return. It wasn't long before Lyle's wife disappeared. If there is no accident, it was made into a composite beast by Carlisle. What happened after that was the experience in the Sky Arena. The key lies in the 6 months before that. With a thought in Ron's mind, AI Lukuin's figure disappeared. Grave accent, Alton's existence value is really high. In terms of combat effectiveness, it's nothing. But the ability to collect information is too strong. Even if it's ridiculous, it's completely incomparable. As long as there are traces on the internet, Alton can find them. And in this world, there are also most people who cannot do without the internet. Right now, as a top online intelligence officer, Alton just lacks a little network. But as long as you give Alton time to accumulate contacts, it's not a problem. There's also a distinction between intelligence merchants. Alton's online intelligence capabilities are unparalleled. With such a high ability, it is very easy to establish a cooperative relationship with other intelligence providers. More often than not, Alton needs the help of other informants. It is other informants who need Alton's help. I seem to be able to earn money from information sales. Maybe it will be easier, money is better, than the killer mission. When Ron had this idea, he manifested Eliotane again. At the same time, He passed on his thoughts to Alton. Alton walked to the network cable port. Ron sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate. For none people, rest does not have to lie in bed. Meditation with eyes closed is also a rest. A great deal of energy and spirit can be restored. And at this time, Alton had caused a storm in a small area on a certain intelligence website. Many intelligence providers are paying attention to the content on the web page. His eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. Who is this computer girl? In such a short period of time, so many intelligence commissions have been completed. What's the situation? Could it be that you deliberately accepted the commission and collected information, but didn't submit it, and instead submitted it together? Is this sick? When the internet has been integrated into human society, all walks of life cannot help but get involved with the internet, and different professions have their own bases on the internet. The killer chooses the entrusting website to receive the task. It's an internal forum that only Hunter can log into. Intelligence sites where intelligence officers are located. The circle of intelligence sounds huge, but on the internet, it seems very small. There are only a few websites where many intelligence personnel gather. Some people who need information will post commissions on it, similar to killer missions. And those who know the relevant information can accept this entrustment. Between the two, trade. In addition, some intelligence personnel with friendship will form their own small groups and communicate in small groups. Under normal circumstances, the completion speed of the intelligence tasks on the website will not change much. Even if there are fluctuations, it is only occasionally. But just this night, many intelligence personnel noticed something on the website. The intelligence missions that were posted on the website were quickly completed one after another. And this is obviously unreasonable. There are already hundreds of them. It's impossible for one person to do that. It's definitely a team. And none of them are newcomers. Among the resolved intelligence requests, 197 has been suspended for a long time, and no one has completed them for several years. The next day, it's daybreak. Ron opened his eyes, got out of bed, went behind the window, and drew the curtains. Light from outside shone in. A burst of information, fed back from Alton, entered Ron's mind. Ron's eyes widened involuntarily. In one night, you made more than 1 billion nuns? Is information so profitable? 1 billion or so nuns is not a lot for a nun, especially for a nun of Ron's level, but it is definitely not small. Ron has taken on a few hitman missions before. Among the 5 death row prisoners, there are also naughty ones. A death row prisoner is nothing more than a commission of 100 million ordnance. To Ron, the task of killing 1 billion monks is not too difficult. However, to kill a person is not as simple as rushing up to kill. But before carrying out the task, it is necessary to collect intelligence, obtain the position and ability of the other party. In addition, before coming to the location of the other party, it is necessary to investigate the surrounding situation clearly. Look for the opportunity again and make a move. Eighth, after completing the killer task, you have to leave. It takes a lot of time to rush through the middle road. Killer missions are a hassle. In contrast, if AI Alton is allowed to conduct intelligence on the internet, he can obtain more than 1 billion ringtones in one night. Ron didn't need to do anything, just sit and meditate. All the work was done by Alton. This is such an easy thing. With Alton's technology, even if someone wants to trace Alton's IP, it is impossible. There is no risk of exposure. In the future, this can be used as a standing and means of making money. But for money, Ron doesn't need it that much. Enough is enough. In the world of the naughty, not everything can be bought with money. What Ron wants more is to build an intelligence network with Alton as the core. With a thought, Liu Tan's figure disappeared. Ron walked out of the room. Little big brother. Nina had already come to the living room first. What would you like for breakfast? Ron thought for a moment. Bread and beef, and some fruit, twice as much as before. In the world of Famarenya, there is a well-known saying, that is, the more you eat, the stronger you are. This is not absolute. However, the stronger you are, the more you usually eat, because normal daily activities consume more energy. The food intake of a strong fighter is definitely much larger than that of an ordinary person. Players with relatively high layers in the Sky Arena, when released, Almost everyone is a big eater. As for none, compared with physical energy, the upper limit of spiritual energy may be higher, but physical energy is also an extremely important part. Eat more than ordinary fighters, not less. Unless it's at Netero or at the level of Zoldyck. Nina didn't question, but looked at Shizuku again. Sister Shizuku, what do you want to eat? Bread. Shizuku hesitated for a moment, and only said the word bread. For Shizuku, who was born in Meteor Street, being able to eat bread is already a very good result. Most of the time, even bread is not available. In the original plot, they are also members of Phantom Troupe. However, Shizuku was added later. He is much younger than Carile and others. At that time, the situation on Meteor Street had already changed. From scattered villages, it changes towards 4 fixed areas. Therefore, Shizuku's childhood was actually worse than that of Carile and others. Don't you want anything else? Other. Shizuku subconsciously looked at Ron. Ron said, Nina, just give Shizuku the same breakfast as you. It is good. Shizuku is older than Nina, but Nina has opened aura nodes, is a nun person. After coming and going, the food intake of the two should not be much different. Nina called the kitchen and started ordering. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. The staff has delivered breakfast to the door. Shizuku's eyes lit up. Is this the outside world? Just make a phone call and the food will be delivered to your door automatically. Nina pushed the trolley to the dining table and transferred the food on it to the dining table. Divide one by one, and the share of Ice Bear. I'm going to start. Ron was eating breakfast and remembered some things about Alton. Alton not only can obtain information from the internet, but also has the ability to learn life skills. Cleaning, cooking, etc. Cleanliness is not needed, but the ability to cook is unavoidable. You can let Alton learn. There's also the issue of the mobile network. Ron didn't want to use Alton's ability again and again, so he asked Alton to find a network cable interface. In this world, mobile phones exist. Naturally, there is also the ability to surf the internet unlimitedly. For Alton, as long as she is given a mobile phone, Aluda can use this channel to break through the barriers of the mobile phone network and connect to the network. Completely anonymous. No traffic charges. Hidden entry. Remove all traces of the internet. However, the mobile phone used by Alton needs to be specially customized. After breakfast, Ron went downstairs. When we got down to the 40th floor, the elevator stopped. A figure walked in. When he saw Ron, he was obviously taken aback. But he didn't take the initiative to say hello to Ron. Sedeso stood on the other side of the elevator, looking at Ron out of the corner of his eye. The two basically came to the Sky Arena at the same time and have met a few times. But now the situation of the two is completely different. Ron became a player on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena early on, and also won 2 victories. Sedeso, on the other hand, is still struggling at the bottom of the Sky Arena. Now it has reached the 40th floor, that's all. He didn't even qualify for a room in the Sky Arena, so he had to find a hotel outside to stay. The upscale hotel spending for Sedeso has been over. Not something Sedeso can afford anymore. Is the gap between people so big? Sedeso is very envious of Ron and takes Ron as an example, but he will inevitably feel some bitterness in his heart. Ding dong. The elevator stopped on the 1st floor. Ron walked out. I looked around twice and then walked towards a street selling electronic equipment. Little friend, what about your family? The woman at the counter saw Ron and smiled slightly. Sister, my father asked me to do the shopping. Ron didn't bother to explain, so he simply found an excuse like this. It's amazing. You can help the family at such a young age, but your father is really relieved to let you come alone. What do you want? My sister can give you a discount. A laptop is mainly about performance, and a mobile phone is mainly about stability. My father said, I want to get the best one in your store, and the price is not a problem. Just swipe his card. The woman's eyes widened slightly, a little surprised at what Ron was about to buy. These 2 things are not cheap, and they are not light. A child alone to buy? Are you sure? These 2 things are not cheap, and can you afford them, kid? Of course, I am very powerful, sister. Hurry up, I have to go back quickly. Okay, Ting. It is impossible for a woman not to do business. Ron acted like a kid from a rich family. Rare, but not rare. The only difference is that the children of other rich people will be accompanied by someone, but Ron is just alone. Soon the woman recommended laptops and mobile phones that she thought were good. Ron checked the model number. Before coming here, Ron asked Alton to conduct a survey on the internet and make a conclusion. These two models are both on the list listed by Alton, so Ron has nothing to hesitate. Swipe card. Ron pulled out his card. Drop. After confirming that the payment was successful, Ron left the shop with his laptop and mobile phone. After that, head towards a remote corner. There's no pressure on Ron to carry these things, but it is somewhat inconvenient, so Ron decided to put these things into the Killer Queen's internal space first. At this moment, Ron suddenly noticed several eyes falling on him. Ron glanced out of the corner of his eye. Several young people kept looking at themselves and the things in their hands. There was something called greed in his eyes. Slowly followed him. Ron shook his head. How can you meet such a person everywhere? Didn't you think about it before choosing your target? This is near the Sky Arena. I'm old. Dare to buy things alone. Looks like a bully. Ron entered the alley. The young men quickly chased after them. Little devil, hand over your things and money. Interrupt. Get out your card and say the pin. Two young men took out knives from their pockets and approached Ron. The other guy went around to the other side and intercepted Ron on the other side of the alley. The man also took out a knife in his hand. Stupid and cowardly. I thought I was weak, so I caught up and robbed me. But facing a child, you need to take out a knife to strengthen your courage. Ron noticed the murderous intent among the few people. Immediately, they knew that even if they handed over their things, money, and cards, they would not let them go. So, Ron made a decision. Ma Saber. The figure of Marina appeared. After 3 or 2 strokes, they entered another alley. These robbers were not none, let alone this skill, and they couldn't see the existence of Marina. 0. Seeking flowers. Superior. With a crash, several robbers rushed to the weekly. Marina clapped his hands together. Snapped. In an instant, the positions of Ron and Marina were exchanged. Ron's figure appeared in the alley next door. When several robbers saw Ron disappearing suddenly, their pupils suddenly shrank and their eyes widened. What's the situation? Still haven't reacted. Marina's attack had already arrived. Simple, unpretentious. Ma's sharp teeth directly pinched the throats of several robbers and then twisted them. Crack! There were 3 consecutive throat-cracking sounds. Boom! 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 0. The 3 robbers fell to the ground one after another. K. The body twitched continuously, and he could no longer make a sound, and soon there was no movement at all. Ron had a thought. Killer Queen. The figure of the Killer Queen appeared. Ron stuffed what was in his hands into the body space of the Killer Queen. A lot of things have been placed in it before, and now some are stuffed in, and there's a feeling of fullness. In terms of space stored capacity, there's also some lack. With a thought in Ron's mind, the Killer Queen disappeared. The space in the Killer Queen's body is still too small. There is a limit to what can be stored. There is a huge space inside Shizuku's Popeye, but now Shizuku can't even read. Also, after leaving Meteor Street and coming to Sky Arena, will Shizuku develop the same ability as in the original plot, or will there be changes? None. It's actually a very subjective thing. Walking out of the alley, Ron came to a metal shop and bought some metal here. An hour later, Ron returned to the gate of the Sky Arena. Ron felt eyes resting on him again. However, it was a completely different level from the 3 robbers before. This time his eyes were full of resentment. Ron didn't look back, just glanced out of the corner of his eye. Carile, it really is you. Ron didn't stop and walked directly into Hall 5 of the Sky Arena. Because you think I kidnapped Nina, so you hate me? However, now that Nina is one of my team members, I will absolutely not allow you to take her away. Ron has feelings for Nina. The life of the tragic little girl in the world of Full Metal Alchemist is too similar. Ron hoped that Nina wouldn't end up at the show like that little girl. And Nina is already a member of Ron's team. Third, then developed by Nina, is very valuable. Go upstairs. Entering the room, Ron began to process the purchases. First up is the new laptop. The performance of the previous one was a little bit behind. Although Alton said that it is the most powerful computer in the world, the communication between Ron and Alton is no problem, but in order to display intelligence information to others, a carrier is still needed. 040-inch. Alton is not suitable. This new laptop does just that. Alton, deal with this. Ron handed Alton the old laptop, instructed Alton to clear all the data in it, so that no one has the possibility of recovery. Transfer the data inside to the new laptop. After that, let the Killer Queen use the ability on the old notebook. Boom! Explosions are silent. Ron moved his mouth lightly and dubbed it a voice. A shock spread out, and because it exploded in mid-air, it didn't attract much attention. The whole old laptop is annihilated gone. Ron slipped the new laptop into the body space of the Killer Queen. Thinking tools, scissors, bone with eggs, and a small hand generator. This is just in case. Once in a wild environment, there is no charging source. You can use this thing. As for the mobile phone, Ron finally gave up the metal after weighing it, but chose a high-strength plastic, made it into a box, and wrapped it. It was handed to Alton. In this way, when other people see this thing, they will not know what is inside. It is possible to camouflage Alton's ability to a certain extent. I saw Carile when I returned to the Sky Arena just now. What the hell is that guy trying to do? Nina's complexion was not very good looking. The white bear also showed a fierce expression. Wow! Ron took out a piece of paper on which was written the information that Ron ordered Alton to investigate Carile's life. This is the information I found about Carile. The Nen of Carile should have something to do with the half a year of disappearance. And as for him coming back and want to take you away, I have a guess. Ron paused. The reason why Carile is like this is because his ability may be more demanding, and he must be a very close person to be transformed into that appearance by him. Therefore, it will be Nina, your mother first, and then you. Nina clenched her fists subconsciously, as if recalling something. Her eyes turned a little red. The handling of this matter mainly depends on you, Nina. What do you think? Asked Ron. No matter what you think, I will support you. Nina fell silent. After a long time, look up. Little big brother, I want to think about it. Okay, it's okay. Zoldyck Estate. Zeno returned to Zoldyck Manor with 10 candidates for apprentice butlers. It was the same as the process of choosing an exclusive butler for Ron at the beginning. After these 10 people were brought back, they were sent directly to the butler area, where they were trained and selected by mature butlers. On the other side, Silva is teaching none about the joke in person. Father, Silva saw Zeno outside and said to me, "Gee, your grandfather and I have something to say. You should practice first." Okay, father. Miji nodded. Silva steps out. Zeno walked toward the gazebo. Silva stood across from Zeno. Father, is it okay that Ron didn't come back with you? No. Zeno shook his head and said, Ron's strength has improved rapidly, and now there is no need for someone to secretly guard him. Zeno already felt it when he was on Meteor Street. After the appearance of the third Mind Beast, Ron has greatly improved. Members of the Zoldyck family are rare. Therefore, for the descendants of the family, it is necessary to protect their safety. When Ilmi left the manor, it was Silva who went to protect her. When Ron left the manor, because he was protecting Zeno, however, such protection cannot last forever. So a standard will be set. When the strength of the young members reaches a certain level, this kind of secret protection will stop. The young people of Zoldyck, after all, need to face the outside world by themselves. Impossible to own under protection. Already reached? Silva frowned slightly. Since Ron left the Zoldyck Manor, Silva has not seen Ron again, but only heard a few times that Ron has risen to the 200th floor in the Miss Arena. Know that Ron has started to accept the killer mission, and also cooperated with Miji once. This incident also became an opportunity for Miji to learn from none. When accepting the task of the elders of Meteor Street to kill the Kudo bandits, Silva only saw one of Ron's Mind Beasts. I have to admit that the Nen Beast performed well, but this cannot evaluate Ron's overall strength. According to Silva's estimation, It may take 2 years for Ron to completely reach the level where no one needs to be secretly protected. At the beginning, it took 3 years for IL fans. Ron's talent is stronger than that of Ilmi, but he also has black hair of Zoldyck, so could it be much stronger? What's more, the age when Ron learned to read was much younger than the age when Ilmi learned to read. However, Sylvan knew that it was impossible for Zeno to deceive himself. It is even less likely that wrong judgments will occur. Is Ron 1.8's talent so high? Zeno nodded. Ron's ability, to be honest, is very special, and I can't quite see it now. However, it is a good thing for Zoldyck that another person with such talent appears in Zoldyck. The other side, Miji looked at his hands. His eyes were shining brightly. Is this anger? Ron is relying on this nuns killed those condemned. What is my ability? Michi already knows that he is the nemesis of Emitter, but the specific ability has not yet been developed. Nina came to Ron. Little big brother, my wife understands. Okay, I don't want Carile to come to harass me again. I want to become stronger as soon as possible. And when Carile comes again, I will personally defeat and expel him and never meet again. Come on. Ron cracked a smile. However, Ron could sense that things weren't going so well. It is not so fast for Nina to become stronger. And the reason why Carile dared to come over, especially after seeing Ron, did not leave the vicinity of the Sky Arena, which proved that Carile must have something to rely on. Back to the room. With a thought in Ron's mind, Alton's figure appeared. Try to monitor Carile's movements. Alton, who now has a mobile phone, no longer needs to connect to the network cable. You can connect to the internet anywhere. It is actually not very difficult to obtain Carile's movements. Living near the Sky Arena, you will inevitably use electronic devices, such as mobile phones. And as long as Carile uses it, there is a possibility of being monitored by Alton. Outside, Nina is practicing none. Shizuku and Shirokuma sat by the window. Look out through the huge windows. Shizuku stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to grab the clouds in the sky. 08 outside, it's nice. A figure was hiding in the corner, looking towards the direction of the Sky Arena. His eyes were full of hatred. Ron, Carile stared at the Sky Arena. It's because of you that Nina left me. Otherwise, Nina won't leave me at all, and I won't lose my abilities. I won't be a waste. I must kill you. As long as I kill you, Nina will definitely return to my side. Carile withdrew his gaze and retreated into the darkness. It's just a brat. Even if he is none, even if he has good talent, as long as I prepare well enough, it shouldn't be difficult to kill him. However, it is a little troublesome to make a shot in the Sky Arena. Think of a way. Bring him out. We still have to start with Nina. Nina, who was practicing, felt the vibration of her phone. An unknown number called. Nina picked up the phone and connected. Lena, Carile's voice sounded. Nina turned cold and hung up directly. When Carile heard the busy tone on the phone, his face darkened and became very ugly. Lena, you don't even answer your father's calls now, do you? Not reconciled, Carile tried again. But this time, Nina didn't connect at all, so she hung up directly. The third time, Nina put this number into the blacklist. After a moment of silence, Carile changed to another mobile phone and dialed Nina's number again. This time, Carile directly said the words that could attract Nina's attention. I'm going to talk about your mother. Hearing this sentence, Nina, who was about to hang up the phone, couldn't help but stop. What do you want to say? Lena, what happened before was my fault. I did that to you for the sake of strength. I'm not a human being. You should hate me as a father. Carile said, I won't pester you too much. I just want to tell you something about your mother. In addition, I want to give you some of your mother's relics. That's yours. Carile could see that Nina attached great importance to family affection. Even if she did such an excessive thing, Nina didn't hate herself at first. In this case, and I must have deep feelings for her mother. Even a long time ago, Nina's mother disappeared. Nina didn't speak for a while. Carile thought about it. About my mother, you could talk to me directly on the phone, and you can mail me my mother's relics directly. No. Carile shook his head and said, those things are very important, and they must be said in person, and things cannot be mailed, and can only be given in person. If you're worried about me, How about we decide to meet near the Sky Arena? You can leave and return to the Sky Arena whenever you want. Nina rejects Carlisle's offer. I won't meet you. Then you don't want your mother's last words and relics? Carlisle asked. If you still don't feel at ease, you don't have to come here by yourself. Let Ron come over. Ron's strength is above me, much stronger than me. I've already lost my ability. With my current strength, I can't pose the slightest threat to Ron. Telling about Nina's mother can attract Nina's attention. The whole process is a bargaining process. Asking Nina to come out to meet, this is actually equivalent to Carlisle's asking price. But Carlisle knew that this was impossible, and Nina would definitely not agree. Carlisle's real purpose is to get Ron to come over. This is the reserve price in Carlisle's heart. When the price is high and the bottom price falls, the other party will be more likely to accept it. Carlisle thinks that Nina will agree with a high probability, and that Ron will also agree with a high probability. At Ron's age, he possesses such strength and extremely high talent. Therefore, I must be very proud. I have lost my ability, and Ron will definitely not regard me as an opponent. It's a high probability that they will look down on my current strength. It's very likely to come. Carlisle blinked. It was a pity that day. When I saw Ron had already returned to the gate of the Sky Arena. If I had seen Ron before, I could have shot Ron. It doesn't need to be like this today. Nina thought for a while, then hung up the phone. But this time, Carlisle was in no hurry. Not only was he not in a hurry, but he also showed a smile. Ron heard the sound and walked out of the room. Nina, what's the matter? Nina hesitated to speak. Just say what you have. We are a team. Ron had already guessed that there is only one person who could make Nina appear in this state, Carlisle. It's Carlisle, Nina said. Carlisle said that he has my mother's last words and relics in his hands, and he should hand them over to me so that I can meet him near the Sky Arena. Your mother's last words and relics? Are they true? Don't know, but I'm not planning to go. Nina thought about it for a long time, but decided not to speak out about Carlisle's request, even though Carlisle's strength is indeed not as good as Ron's. But Nina faintly felt that there was something wrong. Although Nina wanted to see her mother's last words and relics. But compared to this, Nina doesn't want to put Ron in danger. At this moment, Carlisle called again. Nina looked at the number displayed on the phone, but didn't answer it. Nina, why don't you answer? Nina shook her head. No more, no need. Come on, make it clear. At the same time, Ron had a thought, and Alton's figure appeared. Nina answered the phone, and when the call is connected, Alton can track the specific mobile phone through the signal of the call, and then insert the program he wrote in this mobile phone. A program far beyond the level of programmers in this world. Lena, have you considered it? Let Ron pick it up. What worries do you have? Don't you have any affection for your mother? Carlisle's voice sounded. Ron frowned slightly. Now Ron knew why Nina didn't want to answer the phone just now, and she also said that she didn't want her mother's last words and relics. Because Nina felt that going to see Carlisle was a dangerous thing. Nina didn't want to put herself in danger. He didn't answer the phone because he didn't want to let himself know that Carlisle had asked him to meet him. I was worried that I would go if I heard it. Nina, ask him for the address and time. Nina hesitated. It's okay. I won't necessarily go. Hearing what Ron said, Nina nodded. Time and location? On the other end of the phone, Carlisle's face brightened. Tomorrow evening, number 12, West Road Alley. Understood. Nina hung up the phone. Little big brother, let's not go there. What Carlisle said is likely to be false, just to let us go there. It must be a trap, a very dangerous trap. Ron nodded. I know it's a trap. In fact, Carlisle also knew we knew it was a trap. But he feels that I will underestimate him, so even if it is a trap, he will go. However, he was wrong about this. I don't underestimate anyone. As a member of the Zoldyck family, and being emphasized by Zeno and Silva so many times about the rules of the Zoldyck family, how could Ron do such a thing as belittle others? Only with absolute certainty can you make a move. Understand each other's situation clearly. Before, Ron didn't have his own source of information, so he was relatively passive in this respect, but now, Ron has a Alton. When Nina answered the phone, soon Alton captured the signal of Carlisle's mobile phone, then located Carlisle's mobile phone and injected the self-written program into Carlisle's mobile phone. This program can monitor Carlisle's calls and text messages, read the call records, books, etc. in the mobile phone. It is also possible to read the content of the camera and microphone. It can even actively control the opening of the camera and the microphone. But there's a possibility of being discovered. No matter how Carlisle is, he is also a nun. Therefore, Alton did not do this for the time being. A location information was sent to Ron's mobile phone. This is what a Luton captures, where Carlisle is at the moment. Ron pulled out his laptop and opened a map. Here, Ron took a look at the location. It's not far from the location Carlisle reported to Nina, and it's very remote. It's obviously not very far from the Leteon Sky Arena, but this area seems to have been forgotten. It is equivalent to a village hidden in the city. To be honest, before this, Ron really didn't expect that such a place existed in the city where the Sky Arena is located, which is a bit unbelievable. Obviously, it is such a bustling city, but the building here is old. The streets are narrow. The crowd was crowded. It doesn't look like a bustling city at all, but just a slum. This made Ron subconsciously think of Meteor Street. Meteor Street is an existence abandoned by the entire world. And here is the existence abandoned by the entire city. Little big brother, you won't go? Wait and see. In the current situation, of course Ron won't go, because there is too little information. After Carlisle lost his ability, he still dared to come, and even dared to invite Ron to go over. He must have set a trap and must rely on something. And this is not something that can be done simply with 1 or 2 firearms and a little poison. With a high probability, Carlisle has helpers. Therefore, Ron's current plan is to use a Luton's ability to capture Carlisle. Ron wouldn't mind going there himself if he got enough information. But if there is not enough information, then Ron has Ron's way too. Ron did it once during the incident of the Kudo Thieves group on Meteor Street last time. As the ability of transmuter, Ron's mind beast can be far away from the main body. Let Fan Ma's blade go. Bring an item that has the Killer Queen's ability attached to it. Even members of the Kudo Thieves group have nothing to do with Ron. Can this Carlisle find a stronger helper than the members of the Kudo Thieves group? Ron didn't believe it. Soon, a lot of information appeared on Ron's computer screen. These are all obtained by a Luton from Carlisle's mobile phone, a number that has been contacted many times. All information has been deleted. There are 3 numbers in the address book. One is Nina's. The other 2 note names, one of which caught Ron's attention, was gluttony. Gluttony? With the name of the 7 deadly sins, this person should be a bit special. Ron would not care about such a remark for ordinary people. But Carlisle is not ordinary. Carlisle is a nun on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, stronger than many newcomer killers, and the ability he developed is still an extremely disgusting synthetic beast. In this case, it must not be easy for Carlisle to note the person who is gluttonous. Just at this time, a phone call came in. Carlisle quickly connected. Master Gluttony. Carlisle, did you find me? Master Gluttony, I need you to do me a favor. Of Li Zhao's. Kill someone for me. I'm very busy. I know, I definitely won't let Master Gluttony help you in vain. I will tell my teacher. Let my teacher compensate you. The other party was silent for a while. Wait until I'm done. After hanging up the phone, Carlisle smiled and looked in the direction of the Sky Arena. Imp, will you come? I'm just a useless person. A genius like you should look down on me, right? Even if you think I have a plan, it shouldn't threaten you, right? But I'm not alone. Master Gluttony's strength will far exceed yours. It's because of you that Nina left me and I became a useless person. I must kill you. However, what Carlisle didn't realize was that the microphone of his mobile phone was still working at this time. The recorded audio information was sent away in a secret way. Ron opened the audio file sent by a Luton in the computer. There are 2 paragraphs. One paragraph is a conversation message from Carlisle. One is a recording of Carlisle talking to himself. Did Carlisle just talk to Gluttony? Can be called an adult by Carlisle. This Gluttony must be a nun, and he's also a nun who is stronger than Carlisle. Besides, Carlisle has a teacher, the teacher I met during the half-year that disappeared. This time, Lyle's reliance is on the person named Gluttony. In Carlisle's opinion, Gluttony will be stronger than me. Ron looked at Alton. There's too little information that can be collected just by using the word gluttony. However, during the conversation between Carile and Gluttony, Alton had already used his ability to lock Gluttony's cell phone, injected a program into Gluttony's cell phone. Not long after, Alton sent the location of the Gluttony to Ron's laptop. Is this place a dojo? Shinshinhui? Ron frowned. The name is somewhat familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Throughout when I was in the Sky Arena, one of my opponents seemed to be a member of the dojo of the Shengzinhui. Carrot, add -2 a plus. Could it be that Xiaoji is from this dojo? Ron can then give orders to Alton. Alton inquire about the relevant information of the Shengzinhui. This information is easy to look up. A not-so-small dojo will definitely leave traces on the internet. There are many members in the dojo, and many of them have achieved results in the Sky Arena. Plus, even the dojo itself has its own website. The cost of a website is not high. It can be used to attract disciples. For the dojo, disciples are the source of income. Soon, the information collected by Alton was sent over. It didn't take long to collect information from Shengzinhui. More time, Alton is sorting it out. This is more complicated than collecting information. In technical terms, it involves artificial intelligence. Ron saw a familiar name. Wilder. This is the member of the Shinshin Society who competed with me in the Sky Arena. Shengzinhui, the first-class dojo in this city. The founder of the dojo is a player above the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. The number reached hundreds. Many disciples have achieved good results in Sky Arena. Based on karate, Ron paused, but to be honest, it's too weak. In such a dojo, even if Gluttony is the strongest person in this dojo, he is not enough to be my opponent. However, at this moment, AI Lu Tan sent a message. What? Ron frowned. Shengzinhui dojo, is it gone? A picture was transmitted, and Ron opened it. Above the picture was a corner of the Shengzinhui dojo. On the ground, the traces of blood were quite thick and fresh. Next to it is the written record information obtained by the official Alton invasion. What happened not so long ago? All the people in the Shengzinhui dojo are missing. There's blood on the ground, but no body. Those hundreds of people seem to have disappeared out of thin air. Not only the disciples, but also the founder of the dojo. Immediately afterwards, Alton sent another video and audio. These are all the situations that the local officials went to the Shengzinhui dojo to record after getting the information, and it was uploaded to the internal server of the local officials, and Alton directly invaded. Ron turned on the video. Coagulation. In fact, it can be monitored and videotaped. It's just that most people can't see it. But if you're a nun person, you can see the chi appearing in the AFK by looking at the video or surveillance. There is gas remaining. Very violent. There are even thoughts of death. The thought of death refers to the fact that when a person is dying, a large amount of mental energy remains due to certain emotions, such as resentment, hatred, etc. Because the stimulation of death is too great, especially knowing that he is about to die, but there is no way to avoid it. Such a situation is too emotionally stimulating for people. Therefore, the thoughts of death are often stronger than the thoughts of this person in life. Double, triple is normal. In some special cases, it can even reach 10 times, more than 10 times. Alton updated the location of Gluttony's phone. No longer in the Shengzinhui dojo. But now that the phone is still on the move, and thinking of the conversation between Carile and Gluttony, Ron suddenly had a guess in his mind. That is, Gluttony is not a member of the Shinshin Society, and it is the murderer who will destroy God's heart. Killed all the people in the Shengzinhui dojo. This person is not weak. In such a short period of time, without alarming outsiders, hundreds of people in the Shengzinhui dojo were killed, including the founder of the Shengzinhui dojo, a nun on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, or extremely powerful, or have special abilities. Those disappeared corpses. A possibility suddenly occurred to Ron. That is, the disappearing corpses may not have been hidden, but really disappeared, and the way of disappearing may have entered the murderer's stomach. Could it be called gluttony for this reason? This person deserves some fear. But Ron wasn't too worried either. I am in the Sky Arena, which is not comparable to the Shingzinhui Dojo. As long as I don't leave, no matter how strong I am, it is not easy to come to the Sky Arena to kill people. Now that I know the situation of Carile and gluttony, I won't just close the door. Ron looked at Alton. That's the beauty of having a top intelligence officer. If there is no Alton, in order to obtain information on gluttony, or pay a huge price to buy information on gluttony, but the conditions I can provide are too few, so it must be expensive and not efficient. Or I need to approach this injustice personally. But with Alton, it basically doesn't take much effort to obtain this information. A luten's value is too great. Ron felt that the value of a luten was, to some extent, even higher than that of Fan Ma's blade. A luten, to inquire about the information of gluttony with strong, cannibalistic, and food intake as constraints. In addition, check again whether there is any conflict of interest between the Shingzinhui Dojo and any forces recently. The next day, Ron got key information. Recently, there is a conflicting force in the Shingzinhui Dojo, which is a gang named Ding Wilhelm family, affiliated to world gangsters. However, Alton did not find any information related to gluttony on the internet. Just found a few similar cases on the internet. Dozens or hundreds of people suddenly disappeared. There were bloodstains on the ground, but no corpse could be found. If it's really related to the world's gangsters, then don't worry too much. Ron still has a certain understanding of the world's gangsters. The leader of the world gang, named Ten Old Man. However, this world gangster is just a self-proclaimed world gangster, not the real world at all. Whether it is the underground world of V5 or the underground world of the Kajin Empire, it is beyond the control of this world gangster headed by 10 old men. Even with Meteor Street, there is only a certain cooperative relationship with the elders. There may be some tentacles reaching into Meteor Street. But to talk about controlling Meteor Street, it doesn't exist. The strongest nefarious person that the 10 old men rely on is the Nen Beast. There are 10 members in total. These 10 people are indeed homicide experts, but among the none, they are not that strong. In the original plot, for Nen Beasts faced Xiaoji, and they were still counterkilled by Xiaoji even though they took advantage of the first move. It can be seen that the strength of Nen Beasts is not that strong. The next 6 members also lost one after another when facing the members of Phantom Troupe. Carile was already the strongest among Phantom Troupe during Ukexin period. Phaeton is second only to Carile. Xiaoji, Finks, Nabinaga, these have to be in the back row. And then it's Peel Lev, Mag. Grandpa Gino's evaluation of Carile at that time was that in one-on-one battles, the probability of him winning is 9 out of 10. And last time in Meteor Street, the evaluation of the members of the Kudo Thieves group is the same. It proves that Carile's strength should have reached the level of an A-level nun at that time. As for the support staff of the Phantom Travel, at most, that is, the level of B-level nun, it may not be enough. The strength of the Nen Beast members is not even as good as them. Then, the strength of the Nen Beast members can be imagined. With my current strength, facing the Phantom Troupe in the period of Ukexin, it is not impossible to defeat those support personnel. Therefore, even if a single Nen Beast is stronger than me, it's not much stronger. Ron gave Alton an order. Alton, inquire about the current situation of the Nen Beast members of the World Gangster. For the world's gangsters, this must be a secret existence. However, since it belongs to the elite team of the world's gangsters, it still directly belongs to the 10 old men. Then it is impossible for these Nen Beasts to be completely inactive. Once it is active, it will leave certain traces on the internet. Not long after, a list was inquired by Alton. There is no gluttony name on it. If this guy isn't even a Nen Beast, then I don't have to worry about it. As for the task of killing the 10 old men in the original plot, Zoldyck took action. Ron felt that this should not be some extremely strong nun in the world gangsters, which needed Zoldyck to take action. To be honest, no matter how you say it, Ron thinks it's impossible. The world's gangsters are really not strong enough. Zoldyck is one of the top 5 Nen players in the world. The bigger reason was that Ron felt that the hidden location of the 10-year-old man was too special. Ordinary Nen people had no way to take this place. so they let Zoldyck take action himself. However, even though he felt that gluttony would not be too strong, Ron still took a safe approach. With a thought, a teenager appeared in front of Ron. Ron gave the order to Ma Saber. Go to this location. After that, he handed Ma Saber a baseball bat. The Killer Queen's physical ability is attached to this baseball bat. If possible, lead it to a place under surveillance. Immediately, Ron turned to Alton again. Alton, invade the city's monitoring. Ma opened the window and jumped directly from the 200th floor. For Ma there was no problem. Even one of the top 5 death row prisoners who couldn't read could do it, and there was no reason why Ma couldn't do it. After Ron's strength increased, Ma's blade strength also increased correspondingly. Alton hacked a lot of surveillance. 0. Seeking flowers. Simultaneously, several images were transmitted to Ron's laptop. Among these images, Ma's figure could be seen. Soon, Ma blade came near where Carile was. This is very close to Letion Sky Arena. Carile stood behind the window and looked outside, as if thinking of something unpleasant. His eyes became clouded again. Just at this time, a figure appeared in the alley, looked up, and looked at Carile behind the window. Carile noticed this line of sight, looked over, and was overjoyed when he saw the other party. Master Gluttony. But Gluttony ignored Carile, but looked at where Ma's blade was, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Nen Beasts. Transmuter ability user? Where is it hidden? Aiming at me? Gluttony looked at Ma's teeth and suddenly grinned. How nice to come. I'm not full yet. I hope eating you can satisfy me a little bit. Suddenly, Gluttony rushed out. Boom! It seemed that there was a sound of breaking through the sky. With a burst of steps, Gluttony's figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already on the way close to Ma, and powerful chi condensed on Gluttony's body. Carile froze for a moment. What's the situation? After that, Lyle saw the existence of Ma's blade. A young man with short red hair stood quietly. Even when he saw Gluttony approaching, he still had a lazy expression. His figure didn't look very large, but he gave off a strong sense of strength. A baseball bat is pinned to his waist. Nen Beast. Who's Nen Beast? Carile subconsciously thought of Ron. Ron is also a transmuter ability user. Carile knows this. However, Carile had seen Ron's mind beast. It was a pink Nen Beast, human-shaped but not human-like, grotesque. It's completely different from the one Gluttony is targeting now. With Ron's strength, it is impossible to have a second Nen Beast so quickly, even if he is a genius. Besides, how could Ron's mind beast be valued so much by Master Gluttony? This must have been provoked by Master Gluttony. Seeing Gluttony rushing in front of Ma, suddenly he opened his mouth. A cold light reflected from the gluttonous teeth. It could be clearly seen that the teeth of Gluttony are completely different from the teeth of ordinary humans. It's like the teeth of a shark. Very sharp. Even if it is a mind beast, I will bite it into pieces. However, just when the suppression of Gluttony was about to fall on Ma, whip! Ma's body changed, become like a stream of water. Snapped! An arm was like a whip, lashing at Gluttony's body. A huge voice sounded. Suddenly, the pupils of the Gluttony shrank. With this huge force, Gluttony couldn't stabilize his figure at all, and the position that received the attack was directly sunken, and the muscles were greatly squeezed. 370, and then the amount was transmitted to the bones. Crack! Gluttony seemed to hear the crisp sound of bones breaking. Before Gluttony could react, Ma's attack landed again. Boom! A punch hit Gluttony's jaw. It was to see the figure of Gluttony fly up and come to the midair. Ma's sharp teeth jumped lightly. Kicked over. Boom! The gluttonous figure flew upside down and hit the wall heavily. The wall collapsed, burying Gluttony within. Carlyle's eyes widened, and his face became extremely ugly. What's the situation? Master Gluttony lost? Impossible. What's the situation with this mind beast? Why is it so strong? That's Master Gluttony. Carile rolled his eyes. No, Lord Gluttony has provoked two strong enemies. I must leave now, otherwise Lord Gluttony may implicate me, and I will be in danger. Carile wants to leave. At this time, Gluttony also feels incredible. One's own strength, one's own is clear. I am one of the candidates for the world's elite gangsters and beast resistance. World gangsters are extremely powerful. And in the world gangsters, there's an elite unit that makes countless people frightened, directly belonging to the 10th old man. Except for 10 old men, the orders of others can be ignored. He has a higher status than the patriarchs of many small gangster families. It is conceivable how strong the Nen Beast will be, and I am one of the candidates for Nen Beast. When Nen Beast's downsizing occurs, he will compete with other candidates to obtain the position of Nen Beast. Myself, Hui is very strong. Even the floor masters of the Sky Arena, there are some who are not their opponents. How could a thought beast that suddenly appeared here be so strong? Where did it come from? Few people know about my old city. Is it related to the Shingzinui dojo, or something to do with Carile? Gluttony can only think of these two possibilities. This mind beast is very strong. These transmuter nun are wretched. They dare not go on their own bodies. They hide them and let the beasts fight outside. I have to find this person's body. If I find the main body, I can win. Gluttony emerged from the ruins. After that, take out your phone. Carile, go find the body of the transmuter nun. This beast, I will restrain it. Carile, who was planning to escape, had to stop after hearing the words of Gluttony. The main reason is that Gluttony and Famarinia have not yet fully decided the winner. Carile felt that Gluttony was unlikely to win. However, it is not sure whether Gluttony can survive. In the case that Gluttony had already given orders to himself, if he didn't do it, if Gluttony survived this battle, he would definitely find himself in trouble. At that time, in the face of angry Gluttony, his teacher could not protect himself. Moreover, they're not necessarily willing to protect themselves. Hateful, why are you reacting so quickly? If it was any slower, I would have already made up my mind. Carile's figure came to a high place, looking down at the surroundings. Coagulation. Use condensate to see if there is any gas nearby. A transmuter ability user cannot hide all of his chi while using the Nen Beast, unless you have learned the high-level nun skill of hiding. However, Carile didn't even know the concept of implicitness. The nun's world is actually very closed. There is a feeling of self-preservation. To put it bluntly, Nen still hasn't decided on a large-scale system. Otherwise, if it is promoted on a large scale, there won't be so many new killers in the Sky Arena. There are 4 basic lines, all of which are not fully known to those who are capable. Ron thinks that whether it is the Hunter Association or other forces, there are 2 possibilities for not promoting the idea on a large scale. One is that the threshold for those with abilities is high. To be promoted to the 200th floor of Sky Arena City is already a genius among geniuses. But most of such geniuses are just rookie killers. The other is worrying that the widespread spread of nun will cause uncontrollable factors. Not that nun's destructive. In terms of destructiveness in the human continent, none is not the most destructive. If a poor man's rose goes down, even a character like the Ant King can't survive, and others are even more none. Uncontrollable, mainly the possibility of none. Different none can develop different abilities. 10,000 capable people might have 10,000 abilities. What about 100,000 in people, 1 million in people? This will cause instability and turmoil in human society. A chivalrous man breaks the law with martial arts. Probably a similar reason. Several monitoring screens appeared on Ron's computer. In this screen, Fanmarun was located. According to Ron's order, Fanmarun took the initiative to find the place where there was surveillance. The Gluttony who rushed out of the ruins was obviously much more cautious. Don't dare to get too close to Fanma's blade. Instead, start pulling in 1.4 lines. The nun is indeed the nun of the transmuter, but this Nen Beast is equivalent to the nun of the enhancer, and it also uses the close combat genre. To get close, you must find an excellent opportunity. Otherwise, not only will there be no chance to speak, but you will also be attacked. I hope Carlisle can find the body of the transmuter Nen soon. Gluttony stared at Fanma's teeth with gloomy eyes. Who is against me? Against the world's gangsters? Ron looked at the screen on the monitor, looking at Gluttony. Alton searched for this face. With the name Gluttony, there's too much information on the internet, and I can't find what I own. However, this face is unique. As long as you have left traces on the internet, you can find it. Soon, Alton's investigation information came out. A photo is sent to Ron's laptop. In addition to Gluttony, there are some other people on it, all of whom are obviously gang members, wearing a suit, tie, black sunglasses, and a gun holster around his waist. Among these people, Gluttony does not belong to the core position. However, it is also in the subcore. Sure enough, he's a member of a gangster. It's no surprise that he's from the Indian Wilhelm family. Ron turned off the picture and looked at the surveillance screen again. In terms of strength, the strength of Gluttony is not particularly strong. It has reached the level of C grade. However, it's better than the rookie killer and better than Juliana. Compared to Yanita Dapo, it may be worse or it may be stronger. Is this what Carlisle relies on? If it is an ordinary person, it may not dare to provoke the world's gangsters. But who is Ron? A member of the Zoldyck family. Others in the world are afraid of gangsters, but 08 Ian is not. In the original plot, the world's gangsters have nothing to do with Phantom Troupe, and they are so afraid of Meteor Street. Zoldyck even killed the 10 old man outright. What does this prove? This proves that the world's gangsters are not enough to look at in front of the real big forces and the real strong. The strength of Fanma is above it. Ron is a nun of C rank, but compared to none of the same level, Ron has a lot more aura, so even if he only gave Ma Saber a third of his aura, Ma Saber is still at the level of a stable C grade. Fanma's aura is definitely not weak among none of the same level. In addition, Fanma's combat talent, experience, and skills all come from characters from another world in Ron's memory. In this regard, it is much better than other Nen Beasts. In terms of combat, Fanma is not actually a Nen Beast, but a genuine nun, possess a lot of combat skills, experience, and intelligent transformation capabilities. Ghost Back is the ability of Fanma. After turning on the Ghost Back state, Fanma's combat ability will instantly increase a lot. In addition, after experiencing the incident on Meteor Street, Fanma also obtained the ability to exchange space positions. A C-level enhancer nun who can defeat Ma Saber does not move. I didn't let Fanma shoot against Gluttony. It was Gluttony who took the initiative to shoot Fanma. Therefore, it would be reasonable for me to let Fanma kill Gluttony. But before that, you can check to see if there is any killer mission about this Gluttony. Since they are all going to be killed, they can't be wasted. Ron clearly remembers that in Meteor Street, when Gino and Silva had already killed old C, facing the old K, who couldn't get rid of his hatred, he first accepted a killer mission from the elders of Meteor Street. This is the so-called profit maximization. Really, Ron's eyes lit up slightly. It's just that the entrustment fee is a bit low. It's only 1 billion ring nuns. Compared to the strength of Gluttony, some are not so good. However, something is better than nothing. Ron took over the killer task. Afterwards, he gave Fanma an order. A cloud of air left Ron's body, left the sky arena, and headed towards Fanma's blade at an extremely fast speed. This cloud of air contained Ron's order to Fanma. Over there, Gluttony was in a state of congealing. When he saw the gas, he quickly reminded Carlisle loudly. Carlisle also looked over. The next moment, this gas entered into Fanma's body. The way Fanma looked at Gluttony changed. A strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. Ghost Back, the aura on Fanma's body rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made Gluttony feel a little pressure. But immediately after, the Gluttony felt unbelievable. I actually feel the pressure. Just a mind beast. Gluttony felt a violent anger in his heart. Carlisle, hurry up. Gluttony roared. Give me that damn body. When Carlisle heard the voice of Gluttony, he couldn't help cursing in his heart. He also wanted to find it, but looking in the direction that Gluttony pointed before, there was nothing at all. Whoosh! Fan Marinya's figure disappeared. Appearing again, it has come to the front of gluttony. Cockroach dash. This is a very high-level fighting technique, through extreme vaporization and D-force, allowing oneself to reach the most extreme speed that one can achieve in an instant. Fan Marinya's figure collided with Gluttony's body. The huge force caused Gluttony to bend his entire body immediately. It's like a boiled Arctic shrimp. The powerful impact hit the gluttonous stomach, and this creates a problem. At this moment, the gluttonous stomach is full of food, and the gluttony has just gone through a binge eating, and the impact of this kind of impact happens to be the belly of the gluttony. Just saw that gluttony's mouth opened involuntarily. The contents of the stomach were forcibly squeezed out along the esophagus and mouth. Gluttony's mouth opened extremely wide at this moment. A human arm fell to the ground. The surface of 863 has been corroded by gastric juice, but it can still be seen. Ron narrowed his eyes as he looked at the video on the monitor. Really, just as I thought, the so-called gluttony should refer to the ability of gluttony. After fighting Fan Marinya, I want to bite Fan Marinya many times. According to this speculation, gluttony should be the nun of enhancer. Strengthen my digestive system, including teeth, esophagus, stomach, large intestine. This kind of ability made Ron think of a member of the Nen Beasts, Hate. But the difference is that what the sick dog strengthens is only the teeth, and the highly poisonous poison is attached to the teeth. In comparison, the ability of gluttony is more like a character in another world. The world of One Punch Man, S-Class heroes, Pig God. That is the ability to swallow monsters alive. Ron continued his analysis. Since the intestines and stomach are strengthened, it must not be just a simple hobby, but there should be restrictions and vows in it. For example, if you eat it, your strength will surge up. To fight overeating, avoid getting bitten. However, with the strength of Fan Ma's teeth, it is not an easy matter for gluttony to bite Fan Ma's teeth. The gluttony fell to the ground, and the eyes became red. Too much deceit. It's just a mind beast. Next moment, boom! The gluttonous figure suddenly swelled up and turned into a huge fat man. Height boost. Width also increased. This image reminded Ron of a character in the Street Fighter world, Rufus. After changing into this image, the aura of gluttony has obviously improved a bit. An ability similar to Ma Saber's Ghost Back. There are many kinds of abilities of the naughty ones. Offensive, defensive, supportive. There's another type called State Type. Just like Fan Marinya's Ghost Back, after using it, its strength will increase. And Kurapika's Fiery Red Eyes. When using Red Eye, the ratio of talents of other departments, except Manipulator, will also become 100%, and the volume will be increased. In the original plot, it didn't take long for Kurapika to learn none before he could defeat Xiaoji of Phantom Troupe. At that time, Xiaoji's strength was not weak. Among the Phantom Troupe, it can be ranked in the top 3. Of course, for this ranking, Hisoka and the IL fans added in the Kajin chapter will be removed. In addition to the ability developed by Kurapika for Phantom Troupe, which has a lot of restrictions and vows, the most important point is the existence of Red Eye. Fan Ma's blade punched out. Boom! The strength is not weak at all compared to before. However, after enduring the gluttony of this punch, the situation is much better than before. The flesh on his body is shaking. Not sure if it's muscle or fat. However, Fan Marinya's attack was well buffered. Just took a step back. Gluttony grinned, showing a mocking smile. Now, I have entered the state of absolute defense. In this state, my attack ability will be greatly reduced, but my defense ability will be greatly improved. You can't help me. The idea of binge eating is simple. Fan Ma's blade is very powerful. He is also very good at close combat. It is difficult for one's own teeth to fall on Fan Ma's blade. In the battle between the two, his fighting style was restrained by Fan Marinya. In duel battles, it is very difficult for oneself to win. However, Fan Marinya is just a mind beast. Just find the body of the transmuter, none behind it. Hit and kill. The mind beast Fan Marinya will disappear naturally. Carile, come on. The voice of gluttony sounded again. Carile was in a hurry. Gluttony urged him many times, but Carile didn't see any clues. It was as if the transmuter none didn't exist at all. Carile searched many times, but he didn't see it. However, Carile knew that gluttony would not care about these. If you can't find it, that's your own problem. If you offend gluttony, your life in the future will not be too easy. Master Gluttony, I'm already working hard. Carile felt the pressure. Fama looked at Gluttony with his sharp teeth. The next moment, Fama Renya's posture became strange. Rigid body technique. All the joints of Fama Renya were fixed, and the whole person became like steel. In the middle posture, all the strength of the front teeth can be released. Gluttony's expression became a little serious, because he could tell that Fama Renya's next attack would definitely not be weak. Can you stop yourself? Boom! Fanma's blade punched out and landed on Gluttony's belly, and he saw that Gluttony's belly vibrated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and ripples swayed out in circles. It was like a stone fell suddenly on a calm lake. What a strong force! What kind of person is this guy? The gluttonous figure kept retreating, until it hits the wall. Crack! The walls collapsed, but the gluttonous figure finally stopped. Steady! Gluttony was overjoyed and looked at Fama Renya with a smug look on his face. The one just now should have been your strongest attack, right? I have to admit that your strength is very good. But even your strongest attack can't break through my defense. What can you do with me? Next, as long as you find your body, you are dead. But don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Before you die, I will torture you well. Let you experience what is the ultimate pain. After that, I will devour you and make you a part of my body. However, at this moment, Fama Renya held the baseball bat pinned to his waist, and before Gluttony could react, he snatched the stick and hit Gluttony precisely on the head. Boom! A collision sounded. Gluttony showed a disdainful expression. But in the next moment, this disdain turned into astonishment. But there is no chance to change again. Gluttony's head exploded. The moment the baseball bat in Fama Renya's hand collided with Gluttony's head, the Killer Queen ability was activated. Gluttonous heads turned into bombs. Instantly exploded. There was no sound, no fire. But the impact is real. The baseball bat in Fama Renya's hand, as well as the parts below Gluttony's neck, were all affected. Flesh spattered out. Ron looked at the monitor screen and thought about it. With the current strength of the Killer Queen, the bombs that can be made are limited in size, so they can only target the vital points to attack. The vitals exploded, and under normal circumstances, people would die too. However, if the Killer Queen's ability can infect an entire human being into a bomb, then there will be no accidental death, and there is no need to search for the opponent's vitals so accurately. Killer Queen's ability to make bombs can be thought of as an infection. Use thoughts to infect something. When the baseball bat in Fama Renya's hand, De Zhao's, touched Gluttony's head, the Killer Queen's ability was infecting Gluttony. However, it is only a head that can infect Gluttony. Boom! Gluttony's huge figure fell down. A strong, bloody smell permeated the air. Carile noticed the movement here and couldn't help looking over. The pupil shrank sharply. Master Gluttony? Carile saw this and knew that Gluttony was dead. Without a head, it is impossible to be alive. So, without any hesitation, Carile turned around and ran away. Carile thought clearly. Even Gluttony is dead. He can't be Fama Renya's opponent, and it's impossible to avenge Gluttony. As long as you stay, you will definitely die. What's the situation? Why is there suddenly an opponent who can't even beat the gluttonous adults? Gluttony, who exactly did you provoke? Even my plan can't be completed. You trash. Carile hated Gluttony to the extreme at this moment. Carile had no sympathy for the death of Gluttony. To put it bluntly, there was no friendship at all between the two. In order to ask Gluttony to help, Carile also paid a big price. Carile invited Gluttony because he wanted Gluttony to kill Ron, and then he could take Lena away, and he could find a way to get back his abilities. The floor owner of Sky Sports City, he is hopeless. However, As long as he regains his ability, he can still find a place in the world's gangsters. Even as long as you work hard enough and become stronger, you have the hope of becoming a member of the Nen Beasts. But now, the situation is developing in a completely different direction from what Carile expected. Gluttony is dead. I can't kill Ron by myself. An extremely strong transmuter, Nen, also appeared. I was implicated by gluttony. Carile didn't dare to look back at all, only dared to run. It's all due to gluttony. Sudden, a figure stopped in front of Carile. Carile looked up and saw a woman. A very beautiful woman. She was wearing a purple one-piece dress, which had been dragged to the ground. Her long black hair was very long, reaching past her waist, giving her an extremely lazy feeling, and she exuded elegance all over her body. Lord Lazy. Carile was taken aback. Master Lazy, it's not good. Lord Gluttony has been killed. Gluttony dead? Lazy's expression became serious, and he looked at Carile carefully. Yes, Carile said. Just now, when Lord Gluttony was coming over, he met a Nen Beast on the way. This Nen Beast is very strong, and when he fought, he suppressed Lord Gluttony. I'm looking for the body of the nun who uses the beast, but it's nowhere to be found. Master Gluttony had no choice but to turn on his defensive form after he fell into a disadvantage. But suddenly, Lord Gluttony's head burst. The Nen Beast looked at me and wanted to kill me, so I had no choice but to jump away. My lord, what should we do now? Laziness narrowed his eyes slightly. A nun of transmuter? Nen Beast alone suppressed Gluttony and killed him, causing Gluttony's head to burst suddenly? Where did it come from? You provoked it. Carile shook his head repeatedly. Of course not. How could I provoke such a powerful person? This person came from Master Gluttony. He appeared only after Master Gluttony appeared. I have never seen him before. Hey, really? Of course it is true. How dare I deceive you, Mr. Lazy? Take me there. But what's so good about it? There was no change in expression on the lazy face. Being able to defeat Gluttony does not mean that you can defeat me. I'm much stronger than Gluttony. In addition, it is not so easy to die from overeating. Hearing this sentence, Carile was stunned. Wouldn't it be so easy to die from gluttony? The whole head exploded. Wouldn't it be so easy to die? None people lost their heads. How can they still live? This is science. However, Carile had no way to refuse Lazy's order, so he could only walk back in a hurry. Yes, my lord Sloth. If you obey the order, you may be killed, but if you don't obey the order, you may be killed now. With a reputation for sloth, Carile had heard it. A madman, pure madman. Gluttony is tyrannical, but still the kind to get along with. This laziness is completely unreasonable, and there is no way to know when this guy will make a sudden move. Before Ma Saber, Ron saw the returning Carile from the monitor screen, and the sloth next to Carile. This gas, Ron frowned slightly. It's the same level as gluttony, and Carile seems to know it. So, due to probability, is the companion of gluttony. Ron gave a Luton order. Do a search on this person's face. Not long after, Alton's search results came out. This person, like gluttony, is a member of the world gangster. Fanma looked back at laziness. Carile was directly ignored by Fanma's blade. Too weak, no threat at all. Call out. There was a sound of piercing through the air, and in an instant, laziness came to Fanma, and a hand knife slashed towards Fanma's neck. The nails are extremely sharp. Fanma took a step back. At the same time, he hit an uppercut with his right hand. What a speed! Ron was slightly taken aback. Boom! A moment of fighting, a moment of separation. Laziness narrowed his eyes slightly. The strength of this beast is so high. Fanma dodged Lazy's attack, but he didn't dodge completely, but let Lazy's knife fall from the position of Fanma's neck to the position of Fanma's chest. Sloth can feel his attack hit. However, there was only a white mark on Fanma's chest. But Ron was also a little surprised by the laziness. Fanma's fist is very heavy. Equivalent to Enhancer Nun's Fanma blade, fist is the strongest attack. In this regard, it is somewhat similar to Phantom Troupe's Xiaoji. However, in addition to strength, speed, and defense, Fan Ma also has skills. In this regard, Xiaoji is not as good as Ma Saber. Xiaoji, after all, is just a member of a criminal team that came out of Meteor Street. Fight a lot, kill a lot. However, the environment Xiaoji faced was not one where fighting culture flourished. But what Fan Ma's blade faced was the strongest creature in the world. Fan Ma Yujiro is the father of Fan Ma. Compete with the old man for power, and compete with the young for skill. Guahai Wang of the Stilling Pyramid. Miyamoto Musashi, the great swordsman from ancient times. The headquarters of the god of war in the park is hidden. There are also countless genres of fighters. It was a world where fighting culture flourished to the extreme. In contrast, the world of Hunter is not so pursuing these things, because this world has none. Previous gluttony. After enduring Fan Ma's attack, it was obvious that gluttony was greatly affected. His complexion became ugly, and the next step would not be easy. He was seriously injured. Even after sacrificing the attack ability and opening the defensive form, it is still very difficult to bear. But laziness didn't seem to be affected much after bearing Fan Ma's fist. None really can't be judged by appearance. Ron looked at the woman on the surveillance screen. This appearance looks very weak, is the kind that will cry for a long time when punched. But after this person endured Fan Ma's punch, he seemed to be excited again. The speed is good, it's still above Fan Ma's blade. Physical strength is high. However, it still won't be the opponent of Fan Ma. The two collided again. After this time, there was no suspension, but keep fighting. Boom, boom, boom. Carile couldn't even see the figures of laziness and Fan Ma clearly. Only the sound of their collision could be heard. Ron could tell from the monitoring screen how many times the two had fought in this short moment, which was much more intense than the previous battle between Fan Ma and Gluttony. So strong. At this time, Carile realized the real gap between himself and Fan Ma Saber and laziness. My lord, do you need me to do anything? Carile hesitated and asked. Ron frowned. Gluttony first, and now laziness. Shouldn't it be all there? Same as Nen Beasts. Is it also an elite squad of world gangsters? However, even if it is, the strength of the 7 deadly sins should be weaker than that of Nen Beasts. Otherwise, in the original plot, when dealing with Yukurson's matter, it's not the Nen Beast who made the move, but these 7 deadly sins. A lazy voice sounded. Go to the gluttonous corpse, quick. Sloth paused for a moment to answer Carile's question. When a strong fight, they cannot be distracted for a moment. Fan Ma, you seized the opportunity. A turnaround came behind lazy. The winch crane. This is a technique of breaking the opponent's neck with the strength of the whole body. Lazy feet are rivals. Boom. Fan Ma slammed laziness on the ground. It can be seen that at this moment, Lazy's neck has been completely twisted. For a normal person, if the neck is bent to this extent, he must be dead. But Sloth doesn't. After landing, Laziness quickly got up and took a few steps back. Covering his neck with one hand, he forced himself hard. Crack! The deformed and twisted neck was unexpectedly snapped back abruptly by laziness. Ron looked at the monitor screen, his eyes flickered. This laziness, it seems, is also an enhancer's ability user, which strengthens the body. Sloth was more similar to Xiaoji than binge eating. It's no wonder you can head-to-head with Fan Ma's teeth. The fighting style is similar to that of Fan Ma Saber, but it is not easy for Fan Ma to defeat laziness in a short period of time. Sloth is extremely fast and very defensive. Right now, Fan Ma doesn't have any items that can be used by the Killer Queen's ability. Even if Fan Ma's overall strength is better than laziness, but it has not reached the level where he can win quickly. To win, it must be a protracted battle. In terms of temperament, Fan Ma's blade is better than laziness. Even if the energy I allocated to Fan Ma is only 1/3. Ron has no intention of supporting Fan Ma for the time being. In the current situation, Fan Ma's blade is enough to deal with it. Carile came near the gluttonous corpse. Master Gluttony? Carile carefully looked at the gluttonous corpse. The lazy order made Carile a little strange. From Carlyle's point of view, gluttony was already dead. Even his head burst. How could he not die? Let him see the corpse. What's the use of looking at the corpse? Could it be possible to make gluttony come back to life? The moment Carile approached, the corpse of the ground eater moved. He rushed straight towards Carile. Carlyle's pupils shrank, unable to react at all. In an instant, he was wrapped in a gluttonous corpse. The gluttonous corpse seemed to have turned into a liquid existence, wrapping Carlyle's whole body, only revealing the eyes, and one could see Carlyle's eyes were struggling. It was as if two strands of consciousness were fighting. Cage. There was a sound like a beast. Die. Carlyle's eyes turned red. The next moment, he raised his head and looked at FanFic with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Kill you. Ron watched Carlyle's situation on the monitor screen, and an image appeared in his mind. In the Marvel Universe, Venom. The state of gluttony at the moment is very similar to Venom, and Carile is the host of gluttony. But the difference is that the consciousness between the Venom and the host is back and forth. But the gluttony has completely controlled Carlyle's consciousness. I didn't expect such a gluttony and such a nun. So, asked for flour. Seeing gluttony rushing towards him, Lazy's eyes lit up, and he attacked FanFic's blade at a faster speed. Want to create attack opportunities for gluttony. In the case of laziness at all costs, FanFic was temporarily restrained. There is no extra energy to pay attention to binge eating. A bloody mouth appeared behind FanFic, which was made of gluttonous flesh and blood. He also had white teeth, sharp and sharp. It was so huge that it was even bigger than the entire figure of FanFic. FanFic's blade can be swallowed in one bite. A shadow enveloped FanFic's blade, getting closer, getting closer, getting closer, until FanFic's blade was completely shrouded. Most of FanFic's body was wrapped in a gluttonous mouth of flesh and blood. Seeing the huge mouth of gluttony is about to close, Sloth breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Just at this time, FanFic clapped his hands together. Snapped. Lazy face changed. Laziness felt that there was an extremely strong force falling on him, and his figure was a little out of control. This strange force made laziness a little panicked. Next moment, the mouth of gluttony is completely closed. However, gluttony suddenly showed an expression of disbelief, because he saw that FanFic, which was supposed to be swallowed by him, appeared in front of him, and laziness is nowhere to be seen. What's the situation? For a moment, gluttony couldn't react. FanFic looked at gluttony lightly. When laziness came to his senses, he found himself plunged into darkness. Surrounded by crowds, they wrapped themselves up. Soft, yet tough. A large amount of liquid appeared and fell on him. Laziness felt that his skin, flesh, and blood had been corroded. Where am I? It was dark, and the surrounding forces were extremely strong, and Sloth couldn't find a chance to get out of trouble. Gluttony stared at FanFic in front of him. Is this a hallucination? Or something else? That transmuter nun has other accomplices? What should I do now? Gluttony is very hesitant, because I can't be sure what kind of situation is now. Now in the heart of gluttony, there are two guesses. One is that what he swallowed was FanFic's blade, but he was affected by something so that he had hallucinations. This is FanFic's conspiracy. He wants to open his mouth wide and release it. The second is that what I swallowed was not FanFic, but FanFic used a certain method to let himself swallow laziness into it. Which one will it be? Gluttony thought quickly. If it's the former, if I open my mouth now, it's equivalent to releasing the enemy. What I did before is equivalent to doing it for nothing. There are not many opportunities like that. If it's the latter, the enemy is still in front of me, and I have swallowed my laziness. Soon, gluttony made the trade-off. The former, my opening my mouth, does more harm than good. The latter, the disadvantages of my opening of the three kingdoms, are equal to the advantages. Even if what I swallow is laziness, after I swallow laziness, as long as I digest the laziness, then my strength can be improved and the enemy can be defeated. Therefore, It is the best choice for me not to open my mouth. And as for being unfair to lazy people, gluttony no longer cares. Right now, gluttony thinks only about himself. What's more, the relationship between gluttony and laziness is not so good. This time, the tasks in the Xingzinhui dojo were originally done by two people together, but they were lazy and lazy. All the tasks were completed by themselves alone, but the credit was attributed to two people. This is so unfair. Gluttony has long been dissatisfied with laziness. So gluttony made a decision. Digestion. A powerful force erupted inside the gluttonous body. In terms of overall strength, gluttony and laziness are actually almost the same, or even better if you don't come. But the current state of laziness cannot be brought into full play. Unable to break free, he could only watch those corrosive liquids corrode his body, and the skin on the surface was completely corroded. Red muscles were exposed. You can see that muscle beating. There's also blood surging in the blood vessels. An expression of extreme pain appeared on the lazy face. At this time, laziness has already understood his situation. I was devoured by gluttony. Gluttony, let me out. I order you, let me out. Sloth used all his strength and was screaming. But at this moment, the ability of gluttony activated. A stronger force of digestion fell on the lazy body. More digestive juices poured out. A lazy body is digested faster. A sharp howl sounded from inside Gluttony's body. But as time passed, the howl became lower and lower until it was completely inaudible. Sloth is dead. A force erupted in Gluttony's body and spread to Gluttony's entire body. Next moment, the shape of Gluttony has changed. The squirming flesh and blood on the outside contracted. The momentum of Gluttony began to climb. Fan made a pose. Triangle Dragon Fist. This is a boxing method developed by imitating the Triceratops. It is extremely powerful, like a sharp horn on the head of a Triceratops, piercing straight into the opponent's body. One punch, two punches, three punches, all fell on the gluttonous body. The previous gluttony was simply unbearable, but now the gluttony is different. Gluttony looked at Fan Bladier in front of him and grinned. Ron looked at the monitor screen and frowned. After devouring laziness, Gluttony's strength has improved a lot. I didn't expect Fan Renya's actions to make a wedding dress for Gluttony. I don't know how laziness will feel. Obviously, they came to save Gluttony, but they were swallowed by Gluttony. In the current Gluttony, it is not easy for Fan Renya to kill the opponent. Ron had a thought. Killer Queen. A pink figure appeared. Ron allocated a third of his energy to the Killer Queen. Afterwards, orders were given to the Killer Queen. Go to support Fan Ma Saber and kill Gluttony as quickly as possible. Killer Queen opened the window and jumped. On Alton, Ron didn't allocate a lot of energy because Alton is not a combat-type mind beast, but an auxiliary intelligence-type mind beast, as long as there is enough. After the Killer Queen left Sky Sport City, she supported Fan Ma Blade at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Gluttony is wantonly consuming one's energy. It's just a mind beast. Come again. Fan Renya relies on technology and gluttony to contend. Even though Gluttony's current comprehensive strength is already stronger than Fan Renya. But in terms of technology, there is still a huge gap between the two, and Fan Renya can't help it. This made Gluttony feel as if he had let out a mouthful of bad breath before, and at the same time he was a little anxious. Die to me. Gluttony stretched out a hand towards Fan Gongjiang. The moment this arm got close to Fan Ma's blade, it opened like a mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Fan Renya originally wanted to whip the gluttonous arm back. However, he suddenly changed his mind. Clap your hands. Snap. The next moment, Fan Renya's figure disappeared. Instead, a stone appeared. Gluttony's arms bit the stone. Immediately afterwards, Gluttony saw that his arm burst open at this moment. It wasn't until half of the arm was blown to pieces that the Gluttony felt the pain. Ah! Gluttony recalled the scene where his head exploded before. It's the ability to explode. The severe pain, as well as the shadow of his head bursting before, made Gluttony angry and violent. a figure came into the sight of gluttony. It was Killer Queen. Stand still with Fan one left and one right. Gluttony glared over. Another Nen Beast? A new transmuter nun? 1.0. Is the explosion the ability of this mind beast? This is the first guess of Gluttony. Gluttony doesn't think that a nun will spread his energy among multiple cold beast kings. It would be much better to specialize in one mind beast. And if these two nun beasts belong to the same nun, why didn't they appear before? The Killer Queen picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Gluttony. Gluttony quickly dodged. At the same time, Ma Saber rushed towards Gluttony. The two spirit beasts attacked Gluttony in a coordinated manner. Gluttony is extremely afraid of Killer Queen's ability, so when facing Fan he has to be distracted. Once distracted, he fell into a disadvantage. The two beasts completely suppressed the Gluttony. Gluttony's face became very ugly. Who the hell? Repressed Gluttony is irritable. The situation has become like this, which Gluttony did not expect at all. I just came here to carry out the task while accepting a private job. Is there such a powerful person behind the Xingzinhui dojo? Impossible. If there were such a powerful person, would they watch the entire ashram of the Shinshin society be destroyed? Could it be Carile? Less likely. Carile is such a weak existence. Who can he provoke? Gluttony is puzzling. I was happy, but now I'm desperate. Carile couldn't survive either. I was also suppressed. If I didn't think of any way to solve the situation, I might die here in this city, just like lazy. Damn none of transmuter. Use the beast to fight and hide in the dark. It's shameless to the extreme. Just at this time, a stone slammed towards him, and he dodged with Gluttony, which gave Fanma a chance to sharpen his teeth. Whip! Fanma's arm turned into a whip of water and beat 08 fiercely on Gluttony's body. A depression immediately appeared. Gluttony looked at Fanma with hatred and was about to pounce. However, the Killer Queen threw another stone. Gluttony can only dodge. It can't go on like this. Continuing on like this, I can't win all, and I will definitely be consumed by them to death. No, you can't bite Chung. I must find my chance. Gluttony looked at the Killer Queen on the other side. The strength of Fanma's blade, Gluttony, is clear. Even if he catches one or two chances, he won't kill Fanma so easily. Since the Killer Queen appeared, she has not approached herself. She just stood in the distance, using stones to attack herself, possessing the power of an explosion. Kill that guy first. Gluttony made a decision. After that, he abruptly withstood a blow from Fanma's blade. Turning around, he rushed in the direction of the Killer Queen at an extremely fast speed. Killer Queen picked up a rock and threw it at Gluttony. Gluttony has a huge body, but is very flexible, moving his feet and dodging. Continue to rush towards the Killer Queen without slowing down. Seeing Gluttony rushing in front of the Killer Queen, a huge mouth opened, trying to swallow the Killer Queen into her belly. Half of the Killer Queen's body had entered the gluttonous mouth. Snapped. Fanma clapped his hands together. Next moment, the Killer Queen and the Killer Queen swapped places by smashing rocks. What? Gluttony's pupil shrank. Gluttony had already seen Fanma's blade position swap ability before, but Gluttony did not expect that Fanma's blade's ability could be used like this. This makes Gluttony feel incredible. How could it be possible for a spirit beast to have such a complicated ability? A silent explosion erupted, right in the mouth of Gluttony. A huge impact swept out. The part of the bomb, which directly annihilates, rather than the part of the bomb, is also greatly affected. Flesh flew everywhere. After the Killer Queen stabilized her figure, she didn't hesitate. A stone is picked up. Hit. Explode. Another stone was picked up. Hit. Explode. You did not approach, but stood beside the Killer Queen. Killer Queen uses her abilities constantly. Finally, the life breath of Gluttony became weaker. The life activity of those flesh and blood is decreasing. In the heart of Gluttony, a strong regret was born. Regretting why he took the initiative to attack Fanma. Regret why swallowed laziness. Otherwise, if I run away directly and let laziness get involved, I still have the possibility of surviving. And even more embarrassing, Gluttony is really puzzled. How did he provoke such an enemy? Ron looked at the monitoring screen. The gluttony gas on it had disappeared. Only a little Carlisle's gas remained, but it was also very weak and would go out at any time. Carlisle regained a little consciousness. The figures of Fan Ma's blade and the Killer Queen came into Carlisle's sight. Carlisle's pupils shrank. Is it Ron? Carlisle recognized the Killer Queen. Carlisle had seen the Killer Queen before in Sky Sport City. How is this possible? Carlisle had a thick, disbelieving look on his face. How could Ron be so strong? Or Ron's helper? But why would Ron do this for Lena? Lena has nothing to do with him. Why? Carlisle would never want to understand this matter, and he had no chance to ask clearly. Because the moment Carlisle was wrapped up by gluttony, the lives of the two were bound. The death of gluttony allowed Carlisle to regain a little consciousness. But that's all. Carlisle could not survive. Why is my life not so good? Lena, you make me jealous. Come back to me and be my strength, isn't it good? I am your father, but now I die because of you. I curse you, curse you. Carlisle is dead. But the thought did not disappear, but continued to grow on the broken corpse, on the rotting flesh, just like maggots on the carrion, proliferating and proliferating. Ron narrowed his eyes slightly. Death 950 thoughts of death. The thought of death was born. A black shadow appeared. Famarinia and Killer Queen were a little wary. However, the thoughts of death did not rush to Famarinia and Killer Queen. These two are not the target of the prison of death. The thought of death came straight towards the direction of the sky arena. Ron seemed to think of something. With a thought, Killer Queen and Fan Ma Blade both disappeared. The anger returned to Ron. Ron hurried to the next room, opened the door. Nina looked over. Little big brother just saw that the thought of death had already come out of the window of Nina's room at this time. It penetrated the glass and rushed directly into the room. The target is Nina. A strong killing intent erupted on the thoughts of death. They all enveloped Nina. The white bear outside seemed to sense something, rushed into the room, and roared in the direction of the window. All the hair on his body exploded. Ron let his anger out. Nina probably guessed something. Her face turned pale. The shadow gradually took on the appearance of Carlisle. He looked at Nina with a ferocious expression. Nina's complexion became even uglier. Ron stood in front of Nina. At this moment, Ron felt that the bone from the cockroach disaster was about to move. Thoughts of death rushed towards Nina. Ron held the bone attached to the egg and slashed towards the thought of death. It's like using a knife. Ron seemed to hear the sound of something being easily split by a sharp blade. The thought of death was split in half by the bone attached to the egg. However, this is just the beginning. A powerful attraction erupted on the bone attached to the egg. It is aimed at the thought of death. It is seen that those thoughts of death, under the effect of this attraction, all rushed towards the bone with eggs and entered into the bones. And the bone attached to the egg also changed with the absorption of the thought of death. The surface becomes smoother. The insect eggs on it penetrated deeper into the blade. A faint light reflected, and the part of the handle turned milky white, slightly rough. The eggs are all concentrated on the blade body. The shape of the knife blade has gradually changed from the shape similar to a kitchen knife to that of a short knife. After a while, all thoughts of death were absorbed. A burst of information came back from the bone attached to the egg. Angie, are you done? Ron's eyes lit up. Ever since he got this bone, Ron has been using his mind to wash away this bone. Since Gino said that this bone is of high value, Ron believed that this bone was of high value. A long time has passed, and now it's finally done. Toughness, sharpness. A normal knife has the characteristics. This knife has it. And in terms of strength, it will be higher than a knife made of ordinary steel. In addition, this knife has a very important ability. Egg with bone. As long as you're hit by this knife and a wound appears, then a lot of eggs will grow in the wound. These eggs will constantly absorb the opponent's chi. The opponent cannot be easily eliminated. Over time, the more gas you absorb, the more eggs you'll have. Continuous proliferation, absorption, forming a vicious circle, until the other party dies. Ron nodded. Not bad. This ability is not bad. As a nun who tends to be a transmuter, but also takes the Nen Beast route, possessing a stamina far superior to that of none of the same level. What Ron is best at is actually protracted warfare. Fan Ma's blade is on the front. The Killer Queen responded from the side and made a sneak attack. Alton holds intelligence. It's like facing the gluttony after swallowing laziness and strengthening. One-on-one, it is difficult for Ma Saber to defeat gluttony. So Ron adopted the method of cooperating between Ma and the Killer Queen. Ma Saber is in the front, and Queen Xiaoji is beside him. Gluttony will inevitably focus on the Killer Queen. Therefore, the consumption of gluttony will be very high, and the protracted battle will not be the opponent of Ma and the Killer Queen. Even gluttony is already among the Nun who are very good at protracted warfare, but still doesn't work. That's why gluttony rushed to the Killer Queen so impatiently, wanted to get rid of the Killer Queen first. If you are in a hurry, you will reveal your flaws. In addition, gluttony didn't know much about the abilities of and Killer Queen. It's normal to lose. This knife, let's name it Rotten Life Knife. Having a dead knife, I will be even better in the protracted battle. Ron withdrew his anger, and the dead knife became ordinary. It's just like a normal knife. The eggs on top are not visible at all. Even the thought has been restrained a lot. If you don't look at it seriously, you won't notice that it is a thought tool. Need to prepare a scabbard for this mind tool. It will be more convenient to carry. Ron was going to take it with him. It can also be placed in the Killer Queen's body space, but it will be somewhat inconvenient. Let the Killer Queen appear and then take out the device from the Killer Queen's body. No matter how fast it is, it will take a little time. Ron put the knife away and looked at Nina. Nina lowered her head and fell into a long silence. Ron could see that Nina's expression was very complicated. But Ron can understand. He didn't say much, just patted Nina on the shoulder. When it comes out, there is a video for you to watch. After speaking, Ron turned and left the room. Even if she became a synthetic beast before, Nina still had no hatred for Carile in her heart. Until this time, Carile came to her door again and again, causing disturbances, and Nina was a little angry. But what Nina wanted to do was to drive Carile away, and she didn't want to meet Carile. However, Carile wanted to kill Nina, turned into the thoughts of death, without hating the gluttony that killed him. There is no hatred for killing gluttony's Killer Queen and Famaranya. No revenge on Ron either. Instead, he wanted to kill Nina. This greatly shakes the three views in Nina's heart. Why, my father, is this so? Why do other people's fathers treat their children so well? What did I do wrong? Nina's eyes showed deep confusion. Ron left his laptop in the living room. Shizuku, Nina will come out later. Let her watch this. Yes, Captain. Shizuku glanced curiously, but didn't open the video. Ron went back to his room. For this battle, Ron was going to make a summary. Because this battle is exactly what Ron envisioned, the battle he should have. As a nun of transmuter and nun of the Nen Beasts school, in the midst of strategizing, he can win 1,000 miles away, and with a little movement of his mind, he can take the lives of others. As for myself, there is no risk at all. Even the enemy can't even find his own position. Alton obtained information. It can also invade all surveillance, mobile phones, and computers. In the previous battle, Xiaoji, gluttony, laziness, and Carile didn't know where I was, but I saw their battle clearly. This is Alton's ability. Fan Ma's blade is attacking head-on. Assassin Queen support attack. The two Nen Beasts work together, and there are very few Nun of the same level who can resist it. The scissors reading tool is useless to me, so I can give it to Nina. The rotting knife can be used by me, or it can be used by Saber, depending on the specific situation. Comprehensively, among the C-level Nun, my strength should be able to rank among the top. Furthermore, with my ability, it is much easier to carry out the killer task than ordinary killers. Also, as for the next absorbency feature, I've already thought about sweat. That is World Gangster. Absorb the characteristics of the world's gangsters and create the fourth beast. The reason why Ron chose the world gangster as the next target to absorb the feature was mainly time. It's not too far away from the one-year engagement with Zoldyck. Ron originally had two options in mind. One is the Island of Greed. One is the Hunter exam. But for the former, when the Island of Greed has not been cleared, Ron feels that it will be very difficult to absorb 100% of the characteristics. Once Gon really has to wait until Gon clears the level, Ron will waste many years of time. As for clearing the Island of Greed by himself, Ron didn't think about it. This is the game Kim Freaks, designed for Gon. What trouble do you make yourself? The current Gene Freaks is one of the top 5 Nen players in the world, and its strength far exceeds itself. Hunter exam. According to Ron's experience in the Sky Arena and Meteor Street, just taking the Hunter exam once, there is definitely no way to increase the observer's ultimate progress to 100%. In that case, it may take several years. So Ron is the world gangster of choice. In terms of comprehensive strength, the world gangster is indeed a little weaker. In terms of top players, it is neither as good as the Zoldyck Manor, nor is it as good as the Sky Arena. In terms of comprehensive strength, it is even worse than Meteor Street. But world gangsters also have the characteristics of world gangsters. Not all the beasts created by the observer's extreme intention are fighting types. Just like Alton, 080, an auxiliary type of mind beast, but, in Ron's opinion, its value is higher than that of a combat-type mind beast. Gangsters of the World also has saving grace. Otherwise, Zoldyck would not need to kill the old man himself. The best way to absorb the characteristics of the world's gangsters is to join a certain gangster family. Just like in the original plot, Kurapika did. In the original plot, through Hisoka, Kurapika got the news that Phantom Troupe would attack the Ukexan auction, and also got the news that the auction would have red eyes, so he joined the Nasra family. As a hired bodyguard role, Ron can also use a similar method. Outside living room, Nina finally walked out. Nina, the captain asked you to look at this. Shizuku pointed to the laptop's computer screen. Nina nodded. Before coming to the laptop, click the play button with the mouse. The video starts playing. This video was intercepted by Ron and Alton. It started when Fanma Bangyu appeared in the surveillance video. After seeing Fanma's blade, Gluttony launched an attack on Fanma's blade. The two fight. Carile appears. Gluttony issues orders to Carile. Carile looked around. Gluttony fell into a disadvantage. Gluttony was headshot by Fanma Bingia with a baseball bat. Carile fled. Sloth returns with Carile. Sloth and Fanma's blade fight. Carile came to the gluttonous corpse. The gluttonous corpse wrapped Carile and turned into a monster. The monster and Sloth teamed up to attack Fanma's blade. The monster devours Sloth. Monsters got stronger. The Killer Queen appears. The Killer Queen and Fanma Blade joined forces to attack the monster. Defeated the monster, killed the monster. Carile's face came out. The idea of death appears. After that, Nina already knew about it before. Little big brother, thank you. Nina looked in the direction of Ron's room. Shizuka didn't understand, just felt strange. At this time, Shizuka hadn't started to read and couldn't concentrate, so he couldn't see the Killer Queen at all, nor Fanma Renya, nor Chi. Only gluttony, golden emotion hitting the air. Ron submits the killer mission. A gluttony, a laziness, is a billion monks. The price, to be honest, is a bit low. But this is the target to be killed, and before killing, he also accepted the killer task, which is undoubtedly an additional gain. The traces have been cleaned up. Surveillance, video calls. There are still traces of fighting. It was all cleaned up and nobody knew I did it. However, if people from the world's gangsters start to investigate, AI'd, they will also suspect me. After all, Carile came to the Sky Arena for Nina. Nina is a member of my squad. However, the strength I showed in the Sky Arena is not strong. At least it's not as strong as gluttony and laziness. Will doubt me, but only a small probability will think that I did it. Next, we will see how the world's gangsters will react. Maybe this will be an opportunity to sneak into the world's gangsters. Ron walked out of the room. Nina, little big brother. Things have passed, don't care about them, and look forward. Ron said, sometime in the future, people related to Carile may come to investigate us. You have to pretend that you don't know anything, understand? I will Jean and Carlisle call you this evening. Nina nodded. I see. As the evening approached, Ron called Carlisle's expected number. No one connects. That's for sure. Carlisle's cell phone is getting rotten early. 1, 2, 3. Ron stopped. Not long after, two figures appeared in the Ding Wilhelm family. A woman with a bumpy figure and scantily clad clothes exudes a seductive aura, causing countless young men from the Ding Wilhelm family to look over involuntarily. The woman noticed these sights and showed a subtle smile. Beside him is a young man. There was a strong greed in his eyes. A middle-aged man sat across from the two, quite restless. This middle-aged man is the current patriarch of the Ding Wilhelm family. Full name, Nock Ding Wilhelm. What's the situation? Tell me in detail. Yes, Lord Greed. Nock lowered his head very low. As the patriarch of a family, in front of the clansmen, Nock has always been aloof. But now, facing these two people, Nock dare not pose at all. This is the elite figure of the world's gangsters. He is much higher than the patriarch of a small gangster family like himself. More important is strength. One person could destroy his entire family. This can be seen from the fate of the Xingzhenhui Dojo. The Ding Wilhelm family and the Xingzhenhui Dojo are in a competitive relationship. Because they can't beat it, they will seek foreign aid. Just gluttony and laziness performing other tasks passing by. So the 10-old man casually gave this task to gluttony and laziness. This is an extremely simple task. In fact, it is. But Nock didn't expect that such a thing would happen after the missions were over. Gluttony and Sloth are both missing and suspected to be dead. This is not something that Nock can take responsibility for. Master Gluttony and Master Laziness left the dojo of the Divine Mind Society and went to the vicinity of Sky Arena. Based on our understanding, they seem to be going to meet someone. That person's name is Carlisle. This is a private matter of the two adults, so we dare not intervene. But after waiting for a long time, I have not waited for the gluttonous and lazy adults to come back, so I sent someone to take a look. It was discovered that the two adults were missing. There are traces of fighting at the scene. Nearby residents also saw some fighting footage. However, all the data in the monitoring has been cleared. Carlisle is missing too. Greed frowned. All the monitoring has been cleared? Since there are witnesses, don't the witnesses see the gluttonous and lazy combat opponents? You can find someone to draw their appearance. Back to Lord Greed, no. Nock shook his head and said, those witnesses did not see the two adults facing each other. I didn't see it. What do you mean? Greedy eyes narrowed. Master Greedy, indeed not. I have already ordered people to torture and torture. Those people must have no interest relationship with the other party. It is impossible to risk their lives to hide it. Other than that, is there any other information? There is none left. Greed turned around and wanted to discuss with Lust. But after looking back, I realized that Lust had left at some point. In a room not far away, two figures were entangled together. A muffled voice sounded. Greedy heard something, and his face turned cold. Gluttony and laziness are dead. Is there still the mood to do this? Greed went to that room and knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Lust was a little dissatisfied, but he stopped his actions, put on his clothes, opened the door, and looked at Greed with cold eyes. Suddenly he smiled. Do you want to be together? Greed looked at Lust blankly. Not interested in. Gluttony and Sloth are probably dead, and the order from above has come down. We must find out the murderer who killed Gluttony and Sloth as soon as possible, kill him, and take revenge. Let's discuss it. After finishing speaking, Greedy turned and left. Lust shrugged, a little upset, but still followed Gluttony. I looked back. Wait, my sister will love you again later. The two came to the conference room. Not long after, Nock walked in. Greed looked at Lust and said, according to what Nock said, Gluttony and laziness are probably dead. As for their murderers, no one saw them, and all the monitoring was cleared. It is not a single person who kills Gluttony and Sloth, but a team. The opponent must be none. There is no doubt about it. The key lies in the opponent's ability. Greed paused and said, I have two guesses. The first one, The opponent is the nun of Transmuter, who uses Nen Beasts and gluttony and sloth to fight, so ordinary people can't see the opponents of gluttony and sloth. Nen Beast is invisible to ordinary people. Second, the opponent has none in stealth. Third, the other party has the ability to create hallucinations. Let's ponder for a while. Since the other party has cleared the surveillance video, it will not be the second case, but only the first case or the third case. If the third case, we don't need to worry about it. If their hallucinating nun was strong enough to affect gluttony and laziness, it wouldn't be the scene of a fierce battle. So their ability to create hallucinations is only useful to ordinary people. However, it doesn't really matter. The opponent has cleaned up the traces so cleanly, it is difficult for us to find them from this aspect. Let's find it from the hostile relationship. Let's look at Nock. Nock, behind the Xingzinhui dojo, are there any powerful people? Nock shook his head and said, No, there are no people behind the Xingzinhui dojo, and the few forces that have made good friends with the Xingzinhui dojo are not very good. It is impossible for them to be opponents of gluttony and laziness. Where's Carile? Greed asked. Master Greed, I don't know the situation on Carile's side. Les takes out the phone. I'll get in touch with the teacher in Carile. Immediately, dial the number above. Not long after, a hoarse voice sounded from inside. Les hung up the phone. Both Greed and Nock turned to Lust, hoping that Lust could give some useful information. 0. Seeking flowers. Greed is for the task. As for Nock, he didn't want this matter to involve the Ding Wilhelm family. Once the real murderer is not found, the Wilhelm family may be blamed. Carlyle's teacher said that this time Carile came here to find his daughter, and the reason why Carile found gluttony was because in the process, he encountered a little trouble. Carile can't handle it by himself. Greed frowned. Any information about Carlyle's daughter? No, I only know that Carlyle's daughter is near the Sky Arena. The specific situation is not clear. Carile doesn't want others to know the specific situation. Les paused. However, to be honest, I don't think this matter has much to do with Carile. 0. After all, where's Carlyle's strength? How strong is the person he can provoke? It's more likely to be the Xingzinhui dojo, and people who secretly stare at the gangsters of our world. At this time, Gluttony received a message, and his face changed. What's wrong? Les looked over. Gluttony said, I just got the news that a killer entrusted the website with tasks related to gluttony and laziness. They were accepted and submitted, and the other party took away 2 billion ring nuns. Lust's eyes narrowed slightly. Killer mission? It's only 2 billion ring nuns? 1 billion monks for one person. Just for such a small bounty, take action against gluttony and esophagus. Are we that worthless? Lust sneered. This killer, does he look down on us so much? Greed said, if the other party is really attacking gluttony and laziness because of the assassin's entrusted task, then the other party is likely to target us as well. Because our strength is not much different from gluttony and laziness. Our bounty is also 1 billion ring nuns. Greed turned to Nock. Nock, the situation with Carlyle's daughter. Go and investigate. Yes, Lord Greed. Greed then turns to Lust. If it is true that the killer is targeting the 7 of us, call the other people over as well. Whether it's a killer or a commissioned person, they all have to die. Ron turned on the laptop and played the audio that Alton had just sent. It is Greed and Lust and the conversation of the 3 of Nock. Long before, Ron had ordered Alton to hack into Nock's phone. When it was determined that gluttony and laziness were related to the Ding Wilhelm family, Ron had already asked Alton to monitor many members of the Ding Wilhelm family, not just Nock. Facts have proved that Ron's decision is indeed useful. The situation is better than I expected. World gangsters don't know the real situation of Carile and Nina. Therefore, even if people from the world's gangsters came to the door and saw Nina's current normal condition, they wouldn't think there was anything wrong. Otherwise, they would have to find a way to explain the matter of eliminating thoughts. It's hard to explain. There are very few none in the human continent. But 230, there are fewer students except teachers. In the whole range of nun people, There are only two words to describe Nianshur. Ron's performance in the Sky Arena was not strong. If they knew that Nina had become a synthetic beast before, but now she has returned to normal, she must have undergone a dementia. Where did Ron find a depth psychist? How can an ordinary low-level nun be able to find a nemesis teacher? Jingle bell. The cell phone rang. Ron picked up the phone and connected. Hey, is it Ron? I am, are you? Is Lena next to you? I want to talk to Lena about Carlisle. Not here. Can Lena answer the phone? Ron walked out with his phone. Lena, someone is looking for you. Nina trotted over. Hi, I'm Lena. I have some bad news to tell you. Lena, your father Carlisle died just yesterday. I hope to tell you about this in person. When is it convenient for you? My father is dead? Impossible. You must be lying to me. Unfortunately, but it's true. Knox said, not only your father, but others also died at the hands of the murderer. Nina pretends to be very sad. Is what you said true? Why should I believe you? I can guarantee that what I said is absolutely true. I want to avenge your father, but now the murderer has no clues, so I need you to tell me everything you know. Knock asked back, don't you want to avenge your father? Don't you just watch your father die for no reason? Nina was silent for a while. Then who are you? What is your relationship with my father? I'm a good friend of your father's. Knock paused. If you don't believe me, you can come and appoint a meeting place, and you can ask Ron to come too, and you can rest assured that he is here. Okay, then let's meet at the restaurant on the 200th floor of the Sky Economy Complex. No matter which floor the Sky Arena is on, there are restaurants, supermarkets, etc. The main purpose of outside spectators coming to the Sky Arena is to watch the game. However, besides watching the game, there is also other time. Are these things just standing in a daze? Go to a movie and bring buckets of popcorn and bottles of Coke. So there will be other entertainment in the Sky Arena. One of them is the restaurant. The restaurant in the Sky Arena, for outsiders, will also have a blessing. That is, the chefs of these restaurants exist to prepare dishes for the players in the Sky Arena. The players above the 200th floor of the Sky Arena are all extremely powerful, like stars. A chef who has cooked for ordinary stars can brag about this experience. Chef at the Sky Arena, too. Not long after Knock came, arrived at the entrance of the Sky Arena, took the elevator, and went directly to the 200th floor. When he reached the entrance of the restaurant, Knock saw two figures sitting in the corner. One is Ron, and the other is Nina. Push open the door and walk over. Nina looked at Knock and took a look. Are you the one who called me just now? A friend of my father's. That's right, it's me. Knock sat down across from Ron and Nina. When Ron and Nina looked at Knock, Knock is also playing stars Ron and Nina. At the same time, compare the information I collected with Ron and Nina. The information that Knock collected before is that Nina is Carlisle's daughter. Other than that, there is nothing special about it. She has been with Carlisle since she was a child, until the last time Carlisle left the Sky Arena. Lena didn't leave, but stayed by Ron's side. Also a nun. Noak's eyes flickered for a moment, and in a frozen state, he saw the chi on Lena's body. This gas looks good. From his point of view, Carlisle is quite good to his daughter. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Ing Na to reach this level at this age. It's not something that talent alone can do. After that, Knock looked at Ron. Knock has less information about Ron. There is only some information after coming to the Sky Arena. I left the Sky Arena some time ago and just came back in the last few days. Only in his teens, he reached the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Also got a few victories, but to say that it is very strong, it is not. Knock thinks that Ron should be the kind of elders in the family who have none. He opened the aura nodes early and then studied systematically. That's why at this age, the strength is above those rookie killers. For the rookie killer, Knock is not very fancy. In Knock's view, those rookie killers are the lowest level hideouts. In terms of rating, it is E grade, not even as good as it is. Ron's strength, in Knock's view, is also E rank, just the best among 0.4 E ranks. For this age, it is very strong, but it didn't make Knock feel incredible. It is not impossible for a person who has the inheritance of none to do this. Like Knock's own son. Also at a relatively young age, I turned on aura nodes and became an E-level nun. It's not very difficult. The hard part is to keep going up. It is not difficult for a nun person to step into the E grade, but it is very difficult to become a nun of D rank. Some people spend their entire lives stuck between E and D grades. What Nock didn't know was that Ron had already crossed the threshold between E and D ranks, and now he has steadily reached the level of C rank. Nina's eyes were red, and her face was filled with worry and sadness. Noak looked at the two of them and said, "The news of Carlisle's death has been confirmed. But don't worry too much, we will definitely avenge them. I need you to tell me all the information you know. In this way, the murderer can be found as soon as possible." Nina's eyes were red, and she was sobbing softly. Ron looked at Nock, hesitated, and asked, "Senior, I want to ask, where is the body of Senior Carlisle? Can we go and have a look?" "There is none left." Nock shook his head. "Carlisle's body has disappeared and may or may not have been found in the hands of the killer." "Ron, Lena's mood is a little unstable now. You should tell what you know first." Ron nodded. "After I came to the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, I was targeted by some players. At that time, Senior Carlisle gave me some pointers, so I didn't rush to make a clearer comparison. Because we lived next door, Lena was not much younger than me, so we got to know each other very quickly and became friends. Senior Carlisle left the Sky Arena because of a sudden loss in the game. Before 08 left, he entrusted Lena to me and asked me to take care of her, so Lena will live with me. I went out some time ago and just came back recently. I know that Senior Carlisle has come to see Lena many times. I had an appointment to meet last night, but I made several calls, but no one answered. At that time, I realized that something bad might have happened. I didn't expect it to be like this." Ron sighed. Nock asked, "Ron, do you know what Carlisle is up to?" "That's not very clear." Nock turned to Nina. "Lena, what about you? It's been a while since your father came back. Hasn't he told you about his future plans?" Nina bowed her head in silence for a while and said, "Father just told me, let me work hard, strive to be promoted to the 200th floor of the Sky Arena as soon as possible, and strive to become the floor owner. This is his dream. He has no chance to fulfill it. I hope I can fulfill it for him." About his own affairs, he did not say specifically. He told me not to worry about him, just train with peace of mind. However, I often heard other people's voices when my father was on the phone with me. It seemed to be a woman. Nock's eyes flickered. "A woman. Seems like it." Noak nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. I will find the murderer as soon as possible. And you all be careful. Don't leave the Sky Arena. The murderer may still attack you. It's safer to stay in the Sky Arena. By the way, if you have any news, if you remember it, please contact me in time." Nock stood up. "My number is the one I called before." After finishing speaking, Nock left. Ron and Nina didn't get up right away. Nina's eyes became redder, tears fell down. Ron patted Nina's shoulder. After a long time, the two got up and left the restaurant. Go back to Ron's luxury suite and close the door. A figure walked out from the corner and looked at the door of Ron's luxury suite. It was Nock. Even though Nock had already made a judgment in his heart, he still had doubts about Ron and Nina. These two brats should be fine. Back to the Ding Wilhelm family. Nock came to the face of Greed and Lust for the first time. Lord Greed, Lord Lust. Greed raised his chin slightly. "How's the situation over there?" Nock said, "No problem. Carlisle's daughter and the other brat are both weak. They can't be opponents of Gluttony and Sloth, and they're not even as strong as Carlisle. But Carlisle has raised her daughter well. Maybe we can surpass Carlisle in the future." Greedy flexed his fingers and tapped twice on the desktop. "Just now I got a piece of information about Carlisle's ability. Carlisle's ability is called Synthetic Beast, which can synthesize human and non-human creatures. The existence after synthesis is the Synthetic Beast. The Synthetic Beast completely obeys Carlisle. It's very fishy. Similar to Nen Beast, but stronger than Nen Beast, under the condition of using the same chi. However, Carlisle's ability has a very big limitation. That is, one of the materials for synthesizing a beast must be a very close person. Wives, parents. The synthetic beast that Carlisle used his wife as a material before has been destroyed. Therefore, Carlisle's purpose of returning to this city should be one of the materials for turning his daughter into a synthetic beast. I got this information from Carlisle's teacher, and there is absolutely no false information. Nock frowned, but I didn't see the slightest trace of lying from those two brats. It doesn't mean that they can even deceive me. I have a lot of experience in this area. Also, if Carile wants to use his daughter as a material, why would he cultivate it so carefully? And you didn't take it away last time? Les pondered for a while. This is indeed a suspicious point. Nock continued. Those two brats, Ron is only at the level of a level 870, and Lena, even the level of a level has not reached, and it is impossible to defeat Lord Gluttony. Even if there are people behind Ron, one is it can't be too strong. If you really want to be strong, you won't be able to let Ron come to Sky Sports City alone. 17. The second is, why do you want to help Lena to that extent? For the sake of Lena, against the gluttonous lord, against the lazy lord, and against the gangsters of the whole world? What a stupid thing to do. Correct. Nock showed a dazed expression. I heard Lena say that when she was on the phone with Carile, she heard a woman's voice beside Carile. Lover, it should be okay for Carile, right? Nock looked at Greed. Greed nodded. If the lover is close enough, it does meet Carlyle's ability requirements. Nock said, then it can be explained that Carile still has a father-daughter relationship with Lena, so he didn't want to use Lena as a material, but found a lover. Les looked at Nock and then agreed. Let's sum it up now. The possibility that Ron, Lena, and these two people are related is extremely slim. Half probability is first match correlation. Half the probability is that there are killers who are targeting us purely for the bounty. Anger and jealousy are already on the way. Les said, when they come, there will be 4 of us. The arrogant guy rejected our invitation. It's really annoying to be arrogant. However, if there are 4 of us, it is enough. Across the city, investigate. Nock, you guys from the Wilhelm family, are you enough? A look of embarrassment appeared on Nock's face. Master Lust, I'm afraid it's not enough. The Ding Wilhelm family has enough people, but there are not enough people with enough strength, so I suggest we hire some people from outside. Besides, if this is done, the murderer might send someone to sneak in. It's kind of like a trap. Greedy glanced at Nock, and his eyes flickered. It's really a good idea. Nock, you arrange it. Nock nodded. Yes, Lord Greed. So under Nock's arrangement, the news of the employment soon spread out. Ron got a call from Nock. Ron, Senior Nock. About Carlyle's matter, we're starting to track down the murderer here, but because there are few clues, we need a lot of manpower. Do you want to join with Lena? Is it dangerous? There will certainly be dangers. Then Lena should not be suitable. Now Lena is in a bad mood, and she has not fully developed none, and her fighting ability is very weak. She is still the daughter of Senior Carile. That's true. What about you, Ron? Ron was silent for a moment. Go. Ron definitely wants to go. Ron is done. And the next step is to absorb the characteristics of the world's gangsters. So this is an excellent opportunity. However, Ron couldn't act like he wanted to. Otherwise, Nock would definitely be suspicious. Senior Nock, Senior Carile did teach me, but I also took care of Lena. The friendship between me and Senior Carile is not that deep. Nock frowned slightly. Understand. I forgot to tell you. This time, I am hiring not for nothing but for a commission. A week for million nuns. Are you interested? Is there a commission? But this is a bit less, right? Senior Nock. Nock smiled. It's based on strength. The stronger your strength, the higher the commission. After you come, you can show us your strength. If you're good, the commission can be increased. You will definitely not be treated badly. Senior Nock, where should I go? Nock reported an address. The next day, Ron distributed most of his energy to Fan Marinia and Alton. As for himself, he restrained his breath and pretended to be an E-rank nun. But even so, Ron's physical strength is not that weak. Ron just restrained his breath and dispersed his temper. But the other attributes of C-level nun are still there. In Ron's hand, there was a rotten knife. Even in the face of a sudden attack from a C-level nun person, such as the previous gluttony and laziness, Ron can resist it, but it may only be able to resist it a few times. But a few strokes are enough. With just one thought, Ron can make Alton and Fanma blade disappear, and the chi will return to Ron's body in an instant. This is definitely not something that gluttony or laziness can defeat. Come to the place, Nock said. Push the door and enter. This is a yard. In the yard, there are dozens of figures. When Ron pushed open the door, they all looked over and sized up Ron. Some people quickly looked away. Some people showed disdainful expressions. Only a very small number of people have any interest in Ron. Everyone. Not long after, Noak walked in and looked around for a week. First of all, I would like to thank you all for coming here and accepting the employment of my Ding Wilhelm family. However, this mission is more dangerous and difficult. So, I need to conduct a test for everyone before I officially hire you. If you pass the test, you will be officially hired. But don't worry, everyone, even if the test fails, I won't let everyone go in vain. As long as you come here today, you can receive a commission of 600,000 ordinances. Hearing the previous few sentences, some people's faces became a little ugly. It's not necessarily because of lack of strength, but because some people don't like testing by nature. In addition, these requirements were not mentioned by Nock before. Some people will definitely be upset if they only make these requests after they have arrived. But Nock is the patriarch of the Ding Wilhelm family. Even if these people are dissatisfied, they will not show it in person, and most they just curse Nock behind their backs. But after hearing the next few sentences, everyone's expression softened. Ron looked in front of him. A faint attraction overflowed from the crystal ball, absorbing the surrounding characteristics. However, it didn't take long before it stopped. Yes, Z-. Ron shook his head, but also understandable. For ordinary people, the Wilhelm family is very mysterious. But for the gangsters of the whole world, the Ding Wilhelm family is only an insignificant part. However, I can use the Ding Wilhelm family as an entry point to get close to the world gangsters. Until the characteristics of the world's gangsters are absorbed to 100% and the fourth beast is created. Not pointed to a passage. Please enter that room one by one. A series of figures walked in one after another. After a while, it was Ron's turn. After Ron walked in, there was a long and narrow passage, tens of meters, and at the end of the passage was an iron gate. A figure stood guard at the door. Next, the doorkeeper opened the door only after the sound from inside and made a gesture to Ron to come in. Ron walks in. The two figures sat opposite each other. It is greed and lust. Takes a look at Ron. Then I looked at the form at hand and confirmed Ron's identity. Li Dezhao Ron, right? Yes. Show us your hair. Yes. Ron had a thought. Killer Queen. The next moment, a pink figure appeared beside Ron. Ron said, "My main abilities are chanting monks and cold bullets. This mind beast is good at melee combat. I can use mind bombs for long-range support. With cooperation, I can beat most Nen players of the same level." Lust-eyed Ron with interest. Greed sneered, seemingly disdainful. Attack the target over there. Yes. Ron used the phantom feather first, then ordered the Killer Queen to rush to the opposite target. Showed the level that an E-level Nen should have, and the pride of thinking that he is a genius. It's okay, you passed. How about 6 million ordinances a week? I still have a reading tool. Ron took out the dead knife. In the case of no air injection, it can also be seen that the rotten life knife is a meditation tool, but it is only possible to see the sharpness of the knife. Therefore, in the eyes of greed and lust, this is just a sharp thinking tool. Other than that, there are no other features. They also don't think Ron can have a good reading device. Can the commission be increased? Greed laughed. Yes, I will add another 1 million rings to you. Greed in Ron's body, I saw the character of greed. This is what greed likes. Therefore, he took the initiative to help Ron with a commission of 1 million nuns. Anyway, he does not need to pay the specific money, and the Ding Wilhelm family is responsible for it all. Thank you, my lord. Ron made his way to the tunnel of passers-by. Greed and lust start talking. This is the person we suspected earlier, who is connected to Carile. It is indeed too weak. It is impossible to be the opponent of gluttony and laziness. And the character is greedy, and a relationship with Carile's daughter can only be said to be mediocre. It's not for money. It's impossible to come here. In order to get a higher commission, I will show my cards completely. Now 477 can completely eliminate his suspicion. This is just a cannon fodder who thinks he is a genius. One after another figure walked in, one after another figure walked out. Ron entered a hall. There are already several figures here. When I saw Ron walk in, I was a little surprised. Ron didn't take the initiative to chat with these people, but walked to a corner alone. Before long, greed and lust walk in. Behind the two of them was Noak. Everyone. Noak looked around for a week and said, "First of all, congratulations to everyone who passed the assessment. Now you're all employed by my dang Wilhelm family, and to the outside world, your status is bodyguards. In fact, your job is to obey the orders of several adults." Ron looked around. In the hall, there were a total of 12 people who passed the assessment. "I'll come first." He took a step forward and looked at Ron and the other 10 people. Afterwards, among the 12 people, he pointed to the 3 who looked the most robust and handsome. Ron's appearance was naturally good. The Zoldyck family is not bad at all in terms of looks. Adi, Yirmi, Kilua, Kaluto, Yalugia, and Chi are 10 poor ones. And as for Zeno, Silva, that's getting old, there's no way. But the temperament is still there. Lust does not choose Ron, but Ron is too young. Greedy glanced at Lust, but said nothing. However, Greed has already seen that the purpose of Lust's selection is not at all for the ability and strength of the other party, but purely for your own entertainment. "You 3 come with me." Greed first pointed to 2 people, and the third person chose Ron. Greed goes ahead. The 3 of Ron walked behind. While Ron was looking at the other two were also staring at Ron. A young man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, doesn't look like a nun, but more like a student. The other person, wearing sports clothes and a headband, looked like a street gangster. But there's an air of indifference to everything. Greed brought the 3 to a conference room. "Let's all introduce ourselves, and you will follow me in the future." Greed points to the youth in the suit. "You first." "Yes, my lord." The young man in the suit said, "I am Bayong, a manipulator-capable person, proficient in fighting, and I have high enough confidence in attacking ability and skills. I am Meraki, an enhancer ability user. If I want to talk about characteristics, I am good at defense. No matter what kind of attack you face, leave it to me. I will stand in front of everyone." All eyes fell on Ron. "I am Ron, a transmuter-capable person, good at Nunju and Nunju." Greed nodded. "I won't talk about my ability. You will know it later. When I hire you this time, I will tell you about the main things we're going to do this time. My 2 companions were killed. All I have to do is avenge them. Find a murderer and kill the murderer. The first goal is the Azure Dragon Club Dojo. What we have to do is to sneak into the King Longhui Dojo and capture the master of the King Longhui Dojo. The King Longhui Dojo and the Shingxinhui Dojo have a certain friendship. The idea of greed is simple. Since there is no clue, let's start with the relationship, rather than kill by mistake, not let go. Get ready and do it tonight." On the other side, Les brought the 3 of them back to his room. However, it didn't start working right away. Instead, he made some indescribable moves first. A muffled voice came out. Those 3 people were unwilling, and they had no choice. The strength of lust was much stronger than them. In the hall, the remaining 6 people looked at Nock. "Senior Nock, what about us? There will be 2 adults coming later. You just follow them." Not long after, 2 figures walked in. One is jealousy, the other is anger. Nock himself returned to the secret room of the dang Wilhelm family. There are many nefarious people and technicians here, trying to recover the surveillance records. Hope to find a little clue from here. But it's absolutely futile. Alton's technology and ability surpass them too much. Not to mention them. Even V5 and the Kajin Empire cannot recover the previously deleted information from the things that Alton manipulated. None does have many possibilities, but it is not a panacea. In this regard, Alton has a top-notch advantage. Ron thought to himself, it is impossible for these people to find the real culprit. However, under normal circumstances, they will not stop for a while, unless you encounter some great setbacks and blows. That's why I chose to stop and go back. It's like, in the original plot, after the gangsters of the world knew that Phantom Troupe was born on Meteor Street. Even if the 10 old men died, they didn't continue to seek revenge from Phantom Troupe. I need to get them to stop as soon as possible. In this way, I can enter the core area of the world's gangsters through greedy relationships. Absorb the characteristics of the world's gangsters. Ron made his decision. Then, just destroy all the newly supported world gangsters. A cloud of chi left Ron's body, headed towards the sky arena, and soon landed on Alton and fam arena. In this cloud of chi, it was Ron's order to them. The first thing Alton did was to accept all the assassination missions of members of the 7 deadly sins of the world gangster: greed, lust, jealousy, anger, arrogance. Afterwards, Alton, centered on the Ding Wilhelm family, invaded a large number of monitoring equipment for monitoring. Then, Fan Mop Blade left. Into the night. Start to act. Greedily looked at the 3 of Ron. Come with me. A group of 4 people came to the vicinity of the Azure Dragon Club dojo. This is a huge courtyard. It's not even a courtyard, but more like a manor. The area is very large. There are also a lot of people. The Sky Arena can be short of everything, but the dojo will not be short. The fighting atmosphere here is too strong. Those who have achieved results in the Sky Arena but are unable to become floor masters will often come to open dojos. One is to promote one's own fighting philosophy. The other one is to make money. In such an environment, it is very difficult for the world's gangsters to work here, and they will encounter various obstacles. This is how the Ding Wilhelm family and the Xing Zinhui dojo stand. The Ding Wilhelm family suffered a big loss and directly applied for the support of the world's gangsters. That's why gluttony invaded the Xing Zinhui dojo and completely wiped out the Xing Zinhui dojo. Superior, greed ordered. Bruyang and Muraki rushed in from the direction of the main entrance. The greedy figure came to the heights. Ron didn't go in. He just ordered the killer queen to go in. A huge fat man becomes the target of Muraki and Bruyang. King Longhui Dojo is a sumo wrestling dojo. The people here are practicing sumo. Sumo wrestling has extremely high requirements for weight. Muraki rushed to the front. With a punch, it hit the back of the fat man's head. The other party staggered a bit, but quickly stabilized his figure. Coagulation. Ron looked at the situation of the King Longhui Dojo. There are not many people here, much less than the Xing Zinhui Dojo. There might be dozens of people in total. However, the strength of a single person must come stronger. The sumo wrestler who couldn't read was quickly knocked to the ground, posing no threat to Muraki and Bruyang. But soon, sumo wrestlers who could read appeared. One-on-one between Muraki and Bruyang. They don't have much advantage. At this time, Muraki and Blue Yang adopted a cooperative strategy. Muraki blocked the front, and Bruyang attacked from the side. Muraki's offensive ability is not good, but his defensive ability is extremely strong. After suffering such an attack, he seems to be fine. Bruyang's attack ability is much stronger than Muraki's, but correspondingly, the defense ability is much worse. Facing a sumo wrestler is not a full-strength attack, and it is a bit difficult to bear it. Whether it is Muraki, Bruyang, or Ron, they're not the key to the outcome of this battle. The key is greed. The Azure Dragon Club dojo is not weak, but greed is stronger. It's like gluttony. Eating one person can completely destroy the Xing Zinhui dojo. Greedy one person can also wipe out the King Longhui dojo. Ron ordered the Killer Queen to play as support next to greed. Boom! With a loud voice, the battle is over. A middle-aged, strong man knelt down on the ground, with greed in front of him. Greed is ready to torture the middle-aged man. But at this time, jingle bell. The cell phone rang for a while, and greedily connected the phone. The next moment, his face suddenly changed, and he became gloomy. When the other party finished speaking, he hung up the phone and looked at Murashi and Bruyang. You guys, bring him back to the Ding Wilhelm family. Ron, you come with me. 17. After finishing speaking, Greedy turned around directly. On the other hand, lust also brings people here. Until, entering a park by the lake, 8 corpses fell on the ground in a haphazard manner. Among them, 2 corpses were headless, and, judging from their figures, it seemed that they were not very old. Probably the level of youth. Greed and lust glanced at each other. Their expressions became unsightly, and there was a deep seriousness in their eyes. Anger and jealousy, both dead. The surveillance video has been cleared just like the time of gluttony and laziness. No leads. There are no witnesses this time. Who is the other party? How strong is the opponent? The two did not dare to continue the investigation any longer, but developed a strong fear. Let's report to the higher authorities. With the strength of our 7 deadly sins, it is no longer enough to catch the murderer. Need the Nen Beasts to take action. Les took out his cell phone and made a call. 0, seeking flowers. Not long after, Les hung up the phone. We were ordered to evacuate the city, not just the 2 of us, and all the mob families. The high-level executives of the Sky Arena have made a move. They're very dissatisfied with our actions this time. If we continue, there will be retaliatory action against the World Gang. Greedy expression froze. For the newcomer killers in the Sky Arena, greed is not in the eye. However, Sky Arena is definitely not to be underestimated, especially those floor masters and landlords. Even the Nen Beast is not sure that it can deal with it. Greed glared at Nock. Didn't you say that the Xingzinhui Dojo and the high-level executives of the Sky Arena are not deeply involved? 0. Now Greed no longer suspects the killers for the bounty, Ron, Lena, and others, but directly concludes that the people who kill Gluttony and Sloth are the upper echelons of the Sky Arena. The one who killed the anger and jealousy this time was also the top management of the Sky Arena. Nock couldn't cry out because he was suffering, he just felt aggrieved. But with the current situation, Nock can't explain it all. No one will believe it. Evacuate, listen up. Ron frowned slightly. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Anger and jealousy. Naturally, Ron ordered Fan Marenya and Alton to kill. But I didn't expect the top management of Sky Arena to come forward. So much so that greed and lust will immediately evacuate. No need for Ron to do more. Nock returned to the Ding Wilhelm family immediately to inform. Several other families belonging to the world's gangsters, when they heard the news, they just wanted to curse. They didn't do anything. Their business was doing well, but they ushered in this unwarranted disaster. I hate Nock so much. In the middle of the night, troops came out one after another. Ron glanced at the crystal ball in front of him. Because of this incident, the progress on the crystal ball has increased a bit. At present, it has reached the level of 3%. Ron. Greed came to Ron. Interested in following me? Senior Greedy. What do you mean? Ron froze for a moment. Your talent is good. This time there is a vacancy in the 7 deadly sins. Your character is very similar to mine. In you, I see the shadow of myself. I am pleasantly surprised to be valued by the greedy seniors. However, Senior Greedy, I don't want to give up on Sky Arena. Greedy showed a smile and seemed more satisfied. You don't need to give up. You can take care of both. If you just give up the Sky Arena because of my invitation, I will treat you instead. The rules of the Sky Arena, as I remember, are at least 1 match within 3 months, right? How long has it been since your last match? Almost 3 months. But I have to leave tonight. Senior Greedy, then you can give me an address. I apply for tomorrow's competition and go to the doctor after the competition is over. Okay, all right. Greed left with the rest of the World Gang. What happened because of Carile officially ended here. Ron was back in the Sky Arena, standing behind the window at 503, looking down. The whole thing, Ron handled it just fine. Because of the problem of social relations, he was a little suspicious of greed and lust. However, this is unavoidable. The blood relationship between Lena and Carile was severed. Let others do it, but Ron may not be able to do it well. In this operation, Alton's ability played an extremely critical role. Killer Queen, Fan Blade's role should be smaller. But it's necessary. Ron applied overnight for the next day's fight. Opposite is a newcomer killer who doesn't believe in evil. In 2 or 3 hits, Ron knocked him down in the ring. Competition is over. Nina, during the time I'm not here, you can concentrate on training, competition, and cultivation, and that's fine. Yes, little big brother. Nina appears to have recovered from Carile's death. Ron turned to Shizuku. Shizuku, you just stay in the room. Don't leave. If you need something to eat, just call the restaurant. If you're bored, you can buy some books to read or watch TV. Regarding Shizuku learning none, Ron felt that it would be better to teach him himself. Nina's understanding of none is not so thorough. Even Ron himself is not an expert when it comes to none. Ron knows none's skills, just the basic types. Coagulate, twine, refine, absolutely, send out. High-level nin skills. Wait until the 1-year agreement between Ron and Maha Zoldyck. Return to the Zoldyck Manor, and Maha Zoldyck will teach Ron at that time. I'm leaving. Goodbye, little big brother. Goodbye, Captain. Ron waved his hand. After that, I took the airship and went to the city mentioned by Greed. This is a very industrialized city. There are factories everywhere. Smoke billowed. The entire sky is dyed gray and black. Even on sunny days, the sun is hardly visible. The smog filled the air. Ron disembarked the airship. Greed is waiting outside ahead of time. Ron, Senior Greedy. Boarding. Greed drove the car himself, with Ron in the passenger seat, speeding all the way. After a while, it stopped at the gate of the yard. A housekeeper opened the door and Greed drove in. Go to the second floor, choose a room at will, whatever is empty, and after you put down and salute, I will take you to the training ground. Ron nodded. Yes, Senior Greedy. Ron glanced at the crystal ball in front of him. After entering the city, Ron felt it. The crystal ball is continuously absorbing the surrounding characteristics. This is much faster than before in the Ding Wilhelm family, and there is no sign of stopping if it is not absorbed to a certain extent. Constantly improve. A guess faintly flashed in Ron's mind. That is, the entire city may be under the control of the world gangsters. This city is a city built by world gangsters. After all, greed is one of the members of the 7 deadly sins. And here, it looks like greed often lives. The whole city is filled with a gangster atmosphere. Ron went downstairs. Greed led the way, came to the backyard, and entered the training ground. The training ground is large and well-equipped, much better than what the Sky Arena provides to the players. Sit. Greed sat cross-legged on the ground. Ron sat across from Greed. In you, I saw my former self. You're as greedy as I am. Others might think it's bad, but I don't think it's bad. Greed is just a desire. The stronger the desire, the farther you can go on the road of none. The reason why I let you come here is very simple. I want you to grow up and join the 7 deadly sins. I like you very much. These greedy words reminded Ron of a scene in the original plot. That was after Yuvajin died. Gon and Killua pursue Nobunaga and others for the bounty. As a result, he was captured. However, the character shown by Gon has been recognized by Nobunaga. So Nobunaga wanted Gon to join Phantom Troupe. Nen people are actually very willful in doing things. To be precise, strong people are very willful in doing things. They have very few things to worry about, and they don't need to be timid. Since you can follow your own personality, why not? Why do you have to suffocate yourself? Thank you, Senior Greedy. Greed shook his head. You don't have to thank me. I did it because I wanted to, not to help you. Now, let me briefly introduce the situation here. This city, named Orion, is the core city of the world's gangsters. The team I'm on is called the 7 Deadly Sins. The leader of the world's gangsters is named 10 Old Man. Below the 10 Old Men, there is an elite team directly under them, named Nen Beasts. The strength of Nen Beasts is extremely deceiving. The 7 deadly sins are among the world's gangsters, and they are 3.5, one of the nuns' teams second only to Nen Beasts. In the world of gangsters, such a team has a name. Preparation member of Nen Beast. Once the Nen Beast loses personnel, it will draw supplements from these teams. My dream is to become a member of Nen Beast. Once you become a member of the Nen Beast, your status, wealth, will no longer be a problem. This is even more rare than the floor master of the Sky Arena. Greedy's purpose of saying these things is probably to draw a picture of Ron and arouse Ron's yearning. However, Ron's understanding of Nen Beast is more about the performance of Nen Beast in the original plot. For members besieged a Yuvajin, but were killed by Yuvajin. The remaining 6 members, facing the ordinary members of Phantom Troupe, were not able to please. Even the leader didn't make any decent counterattack. Senior Greedy, what should I do? Train hard and practice hard during this time. After a while, I will recommend you to the reserve team. Ron nodded. Thank you, Senior Greedy. After a pause, he asked again. Senior greed. Do you know what is the situation of Senior Carlisle and the world's gangsters? Carlisle. Greed frowned. Carlisle is just a small character. I don't know much about him. If you want to find out, you have to go to Carlisle's teacher. However, that person is very weird and weird. Under normal circumstances, don't approach him. Unless there is some unavoidable reason. For that little girl, you won't take this risk. Even if you want to go, wait until you pass the assessment of the reserve team before going. Ron settled down in greedy manner. 3 days later, Ron went to a base. This base looks like a ruin, but it is actually a ruin. Dozens of people were sent here. All you have to do is survive here. A month's time. A month from now, 08, I will open the door here. Those who survived passed the assessment. After speaking, boom, the door closes. The surrounding environment became dark. Ron faintly felt that someone in the dark was watching the situation here. Obviously, people outside did not really ignore this assessment. For his own survival, Ron is not worried at all. Ron's strength is much stronger than the others who participated in the assessment. Even in the case of hiding his strength, Ron will not be in the slightest danger. I just don't know how much the progress of the observer's ultimate intention can be improved in this month. Outside, Alton and Famaron have already entered the city of Leon, hidden in a corner, without attracting anyone's attention. This is indeed one of the core cities of the world's gangsters. However, there are many people here, and most of the members of the world's gangsters are not enemies, and only have very, very few parts. It can be said that as long as Alton and Fanmobingia don't take the initiative to show off, they will not be discovered. At this time, Alton is collecting information about the city of Orion, mainly because of the role of the world gangsters in this city. We're the main forces here. Who will be more powerful? None. This is the advantage of the automatic type of beasts. Ron only needs to give them general direction orders, and they will automatically move in this direction, without Ron's anytime orders. Still, that's what Ron can do. The degree of automation reaches the level of Ron's mind beast, very few. As far as Ron knew, he was alone. As for whether there will be others, Ron is not sure. Ron knows about this world, but he doesn't know much about it. The original plot is not a finished product, and the information mentioned must be incomplete, just like what happened on Meteor Street. Disaster thing, and the 7 deadly sins within the world's gangsters. Even the Nen Beast was not portrayed in the original plot, but treated as a minor character. Not to mention the 7 deadly sins of being inferior to Nen Beasts. A conference room. There are 3 people in total. Arrogance, lust, greed. Opposite is a screen, and the character on the screen is one of the 10 old men. The attitude of the 3 of them is very respectful. Lust gritted his teeth. My lord, are we really going to stop pursuing this matter? 4 of us died. Gluttony, laziness, jealousy, anger all died. This is not how much Lust cherishes his companions. It's just that anger and jealousy have a certain relationship with Lust. 10 old men looked at Lust. In this matter, the Ding Wilhelm family stretched their tentacles too much. Gluttony and laziness were not investigated during the task. The high-level executives of the Sky Arena have already made a move. It is not in the interests of the world's gangsters to fight against them for a few people. And there is another point that Tiantu didn't say. That is the strength of the world's gangsters comparable to the top management of Sky Sports City? Sky Arena brings together elites from all over the world. As far as Nen are concerned, Sky Arena is definitely better than world gangsters. Plus, Sky Arena brings so many dojos. This is a huge force. The world gangsters and the Sky Arena head-to-head. Maybe the world gangsters will gain an advantage in terms of ordinary people, but in terms of none, the Sky Arena is definitely the advantage. Is it worth the lives of a few dogs? Of course not worth it. World gangsters, to put it bluntly, are still businessmen. Don't mention this matter again. Hurry up and add the manpower of the 7 deadly sins. Correct. About the Nen Beast, I have some news to tell you. All 3 looked over immediately. 10 old men said, the number of members of Nen Beast was 10 before, but now it has decided to expand to 12. So there will be 2 vacancies, and you can all fight for it. After saying these words, the eyes of the 3 of Escher and Arrogant all lit up. As a member of the 7 deadly sins, There is no one who does not want to be a member of Nen Beasts. Among the gangsters in the world, Nen Beasts is the highest hall of naughty people. It's the 10th day. Ron looked at the crystal ball in front of him. The progress on it had increased to 10%, 607. However, when the 10% progress was reached, the speed of improvement slowed down. The extreme intention of the observer, the main point, lies in observation. Need to travel to different places instead of staying in one place for a long time. It is also inconvenient to choose the world gangster as the area to absorb characteristics. The Zoldyck family has no cooperative relationship with the world's gangsters. I need to hide my strength and identity and sneak in by myself. It can only be done step by step. However, it should still take less time than the hunter exam. The island agreed. Ron walked, thinking. Sudden, a wooden box appeared in Ron's sight. Survive in the ruins for a month, and the supplies are placed in advance. Otherwise, no matter how strong, none can survive for a month without water and food. But at this moment, a figure appeared opposite. Next moment, the other party rushed towards Ron fiercely, with fierce eyes. A sharp blade was gripped tightly. Ron shook his head, grimacing. Killer Queen. The Killer Queen blocked the other party and entangled with the other party. Ron's figure came to the opponent's side. The hand rises and the knife falls. The dead knife in Ron's hand hit the opponent's vitals precisely. Ron didn't have the ability to use a rotten knife, but only relied on the sharpness of a rotten knife. A wound appeared on the opponent's waist. A lot of blood gushed out. The other party's face became very ugly in an instant. However, the opponent still didn't give up, but turned around and rushed towards Ron. The ferocity in his eyes became stronger than before. Even if I die, I will hold you back. Just a brat. Don't be too arrogant. Ron shook his head. Raising the dead knife in his hand, he slashed across it. This time, it hit the opponent's throat accurately. The opponent clutched his throat, unwilling to fall down. Such a scene, in this trial ground, is nothing more than an insignificant point. Such things are happening in many corners, and it is not just a resource grab. It is a battle of life and death. A month passed. A middle-aged man appeared at the door of the ruins. Boom! The door opens. The assessment is over. Following the sound of the middle-aged man, figures emerge from the ruins. Congratulations, you have passed the examination. Starting today, you are one of the candidates for the 7 deadly sins. Keep it up. An identity card was earned in Ron's hands. This is your ID card. With this, it proves that you are already the cadres of the world's gangsters. In this city, you have the right to move freely. Except for very few areas, you can all lose. Hearing this, Ron's eyes lit up. That's what Ron wanted. What became one of the members of the 7 deadly sins? What became one of the members of Nen Beasts? What becomes a cadre of the world gangster? None of this Ron cares about. What Ron wants is the right to move freely in the world's gangsters. The ultimate intention of the observer, the main focus, lies in observation. At Zoldyck Manor, Ron needn't worry. Because Ron himself is one of the owners of Zoldyck Manor, he will not be blocked wherever he goes. Therefore, in a short period of time, the characteristics of the Zoldyck Manor have been absorbed to 100%. Of course, this has something to do with the fact that Zoldyck Manor is not very large. This is not very big, not compared with other manors. As far as manors go, Zoldyck Manor is definitely at the top of the list. This is not very large, compared to other regions of Ron absorption properties. Going to the Sky Arena, the situation is a little more complicated. The floors below are easy to talk about. As long as Ron buys a ticket, he can go anywhere. But the 251st floor of the Sky Arena caused a little trouble for Ron. The fighting conference is held every 2 years. Ron waited until the fighting tournament was held, and the regiment absorbed the characteristics of the Sky Arena to 100%. Meteor Street, on the other hand, has such a huge area that it is completely a country. I also encountered the truth about the Kudo bandit group. It took Ron a lot of time to complete the absorption of the characteristics of Meteor Street. In the case of the world gangsters, the area is also huge. Compared with Meteor Street, it is more scattered. Not one city, two cities, but scattered in many countries, various cities. Orion is one of the core cities. Ron is currently not sure how much world gangster stuff he needs to observe to achieve 100% progress. But as much as he can get in the city of Orion, Kong Huang can get more. The previous experience on Meteor Street let Ron know that it is not necessary to observe everything in the area. On Meteor Street, Ron has many existences that have not yet been observed. A figure was waiting not far away. Next to it is a car. Ron recognized him. This is one of those greedy stewards. Master Ron. Mr. Waters. Waters opened the car door and said, Master Greedy is away on a mission, so he's not in Orion, Lord Ron. If you need anything, you can tell me. Ron nodded and got in the car. Mr. Waters, can you show me around Orion? The person who gave me the cadre ID card just now said that I could go to most areas of the city, but there are also very few areas that cannot be approached. Can you tell me about it? Can you introduce me? Waters nods. Certainly. Waters drove the car himself. Ron was in the passenger seat. The car was driving at a moderate speed. Ron looked at the crystal ball in front of him. 20 days ago, progress in the crystal ball stopped because Ron was trapped in the Ruined King. Now out, the crystal ball started absorbing again. Waters introduced while driving. This city is one of the core cities of the world's gangsters, and it is also the most important city. Flowers, magnificent. Waters had a look of pride on his face. Master Ron, you have obtained the status of a cadre of the world's gangsters, and your authority is higher than mine. If you want to say that you can't go to places, it may be these 4 places. The first, the tallest, largest, and most gorgeous annex building in the center of Orion City. Large conference building. I haven't entered here before. Master Greed has been, but the number of times is very small. There are rumors outside that if the old man comes to Olean, he will stay in the conference building. Second, Sapper. Gangsters in our world have their own weapon manufacturing assembly line, and they don't completely rely on external weapons. Firearms, grenades, rocket launchers, etc. can all be made by themselves. It's even for sale. The third one, experimental base number 2. This experimental base is very mysterious, and I don't know exactly what's going on inside. By the way, the person you asked Mr. Greed about before, Mr. Ron, is the person in the number 2 experimental base. No, Diheo. The fourth one is the Nen Beast Manor. It's the place of Nen Beasts. Others are not qualified to enter unless they are invited. Very dangerous. Ron nodded. I see, Mr. Waters. Thank you. Back at Greed Manor, Ron entered the room, thinking seriously. Except for those 4 areas, I can go to other places. Then, in the future, I will divide the time into 2 parts. A part, go to the places where you can go and absorb the features. 1 part, training. You'd be suspicious if you'd been out and about all day. A greedy, Ron is not afraid. But here is the core area code of the world's gangsters. The large conference building, the engineering factory, the number 2 test base, and the Nen Beast Manor. In these places, we must look for opportunities to enter. There's no rush. Ron ushered in half a month of free time. In the past half a month, Ron has gained a lot. Except for the 4 forbidden areas, Ron has basically visited all the other areas, and he has almost absorbed the characteristics of those areas. The total progress of the crystal ball has reached 30%. Call out. A figure flashed and came in front of Ron. Ron, assemble. Ron followed behind the young man. In addition to Ron, there are quite a few other shrimp. These people, some of whom Ron had met, were, like Ron, winners of previous trials in the ruins. Others, Ron hadn't seen before. The identities of these people are the same as Ron, and they are all cadres of the World Gang. My lord, where are we going? The young man turned his head and glared at the person who asked the question. Don't talk too much, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and do what you are asked to do. Ron didn't ask, but in his heart, Ron had already guessed a lot about the content of this mission. Orion is everywhere in the forbidden area, and Ron wants to visit it, to improve the observer's ultimate progress. The first target Ron set is the engineering factory. This 390 miles is a factory that manufactures firearms. There are very few people, mainly ordinary people. Moreover, when it comes to factories, there must be a lot of electronic equipment inside. With the existence of electronic equipment, there is room for AI Xiaoji to operate. Ron gave Alton an order. The Saber factory was invaded. With Alton's intrusion ability, the people in the engineering and arsenal factory couldn't detect the slightest trace. In this case, if there is a problem in the engineering factory, they will naturally think that it does not come from the intrusion of network technology, but the intrusion of the real world. Someone has infiltrated the engineering factory. But no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find anyone. So they can only ask outside for help. That is, those who were none. Not long after, a huge arsenal appeared in everyone's sight. The youth stopped. This is the arsenal, the manufacturing factory of guns. Because there is an intruder, we need to find it out. After you enter, we will be in groups of 2. This is positioning and video recording equipment, and you need to carry it with you. People with the same number plate will automatically form a group. A woman came to Ron. Little brother, it seems that we're going to act together. Senior, please. Ron knew the reason why the youth issued the positioning and video recording equipment. That is, he suspected that there might be some problems among the people he brought, so he wanted to take precautions in this way. If Ron has other purposes with this arrangement, Ron will not be good to Tianwei. But Ron's purpose is just to observe. Observe enough, long enough, and Ron's goal is accomplished. A group of people went to the arsenal, assigned areas, different teams, and searched in different teams. Ron looked at the crystal ball in front of him. Some rays of light that only Ron could see entered the crystal ball under the attraction of the crystal ball. Little by little, the crystal ball is filled. Sudden, there was a loud noise. Both Ron and the woman looked over involuntarily and saw a figure approaching at a very fast speed, and behind this figure, several pursuers appeared. Stop him! Ron frowned slightly. I didn't expect that besides me, there are really other undercover agents here. As soon as Ron thought, the Killer Queen appeared. A whip appeared in the hand of the woman next to her. This was a manipulator-capable user, and before the person on the other side rushed over, she whipped the whip fiercely. The other party's face darkened. Instead of dodging, he directly took the woman's whip. Snapped! A bloodstain appeared on the opponent's body. The other party took advantage of this opportunity, grabbed the woman's whip, and then yanked it violently. The woman staggered suddenly. And the other party also used this force to approach the woman, and the moment he approached the woman, a palm fell on the woman's body. He then pushed the woman towards her pursuers. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Ron's pupil shrank. All I could see was that the moment the woman was pushed by the opponent, she suddenly exploded. A huge impact surged out. The woman's body turned into a bomb, exploded like a gunpowder bomb. The Killer Queen made a few inconsequential blocks, and the opponent left without slowing down. Ron stepped back early, pretending to be frightened by the opponent's strength and ability. This ability is somewhat similar to that of the Killer Queen. However, judging from the way this person uses his ability, it should be aimed at living things. Otherwise, he would have used this ability before. When I came all the way, I had to bear a lot of things. Or, it's limited to humans. Living humans. Ron looked at each other in a frozen state. This is a young man. The upper part of his hair is short, in the shape of a hedgehog, and the lower part is a whip, like a ponytail. His appearance is a bit mean, even cruel. According to Ron's judgment, the strength of his body is at the level of C rank. However, the explosive power of the bomb made of women is very strong. Therefore, Ron speculated that there must be constraints and vows in the other party's abilities. Ron blended in with the pursuing crowd, not working hard. A chaotic pursuit broke out in the arsenal. The opponent seemed to be very familiar with the arsenal, much more familiar than Ron and others. Using the terrain of the arsenal and its explosive power, no one could catch up for a while. But to put it bluntly, the strength of the pursuer is still too poor. These pursuers, except for Ron, are only at the level of D. And Ron hides his strength and only shows the level of D. The other party is a genuine C rank nun. Boom! Another huge explosion sounded. Be careful, everyone. Don't get close. This person's ability can only be activated after contact. All use long-range attacks. Come here, few people. Go and clean up the venue. Those who have mind beasts, let your mind beasts go. While attacking with mind bombs, Ron gave the Killer Queen an order to step forward and restrain the opponent. At the same time, several other mind beasts of Nen appeared. Gradually, the situation of the other party became worse. But suddenly, the other party's face turned cold. There was a hint of determination in his eyes, as if he had made some decision. Instead of continuing to retreat, he rushed over here. Be careful! Everyone was shocked. This was completely unexpected. Unexpectedly, the opponent would dare to counterattack and fight back. For a while, there was no reaction. When the opponent rushed over, it was too late. The other party came in front of a World Gang leader dash. Human bomb. Ability to activate. Next moment. Boom! A huge explosion erupts. Immediately, the ground sank. Ron and others fled in all directions. But slightly different. Others are really not strong enough to deal with them. Ron, on the other hand, has the strength to deal with it, but pretends to be unable to deal with it. I remembered this man is Kinulf. It's from the Republic of Gokon. His ability is a human bomb, which can turn a living human body into a bomb, which is very cruel. This is not an opponent we can deal with. Only beast adults can deal with it. Ron frowned slightly when he heard these remarks. The Republic of Gokon. Kinulf. This was all something Ron had never heard of before. But if you think about it, it's because of the great hatred you have with the world's gangsters. Jean Urfa looked around coldly. Originally, I was lurking here in the engineering and military factory well, and I got quite a lot of information. I was about to find an opportunity to leave and report the information I got to my superiors. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, the engineer's shovel found his own traces. Jinnel felt very strange. He obviously didn't reveal any flaws. Looking back now, it's still the same. Or I was discovered early in the morning, and they realized that I might have to leave, so they shot before then. Or it was my pure bad luck that I ran into something else. If it's the former, Jinnel can accept it. Then it's just that my skills are not as good as others. Admit it. But Jean Urfu couldn't accept the latter. In Jinnel's view, the world gangster itself is an evil existence. Throughout the world, he has committed many evils and persecuted countless people. The Republic of Gokon is one of them. This is a small country, and because of being targeted by world gangsters, its fate has become miserable. The country is ruined and the family is destroyed. Countless people were displaced. At this time, some survivors of the Republic of Gokon gathered together. One purpose is to take revenge on the world gangsters. The second purpose, the country. Jean Urfu is also one of them, and he can sacrifice his life for these two goals. The possibility of the former is too small. If that's the case, the world's gangsters will never send someone as weak as the former to pursue me. Too weak. It is of no use except to send some casualties. Let the beast attack directly, isn't it good? Therefore, the greater probability is the latter. Jean Urfu felt very uncomfortable when he thought of this. Why? Why does luck even favor such things as the world's gangsters? Can you get the favor of God if you do a lot of evil? It's not fair. After realizing that he had no chance of escape, Jean Urfu made a decision. In the arsenal, there was a lot of killing. Kill as many people as you can. Even if he dies, he should try his best to drag as many members of the world gangsters to hell. These people are weak, but under their pursuit, I can't escape from Orion. Since you're going to target me, then pay with your life. This is your own choice. Go to hell. Die with me. I can't live, and neither can you. Jean Urfu's counterattack made everyone's faces turn ugly, and they panicked for a while, and they couldn't organize an effective response. All of a sudden, the market outlook reversed instantly. All Ron can do is to hide his figure, keep himself as far away from the battlefield as possible, so as not to attract Jean Urfu's attention, otherwise, his strength will be exposed. Once his strength is exposed, Ron's plan to absorb the characteristics of the world's gangsters will not be so easy to complete. A dozen figures fell into Jean Urfu's hands. Either explode, either be bombed. Limb fragments were everywhere. Blood was everywhere. In the air, the smell of blood was extremely strong. Unlike Killer Queen's ability, Jinulf's explosive ability is very similar to real gunpowder explosion. The impact is huge. The explosion was loud. Killer Queen's explosion has no sound and can directly annihilate the explosives. In comparison, the Killer Queen's ability, used for assassination, is much better than Jean Urfa's ability. 0. Seeking flowers. It's more suitable for me as a killer. One after another figure fell down. Sudden. Whoosh! Ron turned his head and saw two figures rushing towards him at a very fast speed. Both are youths. One is strong and the other is smaller and looks very flexible. In the blink of an eye, he came to Jean Urfu. Jean Urfu's pupils shrank. A wound appeared on Jean Urfu's waist. Pooh! A small figure appeared behind Jean Urfu, spitting out a small lump of flesh and blood. It doesn't taste very good. Next to Ron, someone's eyes lit up. Great! Master Nen Beast is here. It's Lord Lizard and Lord Wild Dog. Ron looked at the two of them. His eyes narrowed slightly. The figure behind Jean Urfu looks somewhat similar to a wild dog in appearance, with a pointed nose and extremely long canine teeth. The nails on his hands are completely different from those of humans, but look like dog paws. Looks like the nun of the Enhancer. Ron couldn't help thinking of the person he saw in the original plot among the Nen Beasts. Sick dog. This man named Wild Dog looks somewhat similar to a sick dog. The abilities of the two are somewhat similar. All attack with teeth. The young man in front of Jean Urfu was tall and tall, with his hands in his pockets, and seemed to have scales on his body. He looked at Jean Urfu with an attitude that he didn't think much of Jean Urfu. Jinnerfu, the bedbugs in the Republic of Gogo, haven't they died yet? Since you were alive, why not hide in the gutter? Why did you come to Orion? Do you really feel like you've lived too long? Before Jean Urfu could speak, the wild dog spoke first. You have been hit by my attack. My teeth are highly poisonous, and soon you will be unable to move. Give up. Jean Urfu felt it, and his face became ugly. The other members of the World Gangster breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the Nen Beast coming. Master Nen Beast is here, so there must be no problem. Jean Urfu, you must die. Ron's attention was not on Jinulf, but on the wild dogs and lizards, with a slightly weird expression. The strength of this Nen Beast member seems to be 6 times weaker than I expected. Ron has never met the members of Nen Beast before, so he can only judge based on the information in the original plot. First of all, this is an elite unit directly under the 10 old men in the World Gang. It can be regarded as the strongest nun of the world's gangsters. But it's hard to say whether there is a hidden stronger player. The second is that, among the members of the Nen Beast that appeared in the original plot, some of them were physically disabled, which made Ron wonder if they were the new killers from the Sky Arena. The rookie killer in the Sky Arena is the most likely to have a physical disability among the none. The third is Nen Beast's record against Phantom Troupe. Nen Beast's record is really bad, but it's actually not that bad. At least when facing Yuvajin, the speed of the sick dog made Yuvajin a little unprepared, directly biting off a piece of Yuvajin's meat, and the porcupine hair could penetrate Yuvajin's 830 body. There are also earthworms, which can pull Yuvajin's arms into the ground. If the 4 Nen Beasts don't talk too much, it is really possible to kill Xiaoji. Ron played by the Zoldyck family rules. Therefore, before determining the opponent's strength, they will evaluate the opponent's strength to a higher point. That's what Ron guessed before. That is to say, during the period of Ikexin, the strength of Phantom Troupe was at the forefront, reaching the level of A. The middle and the back are all at the B level. As for the Nen Beast, Ron first attributed it to the B level. There can also be huge differences between the same level. It's like the Kudo Thieves group. The 4 members are all A level, but they are no match for Gino and Silva, who are also A level. If Yuvajin is A level or B level, then it is reasonable for the members of Nen Beast to be B level. But now seeing the lizards and wild dogs, Ron realized that the strength of these 2 people was only at the level of C level. It belongs to the same level as the 7 deadly sins. And Ron also belongs to the same level. However, the members of Nen Beast must be more obedient than those of the 7 deadly sins. However, at the same level, Ron doesn't think anyone is stronger than himself. So in other words, lizards and wild dogs are no match for Ron. If greed knew the truth, what kind of expression would he have? What he pursues envies desires. The strength of the Beast members is not as good as mine. Ron looked away. I don't know how the strength ranking of these two people is among the Beasts. If the other Beasts were at this level, then Phantom Troupe strength during Yukexen's time would not be that strong, but rather weaker. But Shibi is it? The rank of the nun is one aspect. The fighting strength of the nun is another aspect. After Alton appeared, Ron felt more deeply about this. Under the condition of giving the same energy, Ma Saber and the Luton are equivalent to none of the same level. Both are C-level Nen candidates. But if a battle breaks out between the two, there is basically no suspense. Only Ma will win, because Ma Saber is a fighting type of mind beast, and Alton is a technically assisted Nen Beast. The same is true for those who are none. Among the Phantom Troupe, there are various types of Nene. The positioning of Xiaoji is somewhat similar to that of Alton, both of which are intelligence types. Kubi, on the other hand, is a pure auxiliary type. And Shizuku, of course, in this world, it is impossible for Shizuku to be a member of Phantom Troupe. Ron didn't have any idea of fulfilling the original plot members. Shizuku's talent and abilities are what Ron needs too. Moreover, this is also a good thing for Shizuku. If Phantom Troupe was added as in the original plot, he might be killed by Hisoka in the toilet sometime. Kubi's capacity is actually quite large, and it can copy so many and such big things. But the actual combat capability is much weaker. Jin Erfu felt that his body was starting to go numb. Centering on the wound bitten by the wild dog, it spreads to the surroundings. Jin Erfu gritted his teeth and rushed towards the opposite lizard. In his mind, Jin Erfu had already made a judgment. Wild dogs are too fast. It is impossible for him to catch up. If you want to make a move yourself, you can only make a move against the lizard. As for the lizard's seemingly strong defensive ability, Jin Erfu felt that this was not a problem for him. His ability could turn the opponent into a human bomb. No matter how strong the defense ability is, if it turns into a bomb, the explosion will be smash zero. Facing the rushing Jin Erfu, the lizard didn't care and kept his hands in his pockets. When Jin Erfu is about to rush to the front, a mass of thick green liquid sprayed out from the lizard's mouth. It hit Jin Erfu directly in the face. Immediately, Jin Erfu was subjected to a strong corrosive effect. In an instant, the skin is corroded. Eyes, nose, mouth, ears. These vulnerable parts have been hit hard. Jin Erfu couldn't see what was in front of him at all, and he didn't know where the lizard was, so he could only cover his face frantically. Moving forward, the lizard only moved 2 steps to the side and avoided Jin Erfu. Ron frowned slightly. This ability is a bit disgusting. However, it's very strong. It directly broke Jin Erfu's defense. Of course, this is due to Jin Erfu's lack of defensiveness. He did not expect the lizard to make such an attack, but it also shows the strength of the lizard's attack. The figure of the wild dog passed by Jin Erfu. Another piece of flesh was torn off. Jin Erfu, who had crushed everyone by himself before, was teased so miserably in front of lizards and wild dogs. As expected of Lord Beast, it's amazing. Completely crushed Jin Erfu. Too strong. Ron looked at the discussions of the people next to him and had a clearer understanding of Beast status in World Gangster 1.8. There's indeed a big gap between Jin Erfu, wild dog, and lizard who are both C-level none. This is still the case when both parties are fighters of the fighting type. However, if this is the ability of lizards and wild dogs, I have no other cards. I can still defeat them. They will not be my opponents. It's not now, and it won't be in the future. Ron has a very clear understanding of his own talent. This is not blind confidence. Instead, he clearly recognized the facts. Boom! Jin Erfu fell heavily to the ground. The wild dog looked at Ron and others. Come a few people and bring it down. Don't worry, after being poisoned by me, He can no longer use none in a short time. Everyone left the arsenal. With the fall of Jean Erfu, the matter of the arsenal is over. Ron ordered Alton to stop the cyber attack on the armory. And this also increased the progress of Ron's observer's extreme intention by 5%. According to this calculation, there are still 3 forbidden places. If I enter them one by one and observe them, I can absorb 50% of the characteristics of the world's gangsters. It's halfway there. Being able to obtain such a high progress in the city of Orion, to reach 100% progress, may be a little shorter than I expected. Ron returned to Greed Manor. The next day, Greed returns to the manor. Senior Greedy. Greedy looked at Ron and smiled. I've heard about your experiences these past few days. Congratulations, you passed the assessment and officially became one of the candidates for the 7 deadly sins. In addition, your performance in the Arsenal mission is also good. The task of the Arsenal went to many ninjas in 08. Because of Jean Erfu's counterattack, many people died. A sea-level nun who counterattacks with a death mentality is extremely destructive. Being able to survive is already a very good performance. Did you see Lord Nen Beast make a move? Ron nodded. I heard from others that they are Lord Lizard and Lord Wild Dog. There was a look of longing in the greedy eyes. As expected of adults who are Nen Beasts, even a character like Jean Erfu can be easily suppressed. I really hope that one day I can also have their strength. I can also become one of the members of Nen Beast. Greed paused. By the way, Ron, did you say last time that you wanted to meet Carlisle's teacher? Yes. Then come with me. Greedy said, I just want to go to the number 2 laboratory. You come with me. I will take you to see Carlisle's teacher. Thank you, Senior Greedy. Greed waved his hand. Waters had already driven the car to the gate of the manor. Greed and Ron got into the car. Ron, I'll go to laboratory number 2 later. Don't wander around. It's very dangerous inside. Even if it's me, I don't dare to walk around. Just follow me closely, understand? Yes, Lord Greed. The car drove to a remote place in Orion. What came into Ron's sight was a forest. The woods are dense, but inside and next to it, there's a lot of rubbish piled up. This scene reminded Ron of some scenes he saw on Meteor Street. The car stopped. Ron, get out of the car. Greed and Ron got out of the car, and Waters pulled aside. Not long after, a young man came here. Master Greedy, please follow me. Ron and Greed followed the man. Crack! The ground suddenly cracked, and a huge gap appeared in the sun path. And in the gap, there is a downward step. The young man walked down the steps. Greed and Ron, close behind. I didn't expect the number 2 laboratory to be hidden underground. No wonder what Waters said before was unclear. Ron glanced at the crystal ball in front of him. After entering the ground, the speed at which the crystal ball absorbs properties becomes much faster. I don't know if there is any network connection between here and the outside world. If there is, Alton can invade here and get more information. There is an engineering and arsenal, and it is relatively obvious. It didn't take much time for Alton to find it. But in the number 2 laboratory, Alton has never been able to find it. Or the network here is just too secretive. Or is only a local area network used here, which is not connected to the outside world. For the latter, Alton has nothing to do. But if it is the former, as long as Ron sends out a little signal inside the number 2 experimental base, Alton can easily find the network here, and then invade. Dumb, dark and damp. The surrounding atmosphere is very weird, giving people a kind of creepy feeling. Only the footsteps of a few people echoed. Finally, the youth stopped. Master Greedy, the teacher, is inside. After speaking, the young man pushed open the door. Greed walks in. Ron followed. The young man didn't, but just stood at the door. An old man raised his head, looked at Greed and Ron, and showed a smile, but it was not kind at all. There was even cruelty in this smile. Coming, Senior Dandins. Dandins looked at Ron again. You are the friend of Carlisle's daughter? Yes, Bandit. Pity Carlisle. Dandins hesitated for a moment, and said, Among my many disciples, Carlisle's talent is not the strongest, but his determination is the best. If he doesn't die, Carlisle will definitely have a bright future. Thank you for helping Carlisle take care of her daughter. As Carlisle's teacher, I should express my gratitude to you when Carlisle is gone. With that said, Dandins took out something. This is the result of my research. When you're in a dangerous situation, drink this bottle of potion. You can gain extra strength, kill the enemy, escape, and survive. Ron looked at Greed first. See Greedy nod is to step forward. Thank you, Senior Dandins. Ron took the potion. Dandins got up. Greedy, let's go to the meeting room next to 837 to discuss that matter. It is good. Greedy nodded, looking at ancient Ron. Ron, you're right here. Don't walk around. Yes. Dandins opened the side door, and Greed walked in. Boom! The door closed, and Ron was the only one left in the room. Ron looked around, and he could clearly see that there were many surveillance cameras hidden here. This means that Ron's actions here will be seen. Ron hesitated, found a chair, and sat down. Next to it was a computer that was turned on. Nothing on the desktop, but it is determined that there is an external network. This made Ron's eyes light up. Ron clicked on the browser, opened the search engine, entered a few words for the minigame, and then clicked on a website. After entering the game website, a few games were randomly selected. Just at this time, on the other side, Alton was monitoring the website of this small game, analyzing the numerous IP information, and quickly determined the IP of the computer Ron is currently using. Invasion began. With Alton's technology, no one in the entire number 2 laboratory noticed it. Alton's technology is ahead of the world by more than one era. Computer, surveillance, recording, all are under Alton's control. Senior Dandins, what do you think of him? Not bad, Dandins said lightly. So, are you ready to carry out that plan? That's right, Greed said. Before this, I just admired Ron. In him, I saw the shadow of myself, but now is my chance. The number of Nen Beasts has increased. I want to be one of the members of Nen Beast all the time. I can't miss this opportunity now. I may be the only machine rash in my life, so I have to take it down. I want to be stronger. I want to stand out from the crowd. Senior Dandins, so I am willing to carry out your plan. To Ron, all I can say is sorry. However, for me to become a member of the Nen Beast, his sacrifice is worth it. Dandins nodded. Of course I can. I've been preparing for that plan for a long time, but I haven't been able to find the right materials to go with it. I'm delighted that you took the initiative to come here. However, Greedy, Ron may not be as simple as you think. Greed frowned. What's the meaning? I know Carlisle well. Dandins said, what you said before is that the death of gluttony and laziness has nothing to do with Ron or Lena, but the high-level executives of Sky Arena. Carlisle maintains a father-daughter relationship with Lena and doesn't want to hurt Lena. Instead, I found a lover to fulfill my abilities. However, how can a human being compare? Carlisle's ability to use his lover to achieve himself is very different from his ability to use his daughter to achieve himself. There's no way Carlisle has feelings for his daughter. The greedy brow frowned even more. Master Dandins, what do you mean? Ron lied to me. Have no idea. But is it meaningful for Ron to tell me this panic? At that time, we didn't rule out his suspicion. Could it be that gluttony and laziness were all caused by him? Greed said, otherwise, why did he take the initiative to follow me to Orion? A 10-year-old nun, but a mere E-level can kill gluttony and laziness? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The one who kills gluttony and laziness can only be the upper echelons of Sky Arena. Even if Ron has a problem, it's at best someone's tentacles in Sky Arena. But in that case, it doesn't matter at all. Anyway, I don't plan to continue to train him now, but let him become the nourishment for me to become stronger. Dandins nodded. In this case, there's no problem. Indeed, how strong can a 10-year-old kid be? And how can he destroy my plan? Whether he has a problem or not, he will die after a while. It's because I think too much. Greed asked, Senior Dandins, how long will it take? Half a month. I need half a month to prepare. After half a month, you'll bring Ron here. I have calculated that this method has a probability of success of more than 80%. Once you succeed, your strength will be greatly improved. Dandins said. Greed smiled. Let's trouble Senior Dandins. After finishing speaking, Greed walked out. Ron looked over. Ron, we should go back. Yes. Dandins watched Ron and Greed leave, until their backs disappeared completely, then retracted his gaze, looked at the chair Ron was sitting on before and the computer he had used. Soon, Dandins called out the monitoring. Just played a game? In this way, I really think too much. Does Carile really have family affection in his heart? Back to the manor. Ron, go back to your room by yourself. I'll go to the training ground to stay for a while. Yes. Ron returned to the room. Even though Ron had lived in this room for many days and had checked it many times, Ron still used the condensate to look carefully again. After confirming that there is no problem, he came to the corner. With a thought, the Killer Queen appears. Ron pulled the laptop out of the Killer Queen's body. Connect to the network. A large amount of data has been transferred. All of these are the information about the number 2 experimental base collected by Alton, and after screening, the key parts are passed on to Ron. Dandins and greedy conversations are among them. Sacrifice my life as a material for an experiment to increase the strength of greed. Just half a month later. Time is limited. Ron's eyes flickered. Either within half a month, leave Orion, or kill Dandins and greed early. However, before that, I still need to go to Zoldyck Manor and Tianhui building. Strive to increase the progress of the observer's ultimate intention to 50% before leaving Orion. In this regard, Ron didn't say anything about disappointment, because in the first place, Ron never really believed in greed. When Gluttony saw Fan Ma's blade, he immediately attacked. Carile didn't even spare his own daughter. Where can greed go for good? Ron's idea before was just to use greed to embed into the world's gangsters and absorb the characteristics of the world's gangsters. Ron turned off the video and looked at other materials. Human experiments, fusion, transplantation, and grafting of humans and monsters. Let them fight afterward. One by one, pictures appeared on the screen. Ron fell silent. After coming to this world, what money is good? Ron has been shocked twice. One time was to go to Meteor Street. After seeing the situation in the old rubbish area of Meteor Street, he was shocked by the state there. Second time, just this time, this kind of human experiment is really a little scary. In Naruto world, Orochimaru's human experiments are much worse than this. What kind of mood will these people feel when they're used as materials for experiments? Ron looked at the picture. The people above have despair, anger, and unwillingness, but most of them are numb. From a living person, watching himself become a monster, and Carile's ability to turn Lena and Xiaoji into synthetic beasts is actually no different. No, it's even more painful for those people, because synthesizing a beast is just a matter of a moment. But it is a long process for those people to become monsters. What is the experiment that Dandins and greed want to do on me? The next day, Ron came to the vicinity of the large conference building. Security is heavily guarded here. Because the distance is far away, the speed of absorbing the characteristics is slow, but Ron calculated that even standing at a distance, 10 or so days is enough to complete the absorption of the characteristics of the large conference building. Meanwhile, Ron gave a lieutenant order, created some chaos in Lab 2. This delays the experiment time for greedy and Dandins. 10 days later, Ron increased the observer's extreme intention time to more than 40%. Sitting greedily in the study, he smoked a cigarette, inhaled violently into his lungs, and then spit it out again. The whole study is filled with smoke. What's the situation? What do you mean by Dandins? Why do you keep delaying time? The time for the selection of Nen Beasts members is running out. No, I can't wait any longer. Greedy took out his mobile phone and contacted Dandins. 10 days. 10 days later, you come here. Okay, then I'll wait another 10 days. In fact, the half-month deadline has not yet arrived, but Dandins and Greedy talked about the postponement, which made Greedy very anxious. After receiving Dandins' definite answer, Greed calmed down a little. Senior Greedy. Greedy went downstairs and came to the training ground of the 463 backyard. Ron happened to be training. When you see Greed coming, you stop training. Greedy nodded his chin slightly. For Ron, there was no guilt in greed. After all, to greed, Ron is just a good-looking junior. There is no way to compare with your own strength. Senior Greedy, what does it look like inside the Nen Beast Manor? Are you interested? Because Senior Greedy said a lot about Nen Beasts, I want to see what the Nen Beast Manor looks like. It would be even better if I could meet the members of Nen Beasts. 11. Didn't you see Lord Lizard and Lord Wild Dog last time? Ron shook his head. I stood very far that time, and I didn't see the battle between the two adults clearly, and I didn't have a chance to speak. Greed did not speak. Lord Greed, your strength is so strong. If the Nen Beast has a place to decide, you should be able to make up for it, right? Hearing this sentence, Greed couldn't help showing a smile. There has indeed been a vacancy in the position of Nen Beast recently, and I, too, must get this vacant position. Really? That would be great. Ron paused and said, however, Lord Greed, I know your strength. It is definitely no problem to become a member of the Nen Beast, but will other people adopt any dirty tricks? A low-level method? For example, while I was in the Sky Arena, I saw a lot, and some people came to me and gave me a certain amount of money to cooperate with a match-fixing match and deliberately lose to the opponent. Ron said, the person who decides the vacant position of the Nen Beast should be the people above the world's gangsters. Maybe the members of the Nen Beast also have a right to make suggestions or make decisions. I mean, Lord Greed, do you want to give me some gifts? He gave Ron a greedy look. In this regard, greed has naturally been thought about. In social experience, there is no shortage of greed, and he has lived for so many years in the big dive vat of the world's gangsters. This happens more than Ron, not less. The object of gift-giving and the gift, Greed had long since prepared. But because there was something wrong with the number 2 laboratory, it was Greed that delayed this. I know my own situation. Greed is well aware of its own strength. Compared with the members of Nen Beast, it is still a lot worse. Even among the 7 deadly sins, the strength of arrogance is stronger than his own. If the combat strength is not up to the standard, no matter how many gifts are given, it is useless. Therefore, what Greedy thinks is to go to the number 2 experimental base first, conduct the experiment, succeed, and, after his strength has been improved, he will go to give gifts. That makes sense. Now that Ron mentioned it, think about it. If one's strength improvement experiment fails, then one's life will come to an end. There's no point in keeping those things. If that's the case, it's better to send it now. Even if it doesn't work, you can make some favors. I've been upset these days, so I might as well go out for a walk. Naturally, Greedy said, I have prepared things a long time ago, and now it is indeed time. Senior Greed, will you go to the Nen Beast Manor? You want to take a look with me when I go? Can Senior Greedy be okay? Greed hesitated. Okay, I'll take you there, but stay by my side. I didn't let you talk. You must not talk if it affects my purpose. Don't blame me. Don't worry, Senior Greedy. I definitely won't. After entering the Nen Beast Manor, the greedy aura of the whole person has subsided a lot. Ron was much calmer in comparison. Ron didn't pay much attention to the situation in Nen Beast Manor. Just focus on the crystal ball in front of you. However, the time for greedy gifts is not long enough. I can't fully absorb the characteristics of the Nen Beast Manor, so I need to create a little story. A cloud of air separated from Ron's body. Soon, it entered Alton's body. Alton is ready to act. A burst of fire ignited in the Nen Beast Manor, and then it became more and more intense, with black smoke swirling around. As if some kind of fuel was ignited, the whole building was instantly swept by flames. This is a warehouse in the Nen Beast Manor. There are a lot of things stored in it, many of which are flammable. After a lieutenant hacked into the surveillance system, he directly changed the images on the surveillance system, so that when the fire first appeared, no one noticed it at all, and no one saw it until the fire broke out. Fire. The entire Nen Beast Manor is busy. Greedy gift-giving, only half delivered. At this time, such a thing happened in the Nen Beast Manor. It is not easy to leave greedily. Once you leave, you will be suspected. It is better to sit still. Ron was beside him, looking in the direction of the flames. If that's the case, it's almost time. After absorbing the characteristics of a number 2 experimental base, the city of Orion, there is no need for me to stay any longer. Instead, you can go to other world gangster areas. Greed frowned, in a bad mood, wondering if the fire would affect his gift-giving, so that it would affect his position as a member of the Nen Beast. Thinking of this, Greed couldn't help but look at Ron. It's all because of this brat. The time Dandins and I agreed is 10 days later. However, I can send it to the county experimental base in advance. Finally, the fire was extinguished, and Ron has almost absorbed the characteristics of Nen Beast Manor. The Nen Beast members return and see Greed and Ron. It can be seen that the faces of the Nen Beast members are ugly at this time. Go back first. Yes, Greed took Ron out of the Beast Manor. However, there was no return to Greedy Manor. Instead, they went directly in the direction of a number 2 base. While in the car, Greed made a phone call to Dandins. Senior Dandins, I'll come over now. After hanging up the phone, his greedy face turned a little colder. Looking at the familiar route, Ron frowned slightly. Go to experimental base number 2? According to what Alton monitors, shouldn't it be 10 days later? Because of the Nen Beast Manor, I felt that I was angered by the members of the Nen Beast, so I blamed myself. Really interesting. Ron didn't think it was a bad thing. Instead, it saves Ron time. Still the last channel. Still the last step down. However, the room was not the last time room. Dandins led the two into a huge blank hall. Boom! The entry door was closed. Greedily looked at Dandins. Senior Dandins, I can't wait any longer. Do I really have to wait until 10 days later? Can I start now? Dandins shook his head. No, things are not ready yet. After that 10 days, are you sure you can? Can. Okay, then I'll put Ron with you first. Greed didn't even look at Ron, just turned around and wanted to leave. Senior Greedy? Hearing Ron's voice, Greed didn't even look back. Dandins smiled. Ron, for these 10 days, just stay here with peace of mind. It is impossible for Greed to take you away. By the way, you don't know what we'll do to you next, do you? I devise an experiment. Using the human body as a material, plus some other things, you can create an additional thought. If this thought is attached to a non-person, it can enhance his strength. You are the material brought by Greed. After 10 days, you will die in the experiment. Your death will turn into strength and become a part of Greed. This is an experiment I've been designing for years. It is your blessing to have the opportunity to be my experimental material. Enjoy your time here. Ron's expression began to change. Unbelievable at first. Then it turned into anger. Then it turned into fear. Dandins smiled satisfied when he saw Ron's expression. Without waiting for Ron to make a move, Dandins walked out the door. The switch was pressed. The huge iron gate slid down. Ron rushed over, but was a step too late after all. The iron door has been closed without any gap. But what Dandins noticed was that when the iron gate closed, Ron's expression changed. Become very calm. Now you can absorb the characteristics of experimental base number 2 with peace of mind. A crystal ball that only Ron could see floated in front of Ron. Some points of light are attracted and entered into the crystal ball as ministers. Going towards 50% progress. Ron found a corner and sat down. Wait for the time to pass. Dandins observed Ron through surveillance. But what Dandins didn't know was that what he saw was Ron's painful appearance in the surveillance, all of which were forged by AI Lucoin. The real Ron, no panic. Some food and water are placed nearby. Dandins looked at the monitor screen and shook his head. It's already like this, isn't it, Dead? It's boring. I don't need any of the things I prepared. Dandins looked away. The number 2 experimental base has caused a lot of troubles due to Alton's invasion. Dandins had to deal with it. It is precisely because of this that the time agreed with Greed was delayed. Greed returned to the estate. Waters wondered why Ron hadn't come back. But Greed does not say. Waters did not dare to ask. Waters was just a butler. Among the world's gangsters, he doesn't even have the status of a cadre. In other words, his status in Orion City is not as good as Ron's. Greed can do whatever it wants with Waters. Killing directly in public will not have any effect on Greed. With Ron missing, Greed needs a little interpersonal work. 10 days. I hope that after 10 days, Huidingxi's experiment can be successful. 0. Seeking flowers. At that time, my strength will be greatly improved. Compared to the members of Nen Beast, it's not much better. Greedy recalled his experience in Nen Beast Manor just now. Obviously, he is also a senior cadre of the World Gang. Obviously, the 7 deadly sins are second only to Nen Beast among gangsters in the world. However, the attitude that the Beast members showed towards themselves. That domineering attitude made Greed a little uncomfortable. Before, Greed was not dared, but now Greedy feels that he may become one of the members of Beast, and his mentality changes. Ron, I'll make your sacrifice worth it. Just be part of my power. I will definitely become one of the Beasts. Moreover, it's not just low-ranking Beasts. 3 days later, Ron opened his eyes. Almost. The absorption speed of the crystal ball has slowed down. The overall progress has also reached 50%. Crack! With the sound of the iron door opening, the light from outside shone in, and a figure stood in the light. Dandins looked at Ron in the corner. Just then, Ron rushed to Dantes. Dandins frowned slightly. Want to shoot me? Too naive. Do you really think you are a genius? How can you be my opponent? With a flash of Dandins' figure, Ron was in the air. Dandins had expected Ron to continue to catch up. Unexpectedly, Ron turned around and walked towards the door. Dandins frowned. Falling around? The real purpose is to escape. Brat! Dandins snorted and rushed to Ron. Ron came to the door. However, Ron didn't rush out the door. Instead, he pressed the iron door switch at the door. The huge iron gate slid down. Boom! The iron door fell, and the inside suddenly became a secret room, trapping Ron and Dandins in it. Dandins, what's the situation? This made Dandins a little confused. Obviously, Ron has already arrived at the door. Why didn't he go out? What does it mean to close the door if you don't go out? Trapped yourself? Dandins looked at Ron, his expression clouded. Ron's actions exceeded Dandins' expectations. Totally unexpected. Instead of fleeing, closed the door. Trapped me and himself in this secret room. Could it be that this brat wants to fight me desperately? Worried about my escape, Dandins could only think of this possibility. However, after thinking of this possibility, Ding Si just wanted to laugh. What kind of person are you? A senior cadre of the world gangster. The old nun. The main person in charge of the number 2 experimental base in Orion City. The status is extremely high, the strength is extremely strong, and there are countless subordinates. Who is Ron? An ordinary player on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Teenagers, greedy for materials brought back from outside. Ordinary cadres of world gangsters. Why are you fighting yourself? How could the May 10th be my opponent? Isn't this equivalent to hitting a stone with an egg? This kid, is there something wrong with his brain? Can such a decision be made? Dandins felt a little unbelievable. Little ghost, do you want to fight me? Good. Ron nodded. After getting a definite answer, I went back to Dings. What? Dandins didn't think Ron had the slightest chance of winning. So, curious about Ron's rationale for such a decision. Do you think that you will be my evidence? What is your strength? You don't know. My strength is stronger than greed. You're just a kid brought back by greed. Why do you think you have the capital to fight me? Can you tell me why? Speak out, and I can prevent you from suffering such painful torture. Ron looked at Dandins indifferently. You'll find out later. The next moment, Ron rushed directly to Duan. Now Ron has no intention of explaining. Usually villains die of talking too much. Even if he is not a villain, it is not good to talk too much in battle, unless there is no accident. Ron held a knife in his hand. Dandins narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that it is my current appearance that confuses you. Looking at my age, do you think I'm old? Is my strength gone? Since that's the case, then I'll show you my true form. The momentum on Dandins changed. What changed at the same time was Dandins' body. It swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The height, body shape, and even the hair were changing. The gray hair turned into a pure black color, and the height reached 2 meters. From a dry old man, he directly turned into a strong middle-aged man. Ron. The change in Dandins made Ron think of Bisky involuntarily. It cannot be said that they are exactly the same, only that they are similar. However, Dandins' strength is much weaker than Bisky's. The strength of Dandins is not even as good as that of Beast members. In this state, it may be comparable to the lower-ranking Beast members. However, the Beast members are no match for Phantom Troupe. As for the members of Phantom Troupe, how many will be Bisky's opponents? Since there was no official fight, Ron couldn't be sure. But there is one thing. Even Hisoka can't see Bisuki's disguise at all, which proves Bisuki's strength. The strength of the entire Phantom Troupe, Hisoka, is second only to Nanluoluo, and it is still under the condition that Carile has made sufficient preparations. It is unknown whether Hisoka or Carile will win in a confrontation. Little devil, come on. Speaking of which, I haven't had a serious battle for a long time. Just let me vent it out. As long as your life is preserved, the experiment can still continue. Dandins didn't take Ron seriously at all. Just at this time, Ron's aura suddenly rose at a speed faster than Dandins. A large amount of chi condensed on Ron's body. Ron tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. A burst of dim light erupted on the dead knife. Egg with bone. Ron raised the knife in his hand and slashed at Dandins. Dandins was a little startled by the strange aura that suddenly appeared, and Dandins was a little surprised by the change in Ron's momentum. But Dandins still didn't think there would be any surprises. A punch blasted out, aiming in Ron's direction. A burst of piercing sound followed. However, before Ron was quite close to Dandins, he stopped. Swing out a knife. A mass of black light appeared from the rotten knife, and the next moment, it shot straight at Dandins. As soon as it landed on Dandins' body, it seemed to be stuck. A large number of eggs appeared, attached to Dandins. Dandins only felt his own chi being sucked in at an extremely fast speed. What is this? Dandins' pupils shrank sharply. Subconsciously grabbed the bone-attached egg. However, I couldn't catch it at all. Little devil, what did you do? There was a look of anger in Dandins' eyes, and he wanted to rush to Ron. However, just as Dandins stepped forward, Ron snapped his fingers. After that, Dandins felt that his legs disappeared directly. A burst of impact from the bottom up. Exactly what the Killer Queen is capable of. Dandins' figure flew into the air. Boom! Soon it fell heavily to the ground. The Killer Queen stood next to Ron. A figure slowly emerged in front of Ron. The moment Dandins walked into the secret room, Ron withdrew all of the chi from Fama Rinya's body and part of the chi from Alton's body. In an instant, Ron's chi returned to the level of a C-rank nun. That's why Ron was able to be so calm when facing Dandins. First attack Dandins with a dead knife, then set the trap with the power of the Killer Queen. Dandins was totally unexpected. Of course, there's a reason for the unequal information between the two parties. However, it's not just Dandins who doesn't know about Ron's information. Ron also doesn't know about Dandins' ability. The root cause is that Dandins underestimated Ron too much. 5.7 careless because of contempt. Because of carelessness, I suffer. Now, Ron divided his chi into 4 parts equally. 1 for Alton, 1 for Killer Queen, 1 for Fama Blade, and 1 for Ron himself. For people with a clear division of labor, Alton controls the monitor to control the situation of the number 2 experimental base. Otherwise, outsiders will find something is wrong. Create a smooth, fighting environment for Ron. Fama's blade stood in front of him. Killer Queen's ability is the most destructive. Ron owns a rotten knife, which can be consumed continuously. Moreover, the body needs at least a part of steam to protect itself. Ron is alone, like a team. The overall strength is far superior to competitors of the same level. Dandins felt the pain in his body. At this moment, I finally realized what kind of situation it is now. Ron, who are you? Dandins never expected that things would turn out like this. It's okay for Ron to hide his strength. Under the circumstances that he has already exposed his strength, facing Ron, he still suffers? This is not scientific. Why? How could a 10-year-old kid be stronger than himself? But Ron didn't answer Dandins. Instead, keep attacking. Egg with bone. Ron raised the knife in his hand and swung it at Dandins again. A black light fell precisely on Dandins' body. A large number of eggs appeared. These eggs are absorbing Dandins' breath. Both of Dandins' legs were blown to pieces. However, Dandins held on and took advantage of the moment his legs landed, resisting the pain, bent his knees, forcibly used the strength of his thigh muscles to the extreme, and rushed towards Ron. But just when Dandins was about to rush in front of Ron, Fama Rinya lowered his body. The figure rushed out like a cockroach. Boom! The two collided together. In terms of strength, Whitings did not take advantage. In terms of strength, Fan Ma's blade beat Dandins. The figure of the Killer Queen appeared behind Dandins. An iron rod hit 08 Dandins fiercely. Boom! Hit Dandins in the back. Dandins' back exploded. A large amount of flesh and blood is directly annihilated. The powerful impact caused Dandins' wound to continue to expand, and blood spewed out like a fountain, not just as simple as staining the ground red, but turning the ground into a pool of sunblood. Dandins' figure hit the ground heavily. Ron gave the Killer Queen an order to end Dandins' life completely. However, at this moment, Ron suddenly felt a very dangerous breath. Hastily retreated. Next moment, Dandins' body swelled up again. And it's different from the last time the body swelled. Before Dandins' body swelled, he still maintained his human form. But this time, the expansion direction of Dandins is going in the direction of the monster. Turn into a ball. The diameter has reached 3 meters for meters. It is still increasing until it reaches the level of more than 10 meters. It stops slowly. A large number of eyeballs appear. And arms. The green sticky liquid dripped on the ground, causing corrosion to the floor. Ron frowned. It's not just human experiments on other people, human modification. Do you also conduct human experiments on yourself? Become this ghost. It's a bit like a monster of the K-type. However, even so, how strong can it be? After confirming the other party's status, Ron calmed down. Quick attack. After that, an order was given to Nen Beasts. Fan Ma's blade stood in front of Dandins. The Killer Queen clenched her fist and slammed it on the ground. Boom! The ground is sunken. Afterwards, the Killer Queen picks up a piece of the floor. The first bomb. Almost all the eyes on Dandins were fixed on Ron, with murderous intent in their eyes. Brat, you must die. For forcing me to this extent, I must kill you. In this state, even Nen Beast will not be my opponent. You won't survive today. I'm going to eat you alive. Ron heard Dandins' threat but didn't panic. No matter how scary the opponent looks, they are just none. The strength of Chi is here. Dandins is only at the level of a C-rank nun. It's just that after becoming this form, the amount of Chi will be more, and the ability will be different from before. But as long as he is still a C-level nun, Ron will not feel that he will lose. Gluttony may also have received the transformation of Dandins. Ron looked at the form of Dandins and recalled the scene of the previous fight between Fan Ma and Gluttony. Fan Ma's blade and Dandins collided together. This time, Fan Ma's blade was suppressed in terms of strength. But soon, Ron allocated more Chi to Fan Ma. In Ron's strategy, Fan Ma's blade played a very strong role. Dandins must be restrained, and Ron, the Killer Queen, uses the ability from afar. The gas needed for the two is actually not that much. As long as Fan Ma's blade can be restrained, for long enough, then the winner of this battle can only be Ron. Boom, boom, boom. Dandins and Fan Ma kept colliding with their blades. In terms of strength and size, Dandins has an absolute advantage. However, in terms of technique, Fan Ma's blade is far stronger than Dandins. One is a grandmaster who has mastered countless skills and has countless experiences. The other one is equivalent to someone who just knows nothing and can only rely on brute force. Dandins in human form is a little trickier. But in this state, Dandins is using it for the first time, and he can't even talk about adapting to it. Call out. There was a burst of sound. A fragment of the floor pierced Dandins' body. Immediately, the ability of the Killer Queen is activated. A large amount of flesh and blood of Dandins was annihilated. On the other side, Ron kept waving the rotten knife in his hand. A streak of black light fell on Dandins' body. Dandins' huge body was already covered with insect eggs. These insect eggs are constantly devouring Dandins' chi. Dandins was getting more and more angry. Along with anger, there is also despair, because Dandins had no choice but to find that even if he changed into this form, he might still not be Ron's opponent. That weird egg. 050, that weird explosion. There is also Fan Ma standing in front of him. As time went by, his condition became worse and worse. And more importantly, Dandins couldn't think of how to break the situation. I have no cards left. Hateful. Why did things become like this? Why is a mere kid so strong? Where did greed bring people back? Greed is killing me. Could it be that gluttony, laziness, anger, and jealousy were all killed by this brat? A guess emerged in Dandin's mind. Maybe it's true. It's impossible for Carile to lose interest in Lena. Lena found Ron. Ron killed Carile in order to protect Lena, gluttony, and sloth. Afterwards, to avoid trouble, killed the anger, jealousy. Come to Orion to kill me. Are you doing all these things for Lena? Carile, it's all your fault. At this time, Dandins felt a lot of resentment towards Carile in his heart. Dandins was even angrier, because in Dandins' view, this was a completely innocent disaster, and he was completely implicated by Carile, the disciple he despised. The result turned out to be a fatal crisis for himself. There was countless blood on the ground. Dandins gradually became smaller in stature. Under Ron's rotten knife and the constant consumption of the Killer Queen, Dandin's state is no longer as good as it was when he just turned into a monster. This allowed Fanma Banya to find an opportunity. Tracerous strike. Fanma Rinya punched Dandin's core position. Boom! A sonic boom sounded, and it could be clearly seen that Dantangs trembled violently at the position hit by Fanma Rinya's fist, spreading outwards in circles. And Dandin's figure also retreated involuntarily. This surprised Dandins. Dandins looked in Ron's direction, his eyes turned cold. Little devil, you are too deceitful. You really think you're strong? I don't know why you can do this to Lena and go deep into Orlean to kill me. I really underestimated your strength. But even if I die, don't think about it. You can't escape Orion. The gangsters of the world will destroy you. The next moment, Dandin shrank and condensed all his chi. A large amount of flesh and blood lost its activity and fell down. After, boom, a violent explosion sounded. Call out. A group of black shadows shot out, bypassing Fanma's blade and coming towards Ron's body. But at this moment, Fanma Rinya clapped his hands together. The positions of Ron and the Killer Queen were changed directly. Boom! The Killer Queen was hit, and a huge hole appeared on her body. If the Killer Queen was made of flesh and blood, blood would have spewed out. But the Killer Queen is a Nen Beast. Half of the body stood upright on the floor. Dandins resumed his human form, but only half of his body remained. A large amount of vitality is lost, and it is extremely weak. It even hides the ability. Dandin's face was extremely ugly, and he was about to vomit blood angrily. Little ghost, who are you? Ron gave orders to the Killer Queen. The Killer Queen stepped forward and came to the side of Dandins. Lift up a rock. The first bomb. Afterwards, it hit Gongsi hard on the head. Ron Zoldyck. Moments before Dandins died, Ron spoke his full name. It turned out to be that Zoldyck. When Ron told his full name when he killed the 5 death row inmates, the other party showed a relieved expression, saying that he died at the hands of Zoldyck, and his life was not in vain. Dandins, however, is completely different. Dandins suffered even more. Before, Dandins thought that even if he was dead, Ron would definitely die too. Here is Orion, and the world gangsters will definitely not let Ron go. But Ron is Zoldyck. That's different. Will the world gangster really fight against Zoldyck for their own sake? With Dandin's understanding of the world's gangsters, he feels that the world's gangsters will most likely not be like this. He died, but Ron would not die. Dandins could not accept this result. Dandins roared unwillingly. But with the activation of the Killer Queen's ability, Dandin's body was completely annihilated, and all the breath of life disappeared. However, at this moment, a cloudy breath appeared. Ron narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking of death. The current situation is extremely similar to the scene of Carlisle's death last time. Ron felt that the rotten knife in his hand was about to move. Ron, I want you dead. Dandin's thoughts of death turned into phantoms and rushed towards Ron. Ron raised the rotten knife in his hand and slashed across it. Dandin's thoughts of death turned into 2 halves. A powerful attraction erupted on the dead knife, and all Dandin's thoughts of death were absorbed by the dead knife. Not long after, the dead knife returned to calm. Ron put the dead knife back into the scabbard of his waist. The Killer Queen cleans up what remains of Dandins. Use the explosion to annihilate bit by bit, all the way to nothing at all. Ron looked at the crystal ball in front of him. The above progress has reached half, that is 5%. Almost it's time to leave the city. Alton has also collected enough information, and I will absorb the characteristics of the world's gangsters next, so that I can avoid the current method of sneaking into the world's gangsters. Instead, a more convenient way can be adopted. Before Ron accepted Greed's invitation, one reason was that Greed's status in the world's gangsters was not low, so Ron could go directly to the core area after accepting Greed's invitation. It's like Orion City. The other reason is that, at that time, Ron didn't know enough information about world gangsters. But now, the situation is different. With Ron as the internal response, AI Luquin obtained quite a lot of information about world gangs in Orion City. Ron also understood, except for the relatively special city of Orion, the core cities of other world gangsters are actually open to the outside world. Among them, the most famous city is Ukexin. Take an analogy. Orion is like the production factory of the world's gangsters, and Ukexin is like a port for the world's gangsters to trade with foreign countries. There are many shops in that city, all of which are directly supplied by the world gangsters. Use Ukexin as a platform to trade with people from all over the world. The auction is the largest foreign transaction of the world's gangsters. Grave accent. In terms of importance, Ukexin will be weaker than Orion against the world gangsters. I don't know how much I can increase the progress of the Observer's GE when I go to Ukexin. Ron looked away, looking down at his waist. I didn't expect that besides the feature progress, there would be this unexpected joy. After absorbing the thought of death, the ability of the dead knife has been improved. The speed of absorbing gas will be faster. Ron took out Dandin's cell phone, and the editor, Wang Nuoz, picked up a text message and sent it to Greed. After that, he waited in place. The greedy surprise of receiving a message. Is it okay? Earlier, great. Senior Dandins is still reliable. Now, I can have the strength of a Nen Beast. I will become one of the Nen Beasts. Greed is very excited, a little hyper. After receiving the information, he immediately went to the number 2 base. A figure waited at the entrance of the base. When Greed came, he brought Greed to the huge secret room. Master Greedy, Lord Dandins is waiting for you inside. It is good. Greed nodded. Crack. The huge iron gate opened wildly. Greed walks in. Senior Dandins, here I come. But got no response. Greed looked down and saw an arrow above the ground. Greed hesitated for a moment and followed the arrow to move forward. Greedy faintly felt that something was wrong, but after thinking about it carefully, he still felt that there would be no surprises. I have seen the experiment of Senior Dandins. There is nothing wrong with it. He will not intentionally trick me. As for Ron, it's even less likely to go wrong. What kind of waves can an E-level Nen person be able to withstand? However, just after Greed took a few steps, a figure came to the iron gate. Crack! The switch is pressed. Suddenly, the huge iron gate slid down. Boom! Until it touches the ground. Greedy heard the voice, turned around subconsciously, and then his pupils shrank sharply. Ron stood by the iron gate, looking at Greed lightly. Senior Greedy, long time no see. Haven't seen you for a long time. When Greed saw Ron, the feeling of something wrong in his heart became stronger. Greed doesn't understand why Ron is here. Now that we're ready to start experimenting, shouldn't Ron be on the test bench? And what about Whiting's? Ron, where's Senior Dandins? Dandins is dead. Ron walked towards Greed step by step. Greed subconsciously retreated a little, but after retreating, he felt something was wrong. 980, why do I withdraw by myself? I'm a senior cadre of the World Gang. I am one of the 7 deadly sins. Are you afraid of a little ghost? However, Greed clearly noticed that Ron's aura was completely different from what he had shown before. Coagulation. Greed condensed his chi above the eyes. Then I saw it, the strong aura on Ron's body. How is this possible? Greed found inconceivably that Ron's strength was even greater than his own. Incredible. Incomprehensible. How could a boy in his teens have more magnanimity? So to what extent has Ron's talent reached? So what about Ron's true strength? Since Ron has such strength, why did he hide it before? Dead? Impossible. Who can kill Senior Dandins? Senior Greedy, you already have the answer in your heart, don't you? Ron said flatly, Dandins wants me dead, so I can only kill him back. I was persecuted, just like you, Senior Greedy. Senior Greedy, you want to kill me, so I can only let you come here and kill you. Ron was approaching in front of him. Greedy couldn't help it, and he took a step back. Was that text message from you? That's right. Greed gritted his teeth. Ron, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to kill you. There must be some misunderstanding, Dandins. It's all Dandins' fault. I just let him take care of you for a while. What does he want to do to you? I was completely unaware. Ron, trust me. How could I be against you? How could I have brought you to Orion if I wanted to be against you? I see the shadow of myself in you, and I am very optimistic about you. I want to train you. When I become Nen Beast, I will make you a member of the 7 deadly sins. Greed quickly analyzed the situation in front of him. Judging from the current situation, what Ron said has a high probability to be true. Dandins is dead. Ron killed Dandins instead. To be able to counter-kill Dandins, Ron's true strength is definitely not weak. Will I still be Ron's opponent? Greed does not guarantee this. Greed therefore felt that his best choice was not to fight Ron. Dandins was dead, and it was impossible to continue the experiment. It's a pity that I couldn't carry out the experiment, and I couldn't get the strength improvement. However, since this is the case, it is time to reduce losses in other areas. Once a battle broke out with Ron, what should I do if my strength is not as good as Ron's? I will die. Greed doesn't want to die. Even winning Ron won't do any good. As for the fact that Ron is alive, aid, and may retaliate against him in the future, as long as he leaves the number 2 base, he can invite other members of the 7 deadly sins to join him. Even a ghost beast. Just make it clear that Dandins was killed by Ron. Fighting Ron now is the worst choice. Senior Greedy, do you think I will believe it? Ron sneered. I heard all the discussions between you and Dandins. You plan to use me as an experimental material to conduct some special experiment. After this experiment, you can gain strength and compete for the position of Nen Beast. That's what you brought up. And I was also sent to the number 2 experimental base by you. In comparison, Senior Greedy, you are the mastermind, aren't you? For Dandins, it is the same who is used for the experiment. But Senior Greedy, the only one you can find is me. Greed's face darkened. Is this what Dandins said to you? All fake. I never said that. Dandins lied to you. In order to survive, he deliberately poured dirty water on me. Ron, trust me. I can swear it. Ron shook his head. No, these words are not what Dandins said to me, but I heard them in other ways. Therefore, Senior Greedy, there is no need to say such meaningless words. By the way, let me tell you something more. Gluttony, I killed it. Laziness, I killed it. Anger, I killed it. Jealousy, I killed it too. Greedy eyes widened, fixedly staring at Ron. His face became even more gloomy, so gloomy that water could drip out. Ron, you must kill me, don't you? Do you really think that you must be my opponent? I'm not the same as Gluttony, them. Now you stop. I can pretend nothing happened. I'll help you hide the death of Dandins. Otherwise, how would you leave Orion? Ron laughed. Senior Greedy, you are really selling yourself to yourself. I can kill Gluttony and Laziness 1-on-2. Can I kill you? You admire, respect, and yearn for the Nen Beast members so much. I saw it the other day, and that's all. Dandins' death. What right do you have to conceal it? Also, Senior Greedy, think about it with your not-so-intelligent little head. If I'm not absolutely 100% sure, would I say these things to you? Today, there'll be no accidents. 2 figures emerged from the darkness. Ron, Killer Queen, and Ma Saber stood in 3 different directions. Greed is firmly surrounded in the middle. Egg with Bone, Cockroach Dash. The first bomb. Ron, Ma Saber, Killer Queen attack Greed at the same time. It can be said that what Greedy has to face is the joint attack of 3 people who are above their own strength. There is no possibility of survival at all. A gloom fell on Greed. A large number of insect eggs appeared, absorbing the energy of Greed, and the ability that Greed originally planned to use was immediately stuck. At this time, the attack of the Killer Queen arrived. A part of Greedy's body was directly annihilated in the explosion, and it's still critical. Fanma's blade hit Greedy. Boom! The huge power almost broke Greedy's body in two. Fanma's blade teeth stopped, and his greedy figure was still flying backwards. It didn't stop until tens of meters later when it hit the wall heavily. There were depressions on the walls. Blood spurted all over the place. Ron took steps toward Greed. Greed does its best to rear its head. However, Greed knows that it is impossible for him to survive. He suffered a fatal injury. No one can save himself. A strong regret welled up. Greed is regretting. Regretted taking Ron back to Orion. Regret using Ron as experimental material. Even more unwilling. He was about to die before becoming a formal member of the Nen Beasts. Who are you? The same puzzlement as Dandins appeared in the greedy heart. Ron's behavior was unbelievable in the eyes of Greed. A boy in his teens is actually stronger than himself? Why? There are also those Nen Beasts, Nen Beast abilities, which make Greed feel inconceivable. You don't need to know. There's only one thing you need to know. That is, even if such a thing happened in the number 2 experimental base, I will not be killed by the world gangsters, and I can leave Orion safely. The Killer Queen handed over an iron rod. Ron swung the iron rod in his hand and hit Greedy on the head. Accompanied by the impact of the explosion, the Greedy head was annihilated directly. Ron returned the iron rod to the Killer Queen. The Killer Queen disposes of the Greedy corpses under Ron's orders. All traces of the entire secret room have been cleaned up. Outside the secret room, experimental base number 2 has long been in chaos. Alton invaded the number 2 experimental base, created a fire, and released the poisonous breath in the experimental value. Let the number 2 experimental base become chaotic. However, this is just an introduction. What Alton really did was to release the monsters in the number 2 experimental base. The monster of human experimentation. Ron hadn't seen it with his own eyes, but he had seen it in the surveillance videos sent by Alton. There are a lot of them. Among the underground chambers, there are thousands of them. Some retain their human form, some half-human, and some fully transformed into monstrous forms. Some have no awakening thoughts, and even have no breath. Some are similar to the newcomer killers in Sky Arena. But there are still some. The gas volume has reached an extremely high level. Alton found Dante's plan. Dandins wants to create thousands, even tens of thousands of monsters. These monsters are then screened. The screening method is simple and crude. Fight directly in the cage. Dozens of people, hundreds of people are in the same cage, fighting until the last one is left. The monsters created in this way will be very powerful. Now, in the number 2 experimental base, many such people have been detained. Dandins has ambitions of his own, eager to take advantage of these monsters and make himself weak. Use the power of these monsters to create your own faction. However, these are no longer possible. Dandins was dead at Ron's hands. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of a large number of cages being destroyed sounded, and the monsters inside heard the sound and subconsciously came towards the door. With a slight push, the door opened. The eyes of the monsters lit up. Being in the number 2 experimental base, the monsters have long hated this place. Be kept in captivity like livestock. Conduct various experiments on the body. They've had enough. Roar. There was a sound like a beast. The monsters rushed out. The staff of experimental base number 2 were busy fighting the fire at this time, still dealing with the leaked poisonous gas. Never thought that the monsters could escape. Blood splattered, those staff members were thrown down, bitten, and killed by monsters. 0. Seeking flowers. The entire experimental base number 2 was plunged into chaos. A staff member raised the alarm, but the alarm had already been dismissed by Alton. Report to Lord Dandins. But when the man rushed to Dandins' office, Dandins was not there at all. Most of the staff died under the impact of the monsters. For these staff, the monsters hate to the extreme. Monsters will never let go if they have a chance to kill them. Long-term human experiments, as well as being trapped in a cage and carrying out various tortures, have caused most monsters to lose their human personality, but really turned into monsters. possesses the mind of a beast. The first thought of these monsters after freedom is to destroy and kill. 0. Only a small number of monsters can calm down and think calmly about the current situation. We'll want to use this opportunity to escape from the number 2 experimental base. Escape from Orion, and the exit to the outside has already been opened by Alton. Rush! Some monsters found the exit and rushed to this side. No one could stop them. 1, 2, 3. A large number of monsters rush out from the exit. Those low-intelligence monsters ran around like headless chickens, and those monsters that calmed down found a hiding place before they rushed out or after they rushed out, waiting for low-intelligence monsters to attract the attention of the world's gangsters. At that time is the real chance to escape. What Ron was waiting for was also this time. The riots in the number 2 experimental base will inevitably attract the great attention of the world's gangsters. These monsters are powerful, numerous, and extremely destructive. Being beast alone is not enough. Instead, a large number of cadres are required to act at the same time. At the moment, Ron is still in the secret room, until a text message was sent. Finish. This is a text message sent by Alton, which means that all the traces and information of Ron in the know. Of course, it wasn't just Ron who was cleared by Alton about the cadre information. Instead, the information of many people is cleared at the same time. This can save Ron as much follow-up trouble as possible. You can leave now. Ron opened the iron door of the Chamber of Secrets and walked out. The whole of Orion fell into chaos. Caught off guard, the monsters rushing out suddenly dealt a huge blow to Olean. Those ordinary people who didn't read were no opponents of the monsters at all. Even if you have a gun in your hand, it is the same. What? Is there a riot at experimental base number 2? Where's Dandins? Let him come to me at once. When a middle-aged man heard the news, his face sank immediately. Send down the order, the guards and patrols, all attack and kill the experimental subjects. Let Nen Beasts, Tian Zhongzue, and others take action. Olean's reaction was still quick. The rushing monsters only caused huge damage in the first place. After Olean reacted, the destruction of the monsters was instantly suppressed. A large number of 3 people appeared with guns, forming a small team. Thuk-tuk. The physical strength of the monsters is extremely strong, and a few shots alone will not pose any threat to the monsters. But if the number of bullets hits is too large, the monsters will also be injured and bleed. If you bleed a lot, you will die. It is difficult for a single person to suppress the monster with firepower. But with more firepower, the situation is different. But more important is the emergence of none. A red-haired young man appeared in front of a monster shaped like a praying mantis. As soon as the red-haired young man thought about it, a knife appeared in his hand, an extremely sharp knife. The figure of a person and a monster staggered past. Next moment, a huge wound appeared on the body of the praying mantis monster. A lot of blood spattered out. The praying mantis monster fell heavily. The ground shook. A woman came to a huge, slug-like monster, raised her hand, aimed at the monster, and the flames swept out fiercely, covering the whole monster. A middle-aged man holds a gun in both hands. But this is not an ordinary firearm, but a materialized product. Da-da-da. A large number of bullets poured out, and when they fell on the monster, blood holes were opened one after another. But this was just the beginning, after those bullets entered the monster's body. Another explosion. Olean's situation gradually stabilized. The lizard looked at the opposite monster and sprayed out a ball of green liquid, directly corroding the opponent. There was a red light in Lust's eyes, and the two monsters on the opposite side started to kill each other. The wild dog's figure kept moving among the monsters, arrogantly held a huge axe, and with a single axe, he split the monster and the ground in half. A large number of monsters fell and died under the attack of Orion. A small number of monsters hid their figures and hid in corners. Some changes into the appearance of ordinary humans. Some went underground, into the sewers. Some fled Orion. The middle-aged man stood on a high place, looking down, standing next to one person. The middle-aged man asked, "Have you checked it out? Why did this happen? What about Dandins? Those monsters, what's the situation?" Let Dandins come to see me as soon as possible. Return to my lord. Dandins is missing. Missing? Yes, I have asked people to search for Dandins everywhere, but they have not been found. No one has seen Dandins, whether it is in the number 2 laboratory or other places in Orion. The man in black next to him said, also, the monitoring data near the number 2 laboratory has been cleared. The eyes of the middle-aged man flickered. So, it is very likely that Dandins did this on purpose, just to create opportunities for him to leave. This guy has defected to other forces, betrayed the world's gangsters. The tone of the middle-aged man turned cold. What he hated the most in his life was the traitor. What's more, Dandins is very important to the world's gangsters. Otherwise, the world gangsters would not have exchanged all of Orion's number 2 experimental bases for Dandins, and let Dandins be fully responsible without anyone else intervening. This can also be seen from the performance of those monsters this time. These monsters are really not weak. If all these monsters can be turned into one of the strengths of the world's gangsters, how much growth will the strength of the world's gangsters usher in? It is hard to imagine. Have you figured out the situation of those monsters? It has been counted, the man in black next to him said. Most of the monsters have been killed by our people. A few hid, a few escaped, and some are still fighting with our people. However, if the Nen Beast makes a move, they won't be able to hold on for long. The vast majority of these monsters are only equivalent to E-rank none. A few have reached the level of D grade. Very few have reached the level of a C grade. However, judging from the current situation, they seem to have the potential to grow. In the laboratory, their potential was suppressed. After leaving the laboratory, the situation has changed. The middle-aged eyes lit up. Do you still have the lab data? Now the number 2 experimental base is rioting. Most of these monsters are also hostile to Orion. But if the data exists, new monsters can be created. Monsters at the behest of world gangsters. It has been completely destroyed. The middle-aged face turned cold again. Now it seems that there is a high probability that Dandins did it. He took refuge in other forces, thus creating this riot and destroying all the data. Take the resources, wealth, experiments conducted, and results obtained from the gangsters of our world. Now do something like this. Unforgivable. Dandins must die. Pass down the order to arrest Dandins within the scope of gangsters in the whole world. No matter who it is, as long as Dandins is caught, life or death will be 0.3, directly promoted to senior cadres. Also, reward him with 10 billion renunciations. The reward for Dandins is also announced to the outside world, and it is also 10 billion renunciation commissions. The black clothes next to him nodded. Yes. By the way, the staff of the number 2 experimental base, if they can be saved, try to save them as much as possible. They have followed Dandins for such a long time, and they will know something. Yes, my lord. Also, when dealing with those monsters, don't be so aggressive and focus on catching them alive. If they are willing to join the world's gangsters, I can promise them the status of cadres and excellent treatment. Yes. At this time, Ron's figure had already left Orion. In the midst of the chaos, no one noticed Ron at all.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.